Edgar Cayce, The Sleeping Prophet. Jess Stearn. 1967. 10. The Incurable Diseases. The Cayce file on cancer has been well thumbed, and the various therapies purifying the system given considerable attention. However, one method of treatment advanced by Cayce made even the faithful wonder. For Cayce, of all things, advocated the use of a serum prepared from the blood of the rabbit. True, this was done in only 5 cases out of the 78 that he diagnosed as cancer, but it was still rather bizarre. He apparently recommended the rabbit in instances of glandular cancer, of the thyroid, the breast. In 2 or 3 cases, he suggested that the rabbit be freshly skinned, and the raw side, still warm with the blood of the animal, be placed against the affected area, in this case the breast of a woman. In one reading, back in 1926, for a cancer patient in New York, he was quite explicit about the use of the rabbit, both for external and internal application. He had been asked, should the fur be put on with the raw side next to the body, and he answered, with the fur side out, for the animal heat will add. And then he gave a description of how an anti-cancer serum should be produced, or there may be prepared a serum from the infusion from the pus from this body, injected into the rabbit between the shoulder, and when this brings the infection, this injected or placed on the sore will heal. Or the culture of same may be made and injected in the blood of this body. 4 years later, he read for a cancerous woman, recommended the rabbit serum, and gave directions for its manufacture. In the question period immediately following the main reading, he was asked, through whom may this serum be obtained? And he replied, hasn't been made yet. How can this be made? Answering, he added cattle to the rabbit as a potential vaccine source. This should be drawn off, that is the wolf, or wolf of the rabbit, punctured by a hypodermic. This drawn off, and then a culture made into the flesh of the same animal from which it's drawn, whether beef or hare. Then the culture applied to the human body, or blood drawn in a culture made for the human body and then applied to the body. There must necessarily be experimentations, with the proper heat, the proper precautions taken as to the character of cell as is destroyed in the culture made, and in the activity of the animal as well as human when being used. But for this character of the condition, apparent breast cancer, this would be most effective in at least 50% of such ills. Cayce was dead more than 20 years when a startling announcement was carried on the front pages in April of 1966. A team of doctors at Wayne State University in Detroit reported an apparent cure for cancer, a serum formed from the blood of rabbits and the patient's own cancer cells. It was apparently just what Cayce had anticipated. Particularly noteworthy was his warning of proper precautions taken as to the character of cell. Only 20 patients had been treated with the rabbit serum, so the American Cancer Society wisely warned against raising false hopes. Those treated with the new technique were all terminal cases. Still, the research team headed by Drs. Paul L. Wolf and Norbert Zakowski, reported 2 complete recoveries, and stabilization or retardation of tumor growth for 8. The remaining 10 died. Total regression came in a case of breast cancer and of cancer of the skin of the jaw. Arrested were cancer of the skin, lung, and pancreas. The Detroit doctors had begun their research project 4 years before. The technique, the New York Times reported, is one of tricking the cancer patient's body into recognizing his cancer as foreign matter, and thereby triggering the immune system to fight it off. The process was akin to that described by Cayce. The patient's tumor is removed. The tumor cells are then chemically linked to a foreign protein, gamma globulin, from the blood serum of the rabbits. The gamma globulin tumor cell combination is injected into the patient at intervals of several weeks. The New York Herald Tribune reported that Dr. Wolf set about attaching the patient's own cancer cells to a derivative of rabbit blood. He, Wolf, got the cancer by cutting away some of the patient's own disease and breaking it up into individual cells. After treating the cells with the rabbit blood and a linking chemical, he injected the complex mixture back into the patient. And so Cayce had indicated. In the blood of the patients so treated, the medical team detected antibodies against the particular cancer. Dr. Wolfe hoped that if he could produce an allergy to cancer, that is, antibodies against the cancer, as the body sometimes does against penicillin, he might have a chance of killing off the cancer. He knew, too, that it was possible to stimulate antibody production to an innocent chemical by attaching that chemical to a protein totally foreign to the body. One of the problems, as Cayce had pointed out in other cancer readings, was that the cancer cell was an uncontrolled growth of normal-like cells. It hoodwinked the body's immune system into thinking they had a right to be there. In these patients, the Times reported, the body's immune system does not recognize the tumor tissue as foreign and does not produce antibodies against it. With heightened interest I turned to the Cayce file on cancer. What else did Cayce recommend, and how far-fetched did it seem? Would science take another 20, 30 to 50 years to painstakingly discover what he only had to go to sleep to learn? On the cancer file was a warning that the extracts are not to be used as a prescription for the treatment of a disease by the layman. However, the information was available to licensed physicians, if any wanted to use it. Some of Cayce's readings on cancer were given 50 years ago, the last more than 20 years ago, when relatively little was known of the consuming disorder. In all, Cayce gave 360 headings on cancer, for 78 sufferers, and since his own death these have been consolidated to present an overall picture of the deadly malady. Cayce said there were many kinds of cancer, 19 variations, externally and internally, arising from glandular or organic disturbance, or from infectious forces arising from bruises. Long before the modern concept of cancer, he described the difference between benign and malignant growths. Ulcer is rather that of flesh being proud or infectious, while cancer is that which lives upon the cellular force by the growth itself. The dread sarcoma, he said, was caused by breaking of tissue internally which was not covered sufficiently by the leukocyte, germ-killing white corpuscles, due to the low vitality in the system. Not necessarily hereditary, tendencies were passed on and blood descendants should build up their blood plasma. In some cancer, he recommended mercury-type ultraviolet ray, refracted through green glass, often combined with a substance known as animated ash, taken in water. He urged also 2 ounces of beet juice, the beets cooked in pitapar paper so that the salts and juices were retained. With his therapy Cayce expounded a whole broad concept of cancer origin, linked to toxics overloading the system. The ultraviolet, applied from the upper dorsal to the lower spine, will produce in the bloodstream that which is as the strainer, or eliminator, of the dregs of used tissue. He explained what he meant by used tissue. Each portion of the system uses so much vitality, this becomes as used tissue, just as the corpuscles in the bloodstream become used. Normally, there were accumulations of such tissue in bruised areas, but it was either eliminated or so walled in by white blood cells as to contain any potential damage to the body. Many have found interesting what he had to say about X-ray therapy. He found the ultraviolet through green glass preferable because green is the healing vibration, more effective even than the penetrating X-ray that destroys tissue, but not being enabled to eliminate that destroyed tends to come back upon itself after certain radiations. In other words, destroyed tissue, too, became noxious used tissue. Cayce was a chronic pioneer. In 1929, the animated ash carbon ash was first suggested for a woman with cancer. A friend, seeking information on how to make it, was told, where carbon is used in a near vacuum, if the residue produced by combustion, in a mercury quartz arc lamp, were to be saved, it would prove to be a product which, taken internally, would be more valuable than water treated by radium. The friend experimented with the ash, manufacturing it until his death 10 years later. The product, he reported, is secured by taking bamboo fiber and passing a powerful electric current through it to secure partial combustion. The value of the resulting power lies evidently in a vibration in a manner similar to the activated foods being produced by German scientists. Vibrations were generally electrical vibrations, they reflected the health and vitality of the individual. And Cayce again was decades ahead of his time, learned professors only recently finding the human body one big magnetic field. Life in its expression in a human body, he said, is of an electrical nature. The vibrations from low electrical forces, rather than the high vibrations, which have destroyed tissue in this case, produce life-flowing effects. For both sarcoma and melanoma tumors, he advised special purifying foods, in keeping with his concept of cancer as a byproduct of cumulative waste. Live mostly for a while, he told one victim, on watermelon, carrots, beets, having these almost daily. He explained, the watermelon is for the activity of the liver and kidney, the beets and carrots for the purifying of the blood, as combined with plant and tea and ointment. Both the tea and the ointment were to be made from the tender top leaves of the plant and plant, the ointment drying up warts or moles that become infected and sore, and run, the tea purifying internally. An ounce of prevention was clearly worth a pound of cure. Cayce frequently cited the almond as a preventive. A form of vitamin may be obtained from certain nuts, as the almond, that would be helpful as a preventive. Elsewhere he was more specific. And if an almond is taken each day, and kept up, you will never have accumulations of tumors or such conditions through the body. An almond a day is much more in accord with keeping the doctor away, especially certain types of doctors, than apples. The almond moved him to poetry, for the apple was the fall, not the almond. The almond blossomed when everything else died. Almonds were a recurring theme. Somebody once asked if he should resume peanut oil rubs. Cayce replied, nothing better. They supply energy to the body. And just as a person who eats 2 or 3 almonds each day need never fear cancer, those who take a peanut oil rub each week need never fear arthritis. Another gem was similarly tucked away. Also there may be obtained from the turtle egg those influences for longevity that may be created in certain cellular forces in the body. Since Cayce's diagnoses were often unconfirmed, medically, skeptics argued that his cancer cures might have been for anything from hysteria to hiccups. However, authenticated cancers did come to him from doctors, and were helped, according to follow-throughs made over the years by the ARE. One such patient, a middle-aged woman, had been referred by a woman doctor, who thought that massive surgery, recommended by other doctors, would be disastrous. As usual, Cayce gave his reading without seeing the subject, in December 1937. While the conditions are very well understood, the causes, and that which would counteract, are not. He identified the cancer, and its nature. This we find is a sarcoma, an insidious condition, that is feeding upon the lymph and the blood circulation. He described a sort of tug-of-war between the cancer and the system's natural resistance. Yet there is in the system that which has at times gained upon the rebuilding and replenishing system, and at other times the disturbing factors or humor in the cellular destruction, which in its distribution, through the body, have gained upon the physical forces of the body. He traced the origin of this particular cancer. The cancer, arose first, primarily, from too much of meats that carried an infectious force and that, working with the mammary glands, produced, through irritation, and through the breaking down of cellular forces, the beginning or hardening in those glands in the breast. From there, as he explained it, the cancer drained into the system, with various nodules, or little lumps arising in the breakdown of certain cellular forces in the lymph, in turn affecting the blood stream. With all this, there was a weakening of the organs. Cayce recommended for this particular cancer a course of treatment stimulating the natural resistance forces of the lymph, and improving both circulation and elimination. Stimulate those centers in the cerebrospinal system, that make for the drainages from the lymph through the eliminating systems. This was to be done through electrical therapy, of a low vibratory force. Then, at least once a week give a maximum amount of atropine, giving it through the electrical anodes, wet cells, attached to the 9th dorsal plexus and to the lacteal duct, where the lymph forms, and umbilicus center, the navel. The current should not pass through the area for more than a minute in the beginning. The atropine taken vibratorally in this manner will stimulate the resistances in the lymph, from which arises, the stress was Cayce's, that producing the breaking of cells in the body, thus destroying their effective activity within themselves. There was a delicacy of treatment. The maximum amount of the atropine, though it may be begun with the minimum amount in the anodes. Take the vibration, not injections, for the age or conditions would prevent the injections from working with the lymph. The disorder was attacked on other fronts. Cayce suggested a purifying, low-carbohydrate diet, which the most recent physician had already prescribed. Again he stressed the importance of elimination. This should bring much nearer normal conditions, and with proper precautions, without infectious forces or cold or congestion or other conditions arising, should bring relief. In other words, cancer was an affliction connected with the body's general condition. When may improvement begin? He was asked. During the first cycle, within 27 days. A week later Cayce expressed the humility he felt about his gift in a letter to the referring doctor. There is little use in trying to comment on the information, the waking Cayce said. It speaks for itself. Hope you will find it in some ways at least in keeping with good judgment. In 6 weeks, the sleeping giant received a report from the treating doctor. As soon as I could get the machine working, the wet cell appliance, I carried out the instructions. The patient felt almost immediately that the treatment was helpful. We really feel that the case is progressing exceedingly well and I am hopeful of a complete cure. She added a grateful footnote. I am most happy in feeling that I am, in a sense, working with you. 6 months after the initial reading the patient asked for a check reading. Miraculously, she felt better than she had in years. At the present time, she wrote, I am feeling far better and am grateful for your suggestions to the doctor, to whom enough praise and credit cannot be given for her faithful and untiring efforts in bringing about a most marvelous cure in a potentially incurable case. She had a number of questions for Cayce. How much of the cancer condition is left in bloodstream at the present time? Are further injections of atropine advisable? Has the malady affected any organs or internal parts? If so, what course of treatment is advised? Will there be a recurrence of the disease at any future time? If so, how will it manifest itself? Cayce's check reading was to the point. There are great improvements in the general physical forces of the body. The infectious forces have been eliminated. However, there are still inclinations or tendencies. The system in combating same will need more of the vibratory forces that have assisted in eliminating those causes of disturbance. Treatments with the electrical appliance could be gradually eased, then eliminated. The atropine could be discontinued, unless there was a feeling of irritation in the lymphatic circulation. But until the patient felt fully recovered, she was not to extend herself physically or expose herself to mental strain. Cayce had not specifically commented on the question regarding a recurrence. It was put to him again. His reply was rather conditional. This depends altogether upon the amount of irritation, or how well the eliminating is completed before there is a resuscitation of the condition. The tendency lingered, but once the condition was knocked out, and the health forces built up, so that there was a normal balance in the system, the patient would be over the hurdle. It all seemed to work. 4 years later, the cancer had not reappeared, and the patient, apparently fully recovered, had moved to sunny California. Repeatedly, Cayce stressed there was nothing incurable, provided one got to the primary cause. There was no point to treating symptoms. I had discussed Cayce's healing philosophy with a dear friend in Los Angeles, a voice teacher, who had suffered from the disfiguring skin disorder of psoriasis most of his life. The disorder had marred his personality, giving him an inferiority complex with accompanying defensiveness and insecurity. Sometimes, he wore long-sleeve shirts even in the warmest weather to hide the angry red scales on his arms. Other times, when his resentments got the better of him, he wore clothing which displayed the inflamed sores to their greatest disadvantage. It was a way of showing he didn't really care. But one way or the other, it was obvious he was never very far emotionally from his affliction. It doesn't really matter, he told me once sardonically. I am a fat old man, and nobody would love me anyway. Psoriasis was one of the first things I looked for in the Cayce readings. I had stumbled through a thin file on the skin disorder, when somebody mentioned that a local osteopath had been treating psoriasis successfully from the dead psychic's readings. I made plans to see the osteopath, Dr. Olis M. Wakefield, a respected practitioner, who had relieved my own sciatica 3 years before with a series of simple adjustments. Meanwhile, I turned back to Cayce on psoriasis. One reading was for a 25-year-old woman, bothered with the disorder for years. Her mother, a naturopathic physician, had asked Cayce, "What is the cause of psoriasis? What remedies will cure it, or what kind of treatments will do the work? How long will it take until complete cure, of daughter, is effected?" The mother came to the obvious conclusion, "If you can give this reading, it will not only help our daughter but many others afflicted with the same condition, for which medical science apparently has not found a cure." As usual in health readings, Cayce got quickly to the point, picking out conditions of a complex nature leading to incoordination in the eliminating system. While there is the thinning of the walls of the small intestines and there are poisons absorbed through the system that find expression in the attempt to eliminate through superficial circulation, we find that there are pressures also existing in the areas of the 6th, 7th dorsal that upset the coordination of circulation through the kidneys and liver. These contribute to the condition causing the abrasions which occur as red splotches or spots at times. He suggested osteopathic adjustments, twice a week, for 3 weeks, and then gradually spread out. There should only be required about 12 adjustments, if properly made, coordinating the muscular forces in areas where the sympathetic and cerebrospinal systems coordinate in the greater measure. After 6 osteopathic treatments, he recommended a compound prepared with equal tablespoons of sulfur, Rochelle salts, cream of tartar. Take a teaspoonful every morning, either in water or dry on tongue, until the whole quantity has been taken. Other recommendations followed, then begin with yellow saffron tea, a pinch in a cup of boiling water, allow to stand for 30 minutes, strain, and drink each evening when ready to retire. Occasionally, about 2 or 3 times a week, drink elm water, a pinch of ground elm, between thumb and forefinger, in a cup, filled with warm water, not boiling water. Stir thoroughly and let set for 30 minutes. Drink this preferably in morning rather than at the period when the saffron is taken. There was some diet advice. Eliminate fats, sweets, and pastries. Do have a great deal of fruits and vegetables. The mother inquired if psoriasis always had the same origin. No, Cayce replied, more often from the lack of proper coordination in the eliminating systems. At times, the pressures may be in those areas disturbing the equilibrium between the heart and liver, or between heart and lungs. But it is always caused by a condition of lack of lymph circulation through alimentary canal and by absorption of such activities through the body. The reading was given in April 1944, and I read along rapidly to see how the patient fared. Unfortunately, the girl never followed the treatment. Years later, the mother reported in response to a follow-up query, the reading was never carried out. She went to 2 osteopaths, and they both made fun of it, so she quit. Cayce had better luck with his second psoriasis patient, a woman, 28. The diagnosis was similar. The conditions that exist through the thinning of the walls of the intestines allow the poisons to find expression in the lymph circulation, producing the irritation to and through the epidermis itself. Through the warm weather these show the tendency for greater activity in the perspiratory system, causing greater irritations. Again Cayce prescribed the yellow saffron tea, but alternated this with mullein tea, gathered fresh. Use an ounce of the flower and leaf of the mullein to a quart of boiling water. Let this steep as ordinary tea, and it may be kept for a period of a week, provided it is put in the icebox or kept very cold. He also recommended treatments externally. In the evenings when the bath is taken, we would apply cuticle ointment followed by resinol, both applied, one following the other. Apply these especially over the areas of the abrasions. Do not apply it in the hair, but around the edges, and on all other portions of the body where the skin is irritated. His dietary advice was a little more complex than before as there was an obesity complication. Cut down on the foods that give the great quantity of calories, increasing those that give the greater vitamin content, especially B1 and B4, as in all foods that are yellow in color. Yellow cornmeal made in bread, cakes, mush or the like, carrots both raw and cooked, yellow peaches, let these be practically the only sweets taken. He advised repeated use of grape juice, prohibited carbonated beverages and sugar. After the saffron and mullein teas had been used for 3 weeks, he suggested holding an ultraviolet ray rod applicator in each hand for about 3 minutes at a time, to step up electrical vibrations. With all this went patience, persistence, and right thinking also. The woman began the treatment at once. In a week, she responded with a happy testimonial. "I just can't tell you how much better I feel, body and mind. The places on my body are fading away and I have lost 7 pounds in 6 days." There was a progress report 5 months later. The psoriasis condition cleared up completely, except in places of scalp. There was some flare-up, when careless of diet. I was now ready for Dr. Wakefield. I recalled Wakefield as a down-to-earth practitioner, with one of the busiest practices on the Virginia Cape. He was a tall, spare, yet ruggedly built man, reminding one of a middle-aged Gary Cooper. He had just returned from a Rotary Club meeting, and was preoccupied with detail work as president of the Virginia Osteopathic Medical Association. He soon made clear his own views. "If something helps a patient, even if the treatment is not medically authenticated, I am for it. After all, my chief concern is helping people, not establishing the superiority of one concept of medicine over another." Recently, he had had some luck with psoriasis, clearing up the scales of a 22-year-old college student, son of a prominent Virginia Beach attorney, who had vainly consulted specialists around the country. The treatment had come out of the Cayce readings, and in a strange way, as Wakefield recollected. In April 1962, a patient walked in with angry red scales on his knees and elbow. It was a clear-cut case of psoriasis, as to both location and appearance. The patient was Louis Love, an engineer. Dr. Wakefield told him he was suffering from psoriasis, adjusted his spine, and prescribed a mercury ointment. Spinal adjustments were helpful, but provided only temporary relief. In all his experience, Wakefield had never before cured a case of psoriasis. Love left, and he heard no more from him. 8 months later, in January 1963, the patient returned to the office, this time for treatment for a shoulder dislocation. As he examined him, gently probing his body, Wakefield looked up with a start. Love's knees and elbow, he suddenly realized, were completely clear. There was not a mark of any kind on him. "What happened to your psoriasis?" the doctor asked. Love smiled enigmatically. "It's cured." Wakefield fairly beamed. "You mean the treatment did that?" Love shook his head. "I never tried your treatment." Instead, knowing now what he had gone to the ARE library and studied the readings on psoriasis. He had then used the Kuti Kura soap and the resinol on his skin, and taken the yellow saffron and mullein teas. Almost immediately, the scales had begun to disappear. The next day, the open-minded osteopath was running through the Cayce psoriasis file himself. And soon, with startling results, he began to apply the Cayce treatment. Where patients followed the treatment faithfully, relief was nearly always immediate and total. The osteopathic adjustments helped, the osteopath meanwhile noting that Cayce's recommended adjustments so often named the third cervical and the ninth dorsal, at which point the spinal nerves branched off to major glands. Apparently, Wakefield said, stimulation of the glands was vital to the Cayce therapy. It was 4 years later now, and I wondered how the Cayce therapy had stood up. And so I phoned the Love home. His wife answered. "Oh, yes," she said, "Louis isn't troubled anymore, except for an occasional flare-up, when he gets in a swivet. I suppose what happens then is that he builds up an overload of toxics, and they permeate through the thin walls of the intestines, like Cayce said, and show up on his skin, where his weakness obviously lies." She laughed. But he keeps calm, since he knows what's good for him. What had Cayce said? Right thinking. That appeared to be the antidote for a variety of human ailments. Though he never came up with anything like a Salk vaccine, so far as anybody knows, Cayce was also ahead on poliomyelitis, advancing the fortified blood concept of gamma globulin, as well as recuperative manipulation and massage. In May 1934, he gave an emergency reading for a 10-year-old girl at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Without being told anything of her condition, he diagnosed it as infantile paralysis, discussing the wasting of those centers of bulb gland or plexus forces along the spine, attacking principally the locomotory centers. As part of the therapy, he recommended a transfusion from a body that has been cured or relieved of that known as infantile paralysis. In other words, years before its introduction, he was advocating gamma globulin to step up the body's resistance to the infection. Because of the girl's critical state, he sent a telegram listing the treatment. There was internal as well as external medication. Give 3 to 5 drops atomidine thrice daily, he advised. Begin immediately massaging not too briskly but to redden skin from base brain downward on, not upward, even on lower limbs with compound as follows, adding ingredients in order named, Russian white oil, 2 ounces, oil of cedar wood 1/2 ounce, oil of mustard 20 minims, drops, tincture of benzoin 1 ounce, oil of sassafras 3 minims. His directions were explicit: shake well each time, massaging what will absorb once daily or oftener if suffering continues. If a fever continued, he recommended the transfusion of the built-up blood. The doctors in New York had meanwhile diagnosed the child's ailment as spinal meningitis, whose symptoms are often similar to polio. Cayce's recommendations were resisted, though the child lay dying, without any other help forthcoming. The end with all its pathos was related by a family friend, who had handled the request for a reading. Ironically, a transfusion was effected, but of normal blood. I got to the hospital at 3 p.m., the friend reported. It took me until 8 p.m. to get the doctors to give the atomidine, and to allow the rubbing, but only a transfusion of pure blood was given. She passed away at 9:15 p.m., 1 hour later. I was sorry that you didn't get the reading for the little girl sooner. She was beautiful, 10 years old, sick 9 weeks, and looked just like Alice in Wonderland. The family, all appreciated your, Cayce's, willingness and aid, but it's almost impossible where doctors are so arbitrary. Actually, the child had little chance, as Cayce had said it would take from 24 to 36 hours to respond to his treatment. Too little, too late, a familiar story. Of late, Cayce has been getting more attention from the doctors than he did when alive. Quietly, many physicians have delved into his readings, searching for clues to conditions which resist orthodox therapy. Only recently an enterprising young physician affiliated with the Harvard University faculty studied extracts from the Cayce record on such incurables as epilepsy, leukemia, and multiple sclerosis, and summarized the Cayce-given etiological or causative factors and treatment program. His abstracts in no way implied approval of the Cayce approach, but were an effort to see whether a pattern could be worked out which would lend itself to large-scale medical research. The doctor reviewed 95 cases of epilepsy. In a majority, he found lesions, impairing injuries, of the lacteal duct, supplying the lymphatic vessels, and the spine given as the basic cause. The lesions in the spinal segments and the lacteal duct lesion, he observed, produced what was described as an incoordination between the cerebrospinal and the autonomic nervous system. From this data, it can be implied that there was a type of reciprocal action between lesions in the spinal segments and the lacteal duct. The endocrine or ductless glands were involved in some 25% of the cases. Because of the disturbances in the lacteal duct area and the spinal segments, the adrenals and the gonads would be affected. These glands in turn would cause a response in the pineal and pituitary glands in the brain. The end result of these disturbances was an overflow of neuronal, nerve cell, discharge via the central nervous system in the case of grand mal seizure, or the temporary loss of consciousness in a petit mal seizure. The medical investigator stressed the explanation was incomplete, unverified by present medical knowledge. The readings were more concerned with treatment than cause, he observed, and usually only gave as much theory as was necessary to understand and carry out the treatments. Nevertheless, the Cayce readings tended to dissipate the notion that epilepsy was inevitably tied up with a malfunction of the brain. The doctor briefly quoted from one reading. Q. Do you find any condition existing in the brain, or is it reflex? A. The accumulations that have been there are rather reflex, produced by the condition in the lacteal duct, abdominal, area. Q. Of what nature was the injury that brought about this condition in the lacteal area? A. This was a pressure, or a licking. In another diagnosis, Cayce was considerably more explicit in tracing the background. The causes arise from an injury received some years ago, in the coccyx area, base of spine, and then contributory causes later above the lumbar axis of the spine. These caused a slowing circulation through the lacteal duct area, producing a cold area there that has produced a partial adherence of tissue. When there is the lack of proper eliminations through the alimentary canal, coordination between the sympathetic and cerebrospinal system is affected, governing impulses to the brain, or a form of spasmodic reaction that might be called epileptic in nature. He warned that ordinary treatment would only make things worse, increasing the attacks that occur from this deflection of impulse. Asked the nature of the original accident, his universal mind promptly replied, striking the end of the spine on a banister. In a minority of cases, brain damage was listed as a cause, even fewer were involved with mental retardation. Wherein coordination between the autonomic and cerebrospinal nervous systems was mentioned as a definite factor, the doctor found that Cayce usually recommended castor oil packs, together with additional therapy. In order to break up the lesions and adhesions in the lacteal duct area, the physician noted, a combination of hot castor oil packs, massage, olive oil taken internally and manipulations of the spine were employed. In addition, proper elimination and diet also were supposed to have their effect upon the lacteal area. The hot castor oil packs were usually given in a 3-day series, and were kept on from 1 to 3 hours over the entire right abdomen. The doctor, school-trained for half a lifetime, was as technical as the unschooled Cayce in describing how the pack was applied, both anterior and posterior from the right costal margin to the crest of the ilium and covering the area of the cecum and the umbilicus. He explained how it presumably worked. These hot packs were described as being able to start the breakup of the lacteal lesions and adhesions. The heat alone would tend to increase the circulation to the area. It was also implied that castor oil itself would have a beneficial effect by absorption through the skin. In some cases, kneading of the right side of the abdomen was advised immediately after the removal of the packs, to help in the breakup of the lesions and adhesions. This massage was done with either peanut oil, or a mixture of olive oil and myrrh, and sometimes a combination of all three. The doctor summarized the balance of the treatment, so effective in some cases. The olive oil, which was given internally, usually 2 tablespoonfuls, was to be taken at bedtime on the last day of the series of packs. The olive oil as a fat would be absorbed through the lacteal ducts and might help to increase the flow through them. Osteopathic massage and manipulation on and around the spine followed the day after the series of castor oil packs was finished. The manipulative treatment was supposed not only to correct any mechanical abnormalities in spinal segments, but also to stimulate the autonomic nervous system to help overcome the imbalance between the autonomic and the cerebrospinal nervous system, by an increase in circulation and a relief of nervous tension. The hot packs seemed to be an essential preliminary step, so that the manipulations would have their maximum effect. Cayce's treatment extended to diet, elimination, herbs, exercise. Olive oil was described as a natural laxative. Colonics were recommended for those with a difficult problem. The diet was designed to be easily digestible, aiding eliminations. The diet was low-fat in nature, the Harvard man reported, with definite prohibitions of fried foods, pork, fat meats, and sweet milk. Alkaline-forming foods and vegetables were recommended, but most tuberous vegetables were excluded. Acid-producing foods such as meats, sugars, starches, and condiments were discouraged. In one respect, the treatment was exotic. Cayce recommended a boiled concentrate of the passion flower to replace the use of normal sedatives. Although in various places the readings approved the temporary continuance of sedatives such as dilantin or phenobarbital, the doctor observed, the ultimate goal of successful treatment was the elimination of the need for such drugs which acted as poisons in the system. He had a word about the passion flower. This fusion was described as a non-habit-forming herb compound and not a sedative itself, though it was supposed to have a calming action on the nervous system and to aid the eliminations, as well as to help retard muscular contractions. Outdoor exercise was recommended both as an outlet for excess energy and obtaining the fullest relaxation during rest. He quoted Cayce, "The body should take as much physical exercise, in the open, as is practical each day, but not to be overstrenuous. Calisthenics or anything which has to do with the general movement of the body in the open is well. Walking is one of the best of exercises, swimming, tennis, handball, badminton, any of these activities." The aim of the treatments, the doctor noted, was complete cure. Therefore, all traces of the underlying difficulties had to be eliminated, as well as factors which would set up new tendencies. In most cases the treatment recommended was at least 6 months. The cure was not easy, but neither was epilepsy. Leukemia was one of the more intriguing studies tackled by the Harvard doctor. There were only 11 authenticated blood cancer cases in the Cayce readings, and many of these were terminal, but Cayce did indicate a cause and suggested treatment. The cause of leukemia was not given in a detailed way, the doctor observed, but a disturbance in body catabolism, normal breakdown of tissue to waste, was noted along with loss of the energies of anabolism, normal food change to living tissue. Infection through the spleen was linked with an excess of destructive forces of the lymph. The spleen has the function of modifying the structure of the blood, and this is perhaps the first time it has been pinpointed as the culprit in leukemia. It is a medical fact, the doctor pointed out, that the red cell count decreases and the white blood cell count mounts in leukemia. In the readings, this destructive process, chiefly of red blood cells, was linked to an overactivity and infection of the spleen. Oddly, the doctor noted, in one of the 4 cases of Hodgkin's disease in the readings, confirmed by autopsy, the described cause and treatment was similar to that in the leukemia readings. These similarities, the doctor suggested, hint that perhaps there are some similar underlying biochemical mechanisms having to do with the endocrine glands and the spleen in various diseases of the blood. The sufferers invariably turned to Cayce too late, if they could have been helped at all. Treatment, quite complex, was summarized. Ultraviolet light, mercury quartz lamp, was to be used 40 inches from the body with a green stained glass plate, at least 10 by 12 inches, suspended between the source of the light and the body. The light was to focus for not more than 1 to 1.5 minutes in any one spot, with special emphasis on the spleen and rib area, and not more than an all-over total of 5 minutes. Infrared light, 30 to 40 minutes, was to be applied every other day to the cerebrospinal area, particularly along the rib zone. Also recommended was massage, osteopathic manipulations, iodine trichloride, atomidine, supplementary diet of beef juice, rare calf's liver, massive intake of fresh orange juice. The treatment was at least geared to where Cayce said the cause lay. The whole process of the disease, the doctor indicated, was said to be caused by a glandular disturbance from unbalanced chemical reactions in the body. This could point toward a biochemical cause of the disease. One reading specifically mentions iodine deficiency. This could be the reason for Cayce's advising iodine trichloride as a gland stimulant. In one case the thyroid gland was mentioned in particular. A lack of proper activity of the structural portions of the body could refer to the red blood cell producing capacity of the marrow, especially the ribs, which are mentioned specifically. These portions of the body could in turn be affected by the glands. Mention was also made of the activity having become static in the cerebrospinal system centers which control the marrow production from the ribs. Apparently an attempt was made to stimulate these centers through ultraviolet and infrared light, as well as manual massage. The same distinguished medical authority researched Cayce's treatment of multiple sclerosis. However, he made the same reservations as with other abstracts, in proposing controlled clinical trial. The summary of treatment is not to be taken as an endorsement, he warned. The validity of the data can only be decided by careful research in the form of controlled experiments by qualified physicians. The etiological, causative, mechanisms described are meant to be considered as theories to be proved. The doctor pondered 100 readings for 69 subjects, but was particularly impressed by one reading made at the request of a physician, Dr. Charles Goodman Taylor, since this could be scientifically validated as a case of multiple sclerosis. In postulating how the disease formed, he integrated the material from other readings with this specific reading. The basic biochemical mechanism stated in the reading was that multiple sclerosis was a result of a lack of gold, which caused a glandular imbalance, which in turn resulted in a hormonal deficiency or imbalance. This hormone was said to be necessary for proper functioning of the nerves. The normal balance of metals in the system was out of equilibrium due to a lack of gold primarily. In 40 cases, gold was mentioned as a factor which needed to be added to the system. The reason for the lack of gold, the doctor commented, was tied to a defect in the assimilating system. By this was probably meant the digestive system, which in turn was kept in proper working order by the proper hormonal balance from the glands. It was all part of a delicate relationship on which the well-being of the body depended. Because the glands were in turn dependent upon the proper amount of gold in the system, this would apparently lead to a circular feedback relationship between gold, the glands, and the assimilating system. Though not explicitly stated, it could be assumed that the disease was not caused from simply a lack of gold in the diet, but perhaps from a lack of the capacity of the digestive system to assimilate gold, or perhaps inability of the body to use the gold assimilated. In this reading, a genetic factor was suggested as the underlying cause of the imbalance between these three factors: gold, glands, and assimilation. There was a way of checking this out. A connection of the normal balance of metals in the system could be discovered in the male by a lack of sperm, i.e. some degree of sterility. However, it was not clear whether this was simply a decreased sperm count or a lack of potency of the sperm due to a lack of metals, most notably gold, in the sperm. The doctor then observed, there is no medical data to confirm the theory that sterility is a result of multiple sclerosis. However, as he pointed out, impotency has been reported. Some type of glandular disturbance was mentioned in numerous cases. In this case, in response to the question which glands are involved, the Cayce reply was those about the liver and gall duct. The liver was repeatedly described as the direct link to the malfunctioning of the nervous system in multiple sclerosis. There was a hormone deficiency, but the lacking hormone was not named. This missing substance from the glands was supposed to be a nutrient to nervous tissue, and the nerves were repeatedly said to lack proper balance of nervous energy or stamina. Some of the apparent pathology was then noted. The reading stated that this lack of nervous energy caused a poison to form in certain nerve cells, and then other surrounding cells were poisoned. A description was given of the pulling apart and elongation of originally round cells. Perhaps this was the same process referred to in one case in which the hormonal lack was said to cause a breakdown of the cellular forces in the nerve walls and led to an inflammation and irritation via an action on the nerve plexuses and ganglia between the central and the autonomic nervous systems. This was analogous to what medicine has since learned about the disorder. This breakdown of nerve walls coupled with wasting away or dissolving of the nerves could be taken as a description of the pathological loss of myelin sheath or white matter in multiple sclerosis. Pathologically, there is damage to both the white myelin sheath and the gray axon in this disease. Cayce remarkably mentioned a lack of gray matter. The doctor analyzed 3 treatment approaches: addition of the atomic effect of gold through a wet cell battery, massage, and diet. The atomic effect of gold was said to be necessary for the glandular production of the hormone which maintained the proper structural condition and functioning of the nerves. However, gold was not to be added directly to the system by ingestion or injection, but vibratorily through the use of the wet cell battery. The wet cell was a weak battery composed of 2 poles, with the wire from one pole suspended in a solution of gold chloride and then attached to the body. The readings indicated that the vibration given from the gold in solution would be electrically transmitted into the body and have the needed glandular effect. The vibration did not act directly but only enabled other elements, perhaps gold already in the body in an inactive form, to become active and have the desired effect. The wet cell was to be recharged, new solutions added, every 30 days and to be used each day, preferably before retiring, for 30 to 60 minutes. Massage with nourishing oils was an important part of the Cayce treatment. Curiously, years after the first Cayce readings, massage became current medical treatment, as supportive therapy, for multiple sclerosis. As the doctor pointed out, it certainly helps to maintain the tone of muscles which have lost their normal innervation, active nerve network, the advantage being that when and if function returns, the muscle will not have atrophied and shortened. However, there was a basic difference between the medical and Cayce concept of the function of the oils. Where medicine attributes chiefly a lubricating effect to the oils, Cayce said the oils nourished weakened tissue, as borne out in his own cases, and by Houghton in California, McGarry in Arizona, Riley in New York. There were two basic blends. The simple mixture, the doctor noted, was usually a combination of equal parts of olive oil and peanut oil plus melted lanolin in this ratio, 2 ounces of olive oil, 2 ounces of peanut oil, 1/4 ounce of lanolin. The complex mixture had an olive oil base plus peanut oil, various combinations of Russian white oil, oil of cedarwood, oil of sassafras root, oil of pine needles, lanolin, oil of wintergreen, tincture of benzoin, tincture of myrrh, spirits of camphor, spirits of turpentine, mutton suet, and slash or oil of mustard. The directions varied. In the majority of cases, it was suggested to massage from the spine to the distal, farthest, portions of the extremities, but in some from the tips of the extremities to the spine. Although the spine and extremities were mentioned most, the chest and abdomen were also suggested. A circular motion for the massage was recommended. With Cayce dead, of course, it was not quite clear what treatments, even if generally effective, should be applied to a specific case. As Dr. McGarry had said, commenting on his own research, it entailed an almost intuitive rapport with Cayce's subconscious to know when to do what to whom, a la Cayce. The recommended diet was consistent with Cayce's normal diet for the ailing, or well, for that matter, low-fat, non-constipating. Foods containing B vitamins were stressed, the doctor found, and sometimes brewer's yeast or wheat germ was advised. Seafood, liver, wild game, and fowl were recommended as the meats, but broiled and not fried. The bones of chicken and fish were to be chewed. Fried foods were generally prohibited. Raw vegetables such as watercress, carrots, celery, beets, and salads with gelatin were stressed. Vegetables, fruits, and cereals were to be eaten much more than meat. None of the emphasized foods were designated as providing gold in any form. Seafood was explicitly mentioned as being especially important because of its iodine content, the Cayce readings stating that iodine has an effect on all the endocrine glands, not only the thyroid. The experienced Cayce reader had something to learn from the fact that gold was not mentioned. Obviously, the problem was not so much a lack of gold intake, but of activation of this gold, and this apparently was provided by the wet cell's vibratory influence. The Harvard researcher pointed out that Cayce's treatment was connected, the massage immediately following the wet cell treatment, when the body was extremely susceptible to external impulses. But, scientifically, he added, almost regretfully, the Cayce readings could only hope to give hints and point the direction for further research which perhaps may unravel some of the present unknown in the etiology and treatment of multiple sclerosis. After all, it only worked. 11. Cayce's home remedies. One Sunday I was having dinner with friends in New Jersey, about an hour's ride from New York City. There were several people at the table, and somebody had been talking of making a trip to Europe. Be sure to take a bottle of Cayce's seasick drops, a middle-aged man said. His wife nodded her emphasis. We never travel without them, she said. They are even more useful than Cayce suggested. In New Orleans recently, Al, Here she turned to her husband. Al felt some distress after overeating, and the thought of getting on the plane made him want to cancel out. He took the drops, and the nausea disappeared. I looked up politely. Where do you get these drops? We make them ourselves, from the Cayce formula, Barbara Anton said. We've given them to 20 of our friends. She laughed. The kind of people who turn green just looking at a boat have found an end to all their dread about ocean travel, and the same with air or car sickness. The drops were a first aid must. But there was still another substance they wouldn't travel without. This was a mild antiseptic known as glycosylcholine. Cayce had recommended this for all sorts of packs, douches, and gargles. The husband, Al Anton, a jeweler, rubbed his hands over his eyes. Sometimes, I felt as if my eyes were coming out of their sockets. 3 parts of distilled water with 1 part of glycosylcholine, in cotton pads applied to the eyes for 5 to 10 minutes, and all the ache, sting, and smart goes out. It's amazing. The rest of the company had looked up with interest. A man sitting down the table from me put in, and don't forget the witch hazel for athlete's foot. There's nothing better. Cayce certainly knew what he was talking about. How could so many home remedies be put to practical application so long after Cayce's death? That's the easiest part of it, our host spoke up. Haven't you heard of the famous Black Book? It's all there, clarified, collated, and indexed, for anybody that wants it. The Black Book consisted of extracts from diverse readings. Everything from baldness to stuttering was represented, with tips on how these conditions could be helped. The book was brought out, and I dutifully leafed through it, turning to glycosylcholine, and its various uses. What should be done to relieve my eyes? Somebody had asked 30 years before. And Cayce had replied, bathe them with a weak glycosylcholine solution. Use an eye cup, 2 parts of distilled water preferably, to 1 part of glycosylcholine. This irritation is a part of the kidney disturbance that has come from the upsetting in the digestive forces. The conversation had become general, and another woman looked up with a sheepish grin. I don't know if I should mention this in mixed company, she said, but a little Coca-Cola after the menstrual period does a lot toward getting me feeling better. I suddenly remembered. But I thought Cayce disapproved of carbonated beverages. She smiled. The Coca-Cola syrup is mixed with water. I thumbed through the big Black Book, to good old Coke. Cayce had recommended the drink for both men and women, for purifying the body. Apparently, it helped clear the system of toxics. Do take Coca-Cola occasionally as a drink, for the activity of the kidneys, he told a 29-year-old woman, but not with carbonated water. Buy or have the syrup prepared and add plain water to this. Take about 1/2 ounce or 1 ounce of the syrup and add plain water. This to be taken about every other day, with or without ice. This will aid in purifying the kidney activity and bladder and will be better for the body. Cayce hadn't exactly recommended Coke as a steady diet. By now, of course, nearly everybody was recalling some miraculous way that someone had been helped. This man I knew, a woman said, threw away his glasses after doing the head and neck exercise. There were exclamations of interest, and she continued. He was suffering from eye strain, and somebody mentioned doing this simple neck rolling exercise a few times a day. His vision improved to a point where the headaches left him and he threw his glasses away in a week. It had all happened 2 years before, 20 years after Cayce's death. I remembered now Gladys Davis telling me how a few simple neck rolls, advised in a reading, had helped her as a young woman to get rid of her reading glasses, not to return to glasses until she was 50, though. Constantly doing close work. Again I schemed through the Black Book. How can I improve my vision? A 54-year-old woman had asked Cayce. The head and neck exercise will be most helpful, he said. Take this regularly, each morning and each evening for 6 months, and we will see a great deal of difference. He then described what seemed a simple yoga exercise to an old yogi like myself. Sitting erect, bend the head forward 3 times, to the back 3 times, to the right side 3 times, to the left side 3 times, and then circle the head each way 3 times. Don't hurry through with it, but take the time to do it. We will get results. For some, I noticed Cayce suggested a variation of this exercise, along with a brisk walk. Do the head and neck exercise in the open, as you walk for 20 to 30 minutes each morning. Now do not undertake it one morning and then say, "It rained and I couldn't get out," or "I've got to go somewhere else." I put the book aside. Between the conversation and the food, the table was heavily freighted. My hosts were health faddists and I had half surmised they were vegetarians, organic vegetables at that. But, pleasantly, a thick, sizzling steak was brought on, set off with a variety of vegetables. As the meal ended, I mentioned my surprise that they were meat eaters. My host laughed. "Actually," he said, "we follow what might be called the Cayce normal diet." Pork was about the only meat he was dead set against. He was for a little of everything in moderation, favoring a well-balanced diet full of natural vitamins. He didn't believe much in the synthetics. He was full of surprises. For instance, he felt that coffee, without milk or cream, was a food and not necessarily harmful. With milk, it formed a leathery substance inside the stomach, he said, and it was better taken alone than with a meal. He reached for the black book, and turned to coffee. "Coffee," Cayce said, "is a stimulant to the nerve system. The dross from coffee is caffeine, which is not digestible in the system. When caffeine is allowed to remain in the colon, poisons are thrown off from it. If it is eliminated, as it is in this individual, coffee is a food and is preferable to many stimulants." My host had made a study of Cayce's dietary advice. It wasn't only what he prescribed, but the way he felt foods should be consumed. The person should always be relaxed at the table, or the meal would become almost immediately toxic. As a digestive aid, he recommended a glass of warm water on rising. Not so hot that it is objectionable, not so tepid that it makes for sickening, but this will clarify the system of poisons. Occasionally, a pinch of salt should be added to this draught of water. It seemed to me that we were getting a little afield. What was the perfect diet? My host shrugged. Even Cayce varied it for the individual and his individual needs. He was great for the shellfish with their natural iodines, as he felt they toned up the thyroid, and he recommended the lighter meats, fish, fowl, lamb, fresh vegetables, and fruits. This was not at all unusual in the current nutrition-conscious period, but Cayce had been advocating this 50 years ago, when hogs, hominy, and grits made pellagra epidemic in the South. At times, Cayce outlined an ideal diet, as he did for a 6-year-old girl. Mornings, whole grain cereals, or citrus fruits, but these never taken at the same meal, rather alternate these, using one on one day and the other the next. Any form of rice cakes or the like, the yolk of eggs. Noons, some fresh raw vegetable salad. Soups with brown bread, broths, or such. Evenings, a well-coordinated vegetable diet, with 3 vegetables above the ground to 1 below the ground. Seafood, fowl, or lamb, not other types of meat. Gelatin may be prepared with any of the vegetables, as in the salads for the noon meal, or with milk and cream dishes. Cayce ruled out fried foods, preferring the roasted, broiled, or boiled. He didn't vary the normal diet much for adults, but stressed the seafoods twice a week, particularly clams, oysters, shrimp, or lobster. The oyster or clam should be taken raw if possible, while having the others prepared through roasting or boiling with the use of butter. He advocated foods of the blood-building type once or twice a week, pig's knuckles, tripe, and calf's liver, or those meats of brains and the like. He was definitely no vegetarian, for specifying certain vegetables and fruits, he stressed, these foods with the occasional eating of sufficient meat for strength, would bring a well-balanced diet. I found the diet business rather tedious, but my host observed, Cayce never believed that you are only what you eat, but rather what your body does with what you eat, and what you do with your body and mind. My host, on the portly side, had tried one of Cayce's special diets, raw apples, for reducing After 3 days of all the apples he wanted, he had dropped 12 pounds, and was well on his way to pruning off a desired 20 pounds. There's something about the apples that pulls the water out of the system, he said. His diet had been topped off each night with a couple of tablespoonfuls of olive oil, for cleansing. I wondered what kind of apples he had eaten. Golden, red, purple, Macintosh, delicious, Baldwin, Northern Spy. I kept mixing them up, but they were still apples. Hadn't he gotten weak or hungry? All I had to do was eat another apple. Cayce was the answer to the cigarette manufacturer's current nightmare over cancer. He said that moderate cigarette smoking, 5 or 6 cigarettes a day, never hurt anybody, and he was an inveterate smoker himself. They relaxed him. He saw no harm in an occasional drink, but said wine was the only alcoholic drink actually helpful. Wine is good for all, if taken alone, or with black or brown bread. Not with meat so much as with just bread. This may be taken between meals, or as a meal, but not too much, and just once a day. Red wine only. Eventually, the dinner party broke up, all agreeing that Cayce was affecting more people's well-being today than he had even while alive. As the others drifted off, I retired to my room with the precious black book. I thumbed through the index, stopping at asthma. A dear friend had a child suffering from this affliction. What could Cayce do for it? Here was a girl, 13, whose mother had written, "The asthma has bothered her 2.5 years." Cayce was as specific as gravity. For the asthmatic condition, he said, have those properties made into an inhalant. To 4 ounces of pure grain alcohol, not 85%, but pure grain, 190 proof, add oil of eucalyptus, 20 drops, benzol, 10 drops, oil of turpentine, 5 drops, tolu in solution, 40 drops, tincture of benzoin, 5 drops. Keep in a container at least twice the size, or an 8-ounce bottle with a glass cork. Shake solution together and inhale deep into the lungs and bronchi, 2 or 3 times a day. Under attitudes and emotions, to which I next turned, Cayce translated a whole course in psychosomatic medicine into a few simple paragraphs. My host, a well-known healer himself, had marked the margin. Here is the root of nearly all illness. Cayce was a generation ahead of his time. I read where Cayce told a man whose simmering resentments had affected his health, attitudes oft influence the physical conditions of the body. No one can hate his neighbor and not have stomach or liver trouble. No one can be jealous and allow the anger of same and not have upset digestion or heart disorder. Neither of these disorders is present here, and yet those attitudes have much to do with the accumulations which have come gradually, tendencies towards neuritic arthritic reactions. It was all part of an emotional backwash, hindering the healthy flow of glands, blood, lymph, and nerves. Stiffness at times is indicated in the locomotories, a nausea, or upsetting of the digestive system. Headaches seem to arise from a disturbance between liver and the kidneys themselves, though usually the setting up of better eliminations causes these to be eased. All these were symptoms, not cause. Then came the crux of all Cayce healing. There is within self all healing that may be accomplished for the body. For all healing must come from the divine. For who healeth thy diseases? The source of the universal supply. He put it all on the individual and his outlook. How well do you wish to be? Are you willing to coordinate with the divine influences which may work in and through you by stimulating the centers latent with nature's activities? For all of these forces must come from the one source, and the applications are merely to stimulate the atoms of the body. For each cell is as a representative of a universe in itself. From my own yoga, I knew pretty well what Cayce was saying. With yoga had come a new positive state of mind, a freedom from illness, a reliance on strength. Pains, aches, colds disappeared. The head and neck rolls, similar to those advocated by Cayce, had dissolved in arthritic stiffness in my neck resulting from a whiplash injury. In my new tranquility, I was more tolerant, less critical, more productive, and energetic. Nearing 50, I was keenly aware of a well-being I had never known before. Each cell of my being seemed proudly confident of its ability to maintain its integrity. A Virginia Beach physician, viewing a brief yoga demonstration, had observed, "You can stave off the inevitable, but eventually you will need a doctor." And the yogi had replied with equal conviction, "Only for the death certificate." He was sure of his health, for he drew on the universal supply. Still skimming through the black book, I came upon the heading baldness. It appeared to me that if Cayce could have cured baldness, he could have named his own price and never gone without. Yet, there were some who insisted the readings had halted premature loss of hair. Cayce's advice on hair grooming had chiefly helped those whose hair loss was sudden, indicating some striking deficiency in body chemistry. A 26-year-old youth had turned desperately to Cayce. "Is there any chance of restoring my hair? I am the only one of 6 brothers who is going bald." "Yes," Cayce replied. "There is a lack of activity of the glands in the thyroid areas. This causes a weakness in the activities to nails and hair over the body." The treatment was sweeping. We would take small dose of atomidine to purify the thyroid activity. Take 1 drop each morning for 5 days in succession. Then leave off for 5 days. During that period give the scalp a thorough massage with crude oil, using the electrically driven vibrator with suction applicator. This should be done very thoroughly, not hurriedly, and should require at least 30 to 40 minutes for the massage with the crude oil and then the application of white Vaseline and the vibrator again. Then begin the first of the next week with the atomidine, 1 drop each morning for 5 days. During the next 5 days, now the middle of the week, give another crude oil shampoo following with the white Vaseline and the vibrator treatment. Leave these off then for 2 weeks. Then have another complete series, but between each 2 series allow 2 weeks to elapse. Doing these, we will find that in 6 or 8 months, it will begin to stimulate the activities for the growth of hair over the scalp and the body. Use the diets that carry iodine in their natural forms. Use only kelp salt or deep sea salt, plenty of seafoods. Not too much sweets. The egg yolk but not the white of egg should be taken. These will bring better conditions to the body. For another person with a dry scalp, losing his hair prematurely, he advised massaging the scalp once every 12 days with hog lard, allowing it to soak 20 minutes before washing it out with tepid water and a dandruff remover. He had several diet recommendations: eat the soup from the peelings of Irish potatoes, take raw vegetables such as lettuce, celery, watercress, radishes, onions, mustard greens, and all of those that may be prepared as salad and the like. Carrots will make better conditions in combination with these for the sparkle of the eye and the general vision. What will thicken the hair? Somebody else asked. Massage the scalp with crude oil, he replied, cleansing it with a 20% solution of grain alcohol. This will thicken the hair and bring better conditions to the scalp. Cayce never completely lost his sense of humor. What should the individual now do, he was asked, to cause the hair to grow in the front of the forehead? You won't have much brains there, and hair, too, he replied drily, but added seriously, this may be assisted, though, by using any vapor rub, or the use of Listerine will keep the hair in a healthy normal condition. The same person asked again, what causes the scalp to itch? Irritation, produced by the accumulations in the system. The digestion is bad, and the nerves on edge. Use the Listerine twice a week on the hair. I had gone through much of the black book when my host dropped in for a good night chat. I don't want to run this into the ground, he said, but if there had been more Cayces around, a lot of doctors would be out of business. Take the common cold, nothing causes more misery and disruption than colds and flu. Yet I haven't had a cold in 30 years. I surveyed his robust figure appraisingly. Maybe your resistance is better than most. He laughed. Naturally, but I avoid the situations Cayce told me to avoid, and I keep alkaline. Cayce once suggested that people give themselves a litmus paper test. If they turned blue, they were all right. Pink, and they had an acid condition, usual forerunner of a cold. He picked up the black book, turning to common cold. His finger stopped at susceptibility. A body, he read, is more susceptible to a cold with an excess of acidity. An alkalizing effect is destructive to the cold germ. An extra depletion of the vital energies produces a tendency for excess acidity. At such periods, if an individual comes in contact with one sneezing or suffering with cold, it is more easily contracted. The whole mechanics of cold causation were explored. Cayce went into drafts, sharp changes in temperature, unusual changes in clothing, wet feet. All of these affect the circulation by the depletion of the body balance, body temperature, or body equilibrium. Then if the body is tired, worn, over-acid, or more rarely, over-alkaline, it is more susceptible to a cold, as, too, from being in a warm room, overheated. When overheated there is less oxygen, which weakens the circulation of the life-giving forces that are destructive to any germ or contagion. My host looked up pertly. I always keep my rooms cool, stay away from drafts, dress lightly during the winter, and don't do any heavy eating or drinking that would turn my stomach acid. And no sweets, they're the worst. I couldn't help but smile. You don't have time to think of much else. He growled. I don't have time to be sick. His mood changed. You know, I knew Cayce quite well. He read for me a number of times. Generally, he would give me a life reading or advise me on business problems. I was seldom under the weather because I did maintain the hygiene he recommended. As we chatted, I recalled a learned doctor friend expounding on a recent theory that equalization of body temperature was important in forestalling colds. And yet here was Cayce saying a generation or so before, much may also depend upon the body's becoming immune to sudden temperature changes, by the use of clothing to equalize the pressure over the body. One that is often in the open and dresses according to general conditions, or the temperatures, will be less susceptible than one who bundles up too much. Vitamins, he said, could be used judiciously during the cold season, as a preventive, not after the infection had taken hold. For that which may be helpful may also be harmful, if misapplied, whether by the conscious activity in a body or by an unconscious activity in the assimilating forces of the system. Analyzing body resistance, Cayce stressed that the system functioned as a unit, drawing on one area to shore up another, therefore it helped to have a natural reservoir of vitamins and minerals to tap in emergency. My host explained, so often people get over their colds only to come down with a secondary infection, because they depleted themselves. That's why Cayce stressed rest in the first days of a cold. To show how body repair works, Cayce used this analogy: if there is a bone fracture, the body of itself creates that element needed to knit this fracture or broken area. Yet it does not supply or build as much of such an element during the periods when the fracture does not exist. Hence when it exists, unless there is an abundant supply of that which is needed by or from that which is assimilated, other portions of the body will suffer. In treating a cold, there should be an overall approach. One may get one's feet wet and yet have a cold in the head. One may also get the head wet and still have a cold in the head. Cayce's cold therapy would be generally accepted today. Do not attempt to go on, but rest. For there is the indication of an exhaustion somewhere, else the body would not have been susceptible. The victim's vulnerability to secondary infection was explored. Then, too, the inflammation of the mucous membranes tends to weaken the body, so that there is the greater susceptibility in the weakened portions of the body throughout the special areas of influences of the lymph and the head, throat, lungs, intestinal system. If there has been an injury in any of the structural portions of the body, causing a weakness in those directions, there is a susceptibility for harmful effects from such a cold. Different colds were treated differently. In correcting a cold, determine where the weakness lies. Is it from lack of eliminations, which causes many ailments? Hence quantities of water, as well as an alkalizer, as well as a booster to assimilating forces, are beneficial toward producing a balance, so that the cold and its consequences may be the more readily eradicated. Cayce really hadn't contributed much on colds that a sensible doctor wouldn't. My host smiled. Cayce only knew the cures, when there was a cure. The system with the cold was a system run down. The cold, sniffles, sore throat, or what have you, was only the symptom, generally a warning signal. You mean Cayce was like the doctor who let a cold develop into pneumonia so he could cure it? Oh, Cayce could knock out a cold quickly, when the basic resistance was strong. He turned to a reading Cayce gave for a man with a heavy cold 30 years before. The subject was a New York industrialist, who didn't give in easily to anything. His secretary had requested the reading, saying her boss was so choked up he couldn't speak above a whisper. Cayce got right to the remedy. Take first an eliminant, or about 1800 drops, 2 bottles of Castoria, but not at once. Take it in very small doses, a half teaspoonful every half hour. After the first bottle has been taken in these proportions, then take the Turkish bath, first the sweats, then the salt rubs, then the alcohol rub after the oil rubs. Keep more of an alkaline diet. No white bread. Principally use fruit juices, and citrus fruit juices at that. A little coffee without cream may be taken as a stimulant, or a little whiskey and soda later in the evening. The body should feel physically fit by morning. Apparently it worked. For here was the subject's report tacked on to the reading. I felt miserable, but after taking the day's rest and the bottle of Castoria, and the rubs, I could talk the next morning and was at work all day. The rubs had concentrated on the lower dorsal and lumbar area, though the cold manifested itself in the nose and throat. It was all the same body. My host schemed through the black book. Cayce told them how to look pretty, grow hair, clear up their kidneys, get rid of their migraines. But people hate to do anything about themselves. Women, for instance, just want to sit down in a chair and let somebody coat them with cosmetics, when essentially, real beauty stems out of good health. One brief passage illustrated Cayce's attitude toward vanity. How can people avoid aging in appearance? He was asked. The mind, he replied drily. The questioner, a 32-year-old woman, persisted. How can sagging facial muscles be avoided? How corrected? Cayce relented. By massage and the use of those creams as indicated, black and white genuine, over the chin and throat, around the eyes and such conditions of sagging. Occasionally, the use of the bonsala or mud packs would be very good. He elaborated for a 30-year-old woman, about twice a month the mud packs, face and neck, across the shoulders and upper portions about the neck, especially extending over the area of the thyroids, as an astringent and as a stimulation for better circulation throughout the system. Cayce had a special preparation for the girlish complexion and told a 32-year-old woman, whose skin was beginning to dry, how to use it. The treatment amused my host. I know a dozen women who look 10 years younger because of the preparation, and the exercise they get rubbing it into their skin, he said with a chuckle. Tore a good complexion for the skin, the hands, and arms and body as well, Cayce said. Prepare a compound to use as a massage by self, at least once or twice a week. To 6 ounces of peanut oil, add olive oil, 2 ounces, rose water, 2 ounces, dissolved lanolin, 1 tablespoonful. This would be used after a tepid bath in which the body has remained for at least 15 to 20 minutes, giving the body then, during the bath, a thorough rub with any good soap, to stimulate the body forces. Sweetheart, or any good castile soap, or ivory, may be used. Afterwards, after shaking it well, massage with this solution, which will be sufficient for many times. Pour some in an open saucer, dipping fingers in same. Begin with the face, neck, shoulders, arms, and then the whole body would be massaged thoroughly with the solution, especially in the area of the limbs, in the areas that are across the hips, across the diaphragm. This will not only keep a stimulating effect with other treatments, hydrotherapy, and osteopathy, taken occasionally, and give the body a good base for the stimulating of the superficial circulation, but the solution will aid in keeping the body beautiful, as to being free from any blemish of any nature. Topping this off, the tissues of the face could be patted, an act more beneficial, Cayce said, than any facial exercises. My host handed back the black book. Have you any friends with halitosis? He said lightly. I got rid of mine with Cayce. As I turned to halitosis, he finally bade me good night. Don't sleep too late, he said cheerily. Cayce said mind and body develop from conscious stimulation of same. I wondered what Cayce had to say about what best friends one to tell you. The condition of halitosis, he said, is produced from the stomach and from the throat and larynx. In the blood supply, in the lungs proper, the body does not receive sufficient carbon. Hence the whole body is under strain at times, and this interferes with the blood supply having sufficient properties to supply the organs in their functioning and in keeping coagulation effective in the system, where organs use the force and energy in their functioning. Hence, non-elimination often shows, and through this same condition brings much of the condition exhibited in the intestines and stomach of the catarrhal condition. I had always thought of halitosis as something pertaining simply to the mouth, and here was Cayce again insisting that the body functioned as a unit, malfunctioning where outer circumstances and inner conditions combined to provoke a weakness. The cure conformed with Cayce's belief of overall toughening. First, take that which will give an incentive for correction in the body through the digestive organs, as well as through the mental reaction in the system. But there had to be other incentives. Unless the body desires to improve itself, it will continue to enjoy poor health. The subject was a long-time hypochondriac. Elsewhere, he was more specific. Get rid of bad breath by making better conditions in the eliminations. Take glycosylmethylene as an intestinal antiseptic. 2-3 times a day put 6 drops of glycosylmethylene in the drinking water. This is a condition of poisons being thrown off into the lungs, into the body forces, from the changing in cellular activity of lymph forces that become fecal. Hypochondria was something Cayce dealt with constantly, but he didn't give out placebos or coddle anyone. And though some doctors, without knowing his work, insisted that many of his cures came through the power of suggestion, they themselves acknowledged they had rarely, if ever, cured anybody with similar suggestion. To Cayce, there was no incurable ailment, the patient had to be ready, and the therapist knowledgeable. He was familiar with incurable migraine headaches, and where many thought these the result of a nervous, tense disposition, Cayce noted this was again only the symptom, not the cause. But even a Cayce could do little with long sufferers who clung desperately to their illnesses, fancied or otherwise. Earlier that very day I had a long talk with a friend of 45 or so who had complained proudly, I suspected, of migraine headaches for years. Ever since I had known her, she had used them as an excuse for long periods of bed rest, with her telephone off the receiver, and a cluster of pillboxes on her night table. Recovered periodically from an attack, she would close her eyes and sigh, I don't see how I can ever go through another one. Then she would look up and say brightly, they're incurable, don't you know, and nobody knows what causes them, nobody. According to the Black Book, my migraine friend was wrong. Cayce seemed to know all about migraines, even to the sage advice, in the activities mentally, keep optimistic, even when everything goes wrong. There were several migraine cases, and all, I noted, stemmed not from pressures within the head, but the abdominal area. Most migraine headaches, as in this case, Cayce said, begin from congestions in the colon. These poisons cause toxic conditions which make pressures on the sympathetic nerve centers and on the cerebrospinal system. And these pressures cause the violent headaches, and almost irrational activities at times. These should respond to colonic irrigations. But first, we would X-ray the colon and find areas in the ascending and transverse colon where there are fecal forces that are as cakes. I wondered if this was what was bothering my lady friend, and whether Cayce's remedy would help. There will be required several full colonic irrigations, using salt and soda as purifiers for the colon, and we will find that these conditions will be released. The first cleansing solution should have 2 level teaspoonfuls of salt and 1 level teaspoonful of soda to the gallon of water, body temperature. Also in the rinse water, body temperature, have at least 2 tablespoonfuls of glycosylmethylene to the quart and a half of water. Additionally, in his mass attack on disease, Cayce recommended the use of a radioactive appliance, along with an hour of meditation for self-analysis. Keep the attachment plates very clean, polishing them with the emery paper each time before attaching to the ankle and the wrist, and polishing them each time when taking them off. He also recommended osteopathic adjustments to relax the neck area, and in the sixth dorsal, the mid-back, and in the lower back, the lumbar axis. Do these, Cayce said, and we should bring help for this body. This particular migraine sufferer reminded me of my friend. She just wouldn't recognize the possibility of a cure. Is any of this trouble due to allergy? She asked. I could almost see Cayce shrug in his sleep. Some of it is due to allergy, but what is allergy? These are the effects of the imagination upon any influences that may react upon the olfactory or the sympathetic nerves. If we will cleanse the system as we find, we should bring better conditions. The subject apparently couldn't believe that those terrible racking pains in his head came from another part of the anatomy. What mental factor, he persisted, is responsible for the disturbance to the subject's head? Cayce was adamant. Those pressures, as indicated, between sympathetic and cerebrospinal system, and these arise from condition in the colon. X-ray the colon, and you'll find it. I made a mental note to Xerox the migraine pages and present them to my friend the next time she proudly invoked her own incurable migraine. It might at least quiet her. I was about to close the black book when a flipping page stopped me. Menstruation. As one twice married, I had experienced the reflected agonies of woman's periodic cramps and headaches until I felt somehow guilty that I was not similarly oppressed. Therefore, I read with more than normal curiosity what Cayce had to say. Please explain fully the reason for cramps at menstruation, a sufferer asked. Contraction of the uterus, the admirably concise Cayce replied. And this is caused by the muscular forces that supply nourishment to the ovarian channels and the fallopian tubes. Hence, have those osteopathic relaxations and the general bodybuilding conditions indicated, that would be necessary for correction. This didn't seem at all difficult, once the woman concerned took the vitamin and iron supplements needed to balance out a diet deficiency. Now came the second of the monsters, menstrual headaches. How many hapless males had suffered through these? Why are there headaches at the time of my monthly period? A 40-year-old female queried. Cayce likened the cause to that of the migraines. These are part of the clogging that is a part of the general eliminating system. There are channels or outlets for the eliminating of poisons, that is, used energies, where there is the effect of the activity of the circulation upon foreign forces taken in breath, taken in dust, taken in particles of food or those activities which come from such as these, from odors or the like. These all, by segregating of same in system, produce forces necessary to be eliminated. We eliminate principally through the activity of the lungs, of course, and the perspiratory system, the alimentary canal, and the kidneys. Then, as in the case of women, as here, we find that such periods of the menstrual flow cause congestion in certain areas until the flow is begun, or until there is the beginning of the let-up of same. This then, clogs some portions of the system. The headaches are the signs or warnings that eliminations are not being properly cared for. Most of this, in this body, comes from the alimentary canal and conditions that exist in portions of the colon itself, as to produce a pressure upon those centers affected from such periods. Hence the suggestion for the osteopathic corrections, which aid but which do not eliminate all of those conditions which are as accumulations through portions of the colon. Consequently, the colonic irrigations are necessary occasionally, as well as the general hydrotherapy and massage. Cayce apparently felt his subject needed more than physical advice, for he counseled, keep the mental attitude of a useful, purposeful life, using the abilities to be helpful to others. In other words, stop complaining. With some regret I put the black book away. But I did not forget it, not completely. A month later, my lady friend with the migraines phoned to complain about her inexplicable, incurable headaches. I suggested she would perhaps be interested in reading what Cayce had to say about migraine cure. She had read about Cayce and had been duly impressed by the reports of his wizardry. But now she seemed strangely reserved and skeptical. "Cayce," I pushed on, "said migraine could be cured if the sufferer cleaned himself out, got osteopathic adjustments of the spine, and improved general mental attitude. Would you care to see his report?" The long sufferer drew in her breath sharply. "How ridiculous," she cried. "Nobody can cure migraine, nobody." As she rang off, I recalled a line from the Black Book. What was it Cayce had said? Oh, yes, here it was, "For that builded, that held in the mental image of one, becomes the condition." And so it was. In Cayce land, another way of saying Virginia Beach, Cayce home remedies were as common as saying hello. Even the geologist, in the midst of his earth changes, was familiar with some. "Every time the kids get pinworms, my wife grates some raw cabbage and feeds it to them, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. By bedtime, or the next morning, the pinworms are gone." The cabbage was all they took that day except for tea, also recommended. Cayce, the geologist observed, said that one cabbage leaf killed 100,000 pinworms. Pokeweed was another great favorite of Cayce's, and it was used regularly by the faithful as a purifier. "Boil it up," a Cayce follower said, "and it tastes better than spinach and kale, while doing the work of sulfur and molasses." He laughed. "It's a funny thing, but at a meeting of the Virginia Agricultural Association recently, they told everybody how to grow more corn by killing the surrounding pokeweed, and the pokeweed will do you more good than the corn ever could." Wherever I turned in Cayce land somebody seemed to be following Cayce. In one household, I noticed that steamed leaf lettuce and sliced raw tomatoes were practically dinner staples. The tomatoes, a hostess advised, were the richest of vegetables in vitamins. Edgar Cayce had said so. As for the lettuce, it was served only in the evening for a very good reason. "The effect is so immediately sedative that my husband falls asleep at the table." I was inclined to treat this lightly, until I read elsewhere that doctors abroad had just discovered that lettuce had a narcotic effect, taken in quantity. Many householders in the Tidewater belt around Virginia Beach were familiar with Cayce table tips. To lose weight, the easy way, a slimmed-down housewife reported, merely take a half glass of Welch's natural grape juice a half hour before each meal. It satisfies the body's craving for sugar, and will break the habit of fattening desserts. This housewife also fancied gelatin salads, with such raw vegetables as watercress, celery, lettuce, tomatoes, carrots. The gelatin, she pointed out, acts as a catalyst to increase natural absorption of vitamins in vegetables. Cayce said that with the Knox gelatin the vitamin intake from the vegetables was 7 times what it would be ordinarily. Like my friends in New Jersey, the housewife thumbed through the Cayce Black Book for an explanation. "It isn't the vitamin content in the gelatin," Cayce explained, "but its ability to work with the activities of the glands, causing the glands to take from that which is absorbed or digested the vitamins that would not be active, if there were not sufficient gelatin in the body." Oddly, even among oldsters who didn't look favorably to exercise, I found that the head and neck exercise had its converts. And the younger element had profited equally. Tom Hungerford, a middle-aged Chicago business executive, tried the simple exercise because of his dissatisfaction with bifocal glasses just prescribed. His experience was so transforming that he still marvels at it. "Though it seemed a bit odd that such an exercise could have any effect on the eyes," he said, "I decided I'd rather do anything than wear bifocals. So I took them off and started the exercise." There followed a 6-month period of hardly being able to see anything very well without his glasses, but Hungerford, believing in Cayce, persisted. Then, gradually, as he continued the exercises twice daily, came a clearing, and better sight than I'd had since my teens. His testimonial was glowing indeed. "This was all 5 years ago, and I have not worn any glasses since. I don't even have a restriction on my driver's license anymore." In his enthusiasm, he has given the exercise to nearly 100 people. Some said it would not work, and it did not, but it did work for an airline employee in Hawaii, and her mother. And it did work for a 79-year-old man in Las Vegas who was about to lose his driver's license, and who, on last report, could read the morning paper without his glasses. It not only helped vision, the enthusiastic Hungerford said, but cleared up the chronic sinus of one friend, and stopped the migraine headaches of another. Like Cayce, latter-day disciple Hungerford has found that held in the mental image of one, becomes the condition. For ultimately, he concluded, it seems to boil down to the fact that for those who believe in it and do it regularly, it works, for the eyes and for other things as well. 12. The Dream World. For many, the dream world is more revealing than the world of apparent reality. In every man, Hugh Lynn Cayce once observed, there exists a vast expanse, unfamiliar and unexplored, which sometimes appears in the guise of an angel, other times a monster. This is man's unconscious mind, and the language we call dreams. Although little of Edgar Cayce's psychic power apparently has rubbed off on the son, Hugh Lynn, as directed by his sleeping father, has carried on diligently with the ARE research effort, establishing a dream seminar at Virginia Beach where psychiatrists and psychologists analyze dreams that the elder Cayce had casually interpreted in his sleep. During his lifetime, Cayce gave 600 psychic readings on dreams, some of the most notable his own. The Cayce dream readings dealt chiefly with the interpretations of individual dreams, but the symbols and suggestions he advanced for using one's own dreams to advantage still apply. Studying his father's dream readings, Hugh Lynn concluded that dreams are not only a doorway to the unconscious, but can be readily opened by anyone who can recall his own dreams and wants to know what they mean. From experience, the younger Cayce has discovered that this doorway is as available to the average person as a pencil and pad at his bedside table. At first, on waking, he may not remember a single fragmentary dream, but in time his unconscious will get a prod from the waiting pencil and pad, and will go to work for him, opening wide the possibilities of a whole new area of self-exploration. Through his own dreams, Edgar Cayce stressed, a person may gain more understanding of those forces that go to make the real existence, what it's all about and what it's good for, if the individual would but comprehend the conditions being manifested. Dreams, of course, are a concomitant of sleep, and Cayce's description of sleep gives ample indication that this hiatus in the waking life of the individual is designed for more than mere rest of mind and muscle. In sleep, the subconscious mind, more powerful than the conscious, as hypnotism has shown, reviews whatever has passed through the conscious mind, and distills in dreams whatever warnings or messages it finds necessary. Sleep, observed the sleeping Cayce, is that period when the soul takes stock of what it has acted upon, from one rest period to another, drawing comparisons, as it were, that make for harmony, peace, joy, love, long-suffering, patience, brotherly love, and kindness, fruits of the Spirit, or hate, harsh words, unkind thoughts and oppressions which are fruits of Satan. The soul dreaming either abhors what it has passed through, or it enters into the joy of its Lord. Edgar Cayce may very well have been the only living man who ever used his own subconscious consciously to interpret the dreams channeled through that subconscious. Through a desire to understand dreams of his own that remained vividly in his consciousness, he began to take interest in the dreams of others. In some dreams he saw an immediate symbology, which antedated by years the symbology generally accepted by the psychiatric profession. Back in January 1925, in perhaps the earliest dream for which he sought an interpretation, Cayce visioned a close associate and himself standing together in a rocky area. There were many knots of people standing around, but they were separated from him and other groups by streams of running water. Incongruously, as dreams so often seem, Edgar Cayce at this point saw a fish jump out of the water. He tried to catch it, but in the attempt the fish was broken into fragments and he set about to put the pieces together. All through that day and the next, the dream stayed with Cayce. It vaguely troubled him, made him uneasy. But think of it as he would, it didn't seem to suggest anything that made sense. Finally, he went into trance, and the suggestion was put to him by his wife that he analyze and interpret the dream. The ever-present Gladys Davis was there to record the interpretation for posterity. Out of this dream came interpretations of symbols useful today to anyone with similar dream images. As Cayce said, in the dream of water, with the separating of the acquaintances and the body, we find the manifestation again of the subconscious forces, the water representing the life, the living way, that separates those of every walk of life and exists about each entity or group, building that which radiates in a spiritual sphere, the deeds done in the body. His explanation, with symbology now generally accepted, continued, in the fish is the representation of him who became the living way, the water of life, given for the healing of the nations. In the breaking, in the separation there will yet be brought the force that will again make this the living way, the perfect representation of the force necessary to give life to all. As Cayce saw it, this dream came under the heading of spiritual guidance. The fish, of course, symbolized Christ, an almost universal symbol, and water, life. Peace would yet come out of war, yet war would come. The dreams fell into 4 general headings. Some dealt with the problems of the physical body, others with self-observation, psychic perception and spiritual guidance. The most common dreams appear to stem from the body itself, the dream being the reaction to improper diet, lack of exercise, faulty regimen, the body registering its protest with the unconscious mind through the dream medium. One of these rather ordinary types of dreams was recorded on waking by one of 2 brothers who had been counseled by Cayce to study their dreams. He had the pencil and pad handy, and after writing the dream down, took it to Cayce. I dreamed my brother and I with our wives were out on a party with BB. I fell asleep at the table. We got home very late. My brother left the car and walked home. He and I stopped to look at a bottle of milk that was marked distilled milk. To Cayce the message was plain. He interpreted it almost literally. It was a warning to the dreamer, Cayce said, that his body was suffering from late hours, asleep at the table, an irregular diet, distilled milk obviously referring to impure milk. The brother was seen as more carefully disciplined, leaving the car and going on ahead, rather than taking the chance, apparently, of riding with somebody who had overly imbibed. Seeing the milk also was a warning to change the milk supply. For in reply to a specific question about the part dealing with the milk, Cayce had stated, change from the present supply, for this shows adulterations and same. Many dreams, as Cayce pointed out, dealt with self-study. They included wish fulfillment dreams, suppressions, symbolic conflicts between good and evil in our natures, and work or family problems. Often these dreams had a prophetic quality, and were couched in horrible imagery to underline the gravity of the warning. Time after time, Cayce unraveled the tangled threads of dreams, psychically interpreting situations subsequently confirmed in ensuing developments. One of the most provocative dreams was that of a businessman in Florida, disturbed by the vivid reality of the dream, and a guilty conscience. He had heard of Cayce through a neighbor, whose health had been aided by one of Cayce's distant readings, and was delighted that he wouldn't have to lift an arm to get help, just send the dream in with a request for an interpretation. With meticulous detail, the dreamer, a married man with 2 children, described a nightmarish dream. I was standing in the backyard of my home, had my coat on. I felt something inside the cloth on the cuff of my left hand sleeve. I worked it out, but it was fastened in the cloth and broke off as it came out, leaving part in. It proved to be a cocoon, and where broken a small black spider came out. The cocoon was black and left a great number of eggs, small ones, on my coat sleeve, which I began to pull off. The spider grew fast and ran away, speaking plain English as it ran, but what I do not remember, except that it was saying something about its mother. The next time I saw it, it was a large black spider which I seemed to know was the same one grown up, almost as large as my fist, had a red spot on it, otherwise was a deep black. At this time it had gotten into my house and had built a web all the way across the back inside the house and was comfortably watching me. I took a broom, knocked it down and out of the house, thinking I'd killed it, but it did more talking at that time. The next time I saw it, it had built a long web from the ground, on the outside of the house in the backyard, near where I first got it out of my sleeve, and it was running up toward the eave fast when it saw me. I couldn't reach it but threw my straw hat in front of it and cut the web, and the spider fell to the ground, talking again, and that time I hacked it to pieces with my knife. Perhaps because of a boyish loathing of spiders, I was fascinated with this dream. I had stumbled across it, shortly after my own introduction to the Cayce readings, and wondered what the psychoanalysts would make of it, and how it would tally with Cayce's interpretation. I copied the dream, and took it to a distinguished psychoanalyst, who had studied with the first of the great dream merchants, Sigmund Freud. I told him none of the particulars of the dream. It might have been dreamed yesterday or the day before, for all he knew. I did not tell him that Cayce had already made an interpretation, in fact, made it some 35 years before. The learned psychoanalyst studied the dream text carefully, and then gave his analysis. The dreamer, he said, was destructively obsessed with the thought of breaking up his home. His views of women, including his wife, had been formed from a childhood resentment of his mother, and this transference was behind the breakup, the web or cocoon being the nest or home, the spider the obvious home breaker, himself. After he finished, I showed him the Cayce reading. He had heard vaguely of Cayce, and he read the Cayce interpretation with interest, inasmuch as he accepted the psychic as having been scientifically established. In my work with Dr. Freud, he said, there were many examples of clairvoyant and precognitive dreams. It even made a believer of Freud. Cayce's report, intriguingly, tallied with that of the psychoanalysts, only Cayce's delved far more extensively, and prophetically, into the home situation. He clearly saw the dreamer straying from his marital vows and warned that continuation of a clandestine relationship would ruin both home and business. Cayce's explanation of the dream was as explicit as the dream was cryptic. In this dream, there is seen the symbolic conditions of those forces as are being enacted in the life of this body. And, as is seen, both the spider and the character of same are as warnings to the body as respecting the relations of others who would in this underhanded manner take away from the body those surroundings of the home, that are in the manner of being taken, unless such a stand is taken. For, as is seen, the conditions are of the nature emblematically shown by the relations of this body with this other body, the woman, that its relations at first meant only the casual conditions that might be turned to an account of good, in a social and financial manner, yet, as has been seen, there has come the constant drain on the entity, not only in the pocket, but in the affections of the heart, and now such threaten the very foundations of the home, and, as seen, threaten to separate the body from the home and its surroundings, and unless the entity attacks this condition, cutting same out of the mind, the body, the relations, the conditions, there will come that condition as seen. Cayce had no way of consciously knowing that the businessman had entangled himself in a financial way with his secretary, who had brought some shady backing into the business enterprise. Originally, as it developed, their relationship had been confined to business, but then had developed until he was, in fact, considering leaving his wife and family. At this point, as Cayce saw, there was still time to withdraw. And so Cayce viewed the dream as being of a warning nature, and so gave warning. Prepare self. Meet the conditions as a man, not as a weakling, and remember those duties that the body owes first to those to whom the sacred vows were given, and to whom the entity and body owes its position in every sense, as well as the duty that is obligatory to the body or those to whom the entity, the body, should act in the sense of the defender, rather than bringing through such relations those dark underhanded sayings, as are seen, as said by that one who would undermine, as well as are being said by those whom the body may feel such relations are hidden from, yet these have grown to such an extent as may present a menace to the very heart and soul of the body of this entity. In other words, the wife, too, was aware of the situation. The reading closed with an injunction rare for Cayce. Beware. Beware. As might almost be expected of one who had gotten himself into this scrape, the businessman did not heed the warning. He kept on with his secretary, and lost wife, home, family, and business. However, following a divorce, he did marry the other woman. He was now so impressed by Cayce's insight, that with his newfound wife he took himself to Virginia Beach to place himself at the disposal of the mystic. Cayce could give him no advice, except to profit by the mistakes of the first marriage. He started a new business in the north, consulted Cayce regularly, and managed maritally and business-wise, until his death recently. Long before the psychoanalysts, Cayce had discovered a psychic content to dreams, similar in prophetic insight to the 7 fat years and 7 lean interpretation given the Pharaoh's dream by Joseph and of the handwriting on the wall clarification by the prophet Daniel. The prophetic or precognitive dream might revolve around mundane things. As a matter of fact, Cayce, interpreting one such dream, warned the dreamer to get out of the stock market, and predicted an unprecedented stock market crash in a few months. The forecast was made in April 1929. 6 months later, Black Friday, October 29, 1929, the market collapsed. The dreamer, a Wall Street broker, had kept a daily record of his dreams, in accordance with an advisory from Cayce. Each morning, Cayce interpreted the dreams that the man had the night before. The dreamer listened closely, as a rule, because he had made a fortune buying and selling stocks with Cayce. On March 5, 1929, the Wall Streeter had his first dream reflecting misgivings about the bull market. He jotted his dream down on a night table pad and phoned it into Cayce. Dreamed we should sell all our stocks including box stock, one considered very good. I saw a bull following my wife, who was dressed in red. Cayce took this bull right by the horns. This is an impression of a condition which is to come about, a downward movement of long duration, not allowing latitude for those stocks considered very safe. Dispose of all, even box, great change to come. The dreamer was apparently sensitizing his own subconscious channels for precognitive dreams by a conscious effort to remember them each morning. On April 6, a month after the first market dream, the broker had another provocative dream. The dream was shorter, but considerably more complex than the first. Dreamed a young man was blaming me for murder of a man. A gang asked, "Is there anyone else in the world who knows this?" I answered, 4K Cornell. Saw dead man. Gang started to administer poisonous hypodermic which had been used on dead man. I felt needle and expected death. The dreamer awoke, startled, and then fell back into a troubled sleep. By this time his dream apparatus was so linked up to his conscious that he dreamed his own interpretation of the dream. This, he wrote, represented fight going on in reserve board, stock stimulation. That same day, Cayce prophetically clarified the dream, there must surely come a break where there will be panic in the money centers, not only of Wall Street's activity, but a closing of the boards in many other centers and a readjustment of the actual specie, higher and lower quotations to continue for several moons while adjustments are being made, then break. What followed is history. After the October crash, exchanges were closed in Wall Street and elsewhere. There was a major adjustment in the specie, the United States and a number of other countries going off the gold standard. Cayce's interpretation of the symbolism involved in the first dream would now be generally accepted. The red dress was obviously a danger warning, the bull a bull market, on its way out. Ironically, the wife was on the way out, too, divorcing the dreamer shortly thereafter. In the second dream, Cayce went along with the gang identified as the Federal Reserve. The hypodermic needle was construed as a hypo for a sinking market. The attack was on the dreamer's financial stability, and spelled his death financially. The apparent reference to the well-known actress, Catherine Cornell, went unexplained. But certainly, Cayce had scored a bullseye. Dreams of death are particularly disturbing to many. But for Cayce this was often a hopeful symbol. On June 23, 1925, a subject was so shaken by a dream that he could only write, "Dreamed I died." Cayce was reassuring. This is the manifestation of the birth of thought and mental development awakening in the individual. This, then, is the awakening of the subconscious, as manifested in death of physical forces. I must admit I was not always satisfied with Cayce's interpretations. A Virginia woman, of Anglo-Saxon heritage, was having a physical reading for a condition of obesity, hemorrhoids, and a kidney disorder, when she threw in a request for a dream interpretation. It had come to her in 1932, before Hitler's rise, and when things were relatively quiet on the international scene. Looking back, it seemed rather evidential of the hard times Britain was soon to have. The dream follows: my husband and I seemed to be in a large dwelling, and looking out toward the sky we saw large black circles floating through the air. We thought this very strange, and soon discovered that the circles looked like black auto tires or large truck tires. Suddenly, out of the sky a big black machine, resembling the large caterpillar machines used during the World War, came down to Earth. We said we had better get out of the place, for we realized it was the intention of this machine to crush people to death. 2. We realized that it meant troublous times, so we tried to get out of its way as quickly as possible. We walked down to the river front, and there saw a British ship tied up at the wharf. Someone said it had fired on the lone watchman while in his office on the wharf, but found out later that the watchman had fired on the British ship, which seemed to please us very much. We realized there were troublous times in the making, and I was very much afraid. We walked further down the long wharf, and saw many more British ships. It seemed to me, looking back on what had happened up to and through World War II, that this was a plain warning of the division in England before the war, with Winston Churchill the lone watchman, giving and taking crossfire from his embattled British colleagues. Or could it be Britain standing alone, resisting the destruction from the sky, including clusters of rockets and massive bombers, until that lone ship, Britain, had become many British ships, many allies? Cayce caught the difficulties Britain would be in, but his explanation was rather general. This is a prophetic vision relating to those peoples that were mostly shown, the British, as to the straits to which those peoples would pass, are passing. The fear that was felt would be the natural tendency, knowing and feeling the relationships of that land, Britain, to the whole world, as related to the self's own associations. The conditions seen, as from whence the aid or power came, as if from on high, in the form of circles that increased as they ballooned in their action through the heavens, indicate the way, character, or manner this people would aid themselves, in the appeal to the spiritual than to the power of force that was implied by the act of the lone watchman. Certainly, on reflection, it could be said that Churchill and Britain put their faith in God, but it seemed to me a prophecy about a war, dealing with a dream as detailed as this one, should have been more specific as to what the upshot of it all was going to be on Earth. I mentioned my dissatisfaction, or disappointment, to one of the A.R.E.'s dream experts, Everett Irion. He looked at me with obvious surprise. "Don't you see?" Cayce was looking at the broad side of it. For in the last analysis, it was the spirit of the English that made them hold out, when practically everybody else had collapsed before the Germans. But why, I asked, were these people of obvious English background pleased in their dream to see a British ship fired upon? Irion shrugged. I would have to know more about their own frame of reference, and what these symbols meant to them. It could very well have been that the firing on the ship, say by Churchill, the lone watchman, conveyed the feeling that the British Navy, then downgraded by the appeasers, was to be jolted by this attack into some recognition of the realities of the situation. This would certainly have pleased any Anglophile. He laughed. I'm trying to reason this. Cayce of course saw it intuitively, and certainly the intuitive should have a better grasp of the subconscious. If a dream was prophetic, was the foreseen event then fixed? After a dream which was clearly precognitive, materializing a year later when she walked into a room and saw the same people and furnishings she had envisioned in sleep, Gladys Davis asked Cayce to explain how it was that dreams came to fulfillment. Are such conditions set at the time dreamed of, she asked, and why would one dream of any given condition? Cayce replied that the law of cause and effect was immutable, that as thought and purpose and aim and desire are set in motion by minds, the result is certain and fixed, and therefore foreseeable. For its end, then, has been set in that he, the giver of the heavens and the earth and those things therein, has set the end thereof. The dreamer had tuned into a particular cycle of activity, Cayce suggested, because of her interest in the people involved. Dream is but attuning an individual mind to those individual storehouses of experience that has been set in motion. At times, there may be a perfect connection, at others there may be the static of interference by inability of coordinating the own thought to the experience or actuality or fact set in motion. There were different reasons for different dreams. Those experiences that are visioned are not only, as has been given to some, to be interpreters of the unseen, but to others as prophecy, to others healing, to others exhortation, yet all are of the same spirit. Considerable emphasis has been placed in the Cayce readings on the psychic content of our dreams. In fact, as Hugh Lynn Cayce observed from his own study, the dream state may be the safest, quickest way for most of us to become aware of extrasensory perception, an agency of our own subconscious. Telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, all seem commonplace in the dream world, all they require is the proper interpretation. And Edgar Cayce was that interpreter. In December 1926 a woman came to Cayce with a disturbing dream about a friend she had not seen in years. In her dream, her friend, Emmy, had committed suicide. Cayce went into trance and explained that the dream was telepathic rather than prophetic or literal. Such conditions had passed through this mind, or it had contemplated such conditions. They have passed. A check was made of Emmy, and it developed that she had seriously contemplated suicide at one time. But the crisis had passed. It was an odd dream, since the dreamer had apparently tuned into a thought that had been dismissed and buried away, and which was no longer in the conscious circuit of the other's mind. How then had the dreamer reached out and drawn in this information? It was real enigma, even granting that ESP was a reality. Cayce was asked to indicate how this telepathic message had originated. His explanation may well apply to all psychic dreams. Other dreams there are, a correlation between mentalities or subconscious entities, wherein there has been attained, physically or mentally, a correlation of individual ideas or mental expressions, that bring from one subconscious to another actual existent conditions, either direct or indirect, to be acted upon or that are ever present. As Cayce pointed out, time was only an illusion at best. Hence we find visions of the past, visions of the present, visions of the future. For the subconscious there is no past or future, all is present. This would be well to remember in much of the information as may be given through such forces as these. In the normal frame of reference, it was difficult to gauge the source of some telepathic dreams. However, if Cayce was infallible, as some suggest, then certainly evidence can be adduced for the survival of not only life, but of life interested in what it has left behind of friends and family on this terrestrial plane. One dreamer, back in September 1926, reported to the sleeping Cayce, "My mother appeared to me. She said, 'I am alive.' Cayce, still somnolent, cut in, 'She is alive.'" The dreamer appeared a little more shaken by the interruption than by the dream, but bravely continued on. His mother had then enjoined in the dream, "Something is wrong with your sister's leg or shoulder. She ought to see a doctor about it." Psychic researchers, crediting the psychic quality of the dream, might accept it as a dramatization of the dreamer's subconscious, rejecting it as evidence of a surviving spirit but not Cayce. In advising the dreamer to heed the dream warning, he stressed, "The mother, through the entity's own mind, is as the mother to all in the household." Warning, then, of conditions that may arise, and of conditions existent then, warn the sister as regarding same. The brother knew nothing of any physical difficulties his sister was having. He checked, without telling her about the Cayce reading, and she mentioned, rather surprised, that her leg and shoulder were bothering her. Mother, or perhaps the subconscious self, tuned to the sister's subconscious, had known what it was talking about, and so had Cayce. The dream state, when body and mind are relatively quiescent, is apparently the best channel for psychic messages. Some people, who have no apparent psychic ability, waking, become surprisingly attuned in the sleeping phase. At one point, the Cayce home in Virginia Beach was virtually a dream laboratory. establishing precognition for even the most dubious who followed the dream readings. One young woman alone, in 4 years, had 8 readings, analyzing more than 300 dreams, a large number of these foreshadowing precognitive experiences with remarkable precision. On June 6, 1925, this married 21-year-old woman's dream record visualized a nameless girlfriend, obviously self, at a dinner table making violent love to an old friend. Cayce warned of a return to an old admirer, and several years later, a checkup disclosed, the dreamer broke up her marriage to marry her admirer. The admirer then walked out on her, making the warning most apropos. According to Cayce, virtually everything is dreamed before it happens, and so it was hardly a surprise to him that he was able to anticipate through her dreams practically everything of major account that was to happen to this woman in the next 30 years. On June 7, 1925, she had a perfectly wretched dream. She dreamed of a weak-minded child, though she had no children at this time. Cayce was never more prophetic and tactful. Any condition, he stated, is first dreamed before becoming reality. It took a while for this dream to materialize, and the woman may very well have forgotten it. Then one day, some 25 years later, one of her children, now an adult, became a mental case. There was a method to her dreaming. She kept a pencil and pad at her bedside, and her dreams increasingly remained with her as she awakened. On July 18, 1925, she had a dream that her husband wasn't coming home anymore. It hardly required a Cayce to sense trouble ahead on this one, though he did convey the warning. 5 years later her husband stopped coming home, to her home, anyway. They were divorced. More and more, as she kept a dream record, the woman's dreams seemed clearly to be prophetic. On December 27, 1925, for instance, she dreamed that she and her sister were at her mother's bedside. The mother was unconscious, and both the dreamer and her sister were sobbing, "Don't leave us." It was again an almost literal warning, this time of her mother's death. Although her marriage appeared tranquil on the surface, there was obviously considerable suppressed material for the subconscious to brood over. For on July 17, 1926, she dreamed explosively of her relationship with her husband. She saw herself traveling on a boat with him. It was raining, and a flash of lightning struck the boat. The boiler blew up. To Cayce, this was again a clear warning of an impending marital blow-up. By this time, this young woman was becoming so clearly psychic in the dream state that admirers of Cayce wondered whether they had not found a potential disciple in the young matron. On November 17, 1926, for instance, she saw her cousin being married. It was literal as all that. Cayce read the dream as precognitive. The cousin was married several months later. Cayce was for everybody dreaming. As a clue to people interested in evaluating their own dreams, he suggested that the dream could be typed by its very nature. He was asked once, by a subject, "Are my dreams ever significant of spiritual awakening?" and he replied in rhetoric a bit more diffuse than usual. As experienced by the entity, there are dreams and visions and experiences. When only dreams, without any spiritual message, these too are significant, but rather of the physical health. In visions where there are spiritual awakenings, these are seen most often in symbols or signs. In training yourself to interpret your visions, the expressions of eye, hand, mouth, posture, or the like must be understood in your own language. When these are then symbolic, know the awakening of the spirit is at hand. The trouble with dream symbols, of course, was that they varied with the individual outlook. So as Hugh Lynn Cayce has so aptly pointed out, each individual to interpret his own dreams, in the absence of a Cayce, must realize that the symbol for one intellect is not always the symbol for another. Out of the Cayce dreamology, though, certain common symbols appear to have almost standard reference. Water, source of life; spirit, unconscious; boat, voyage of life; fire, wrath; cleansing, destroying; dead leaves, body excrement or drosses; mud, mire, tangled weeds, needed purification or cleansing, naked image, exposed, open to criticism, and fish, an almost universal symbol of Christ, Christian, or spiritual food. A person, identified or otherwise, often represents what the dreamer feels toward that person, clothing, the manner or way in which one person appears to another, usually the dreamer. Different animals reflect some phase of self, as the individual dreamer feels about that animal. If he thinks about the fox as being tricky, and then dreams of a fox, he may regard himself deep down inside as being a rather shady person, and this may indicate great inner conflicts of which his conscious mind knows nothing. Different races, groups, associations influence or color the animal connotation. For the Hindu, or those steeped in yoga or Oriental culture, the dreamed snake is both a symbol of wisdom and sex. The bull, for some, may symbolize the sex glands, and hence sexual activity. The Cayce dream book flows on. Self-revealing dreams, stemming as they do from wish fulfillment, suppressed desires, and other worries and conflicts, are replete with symbolism. A gorilla may represent man's lower animal nature, a madman, unrestrained anger, a ship's captain, the steady helmsman, the higher self, sound principles. A house where one once lived, may relate to a traumatic experience there, a rough road, the experiencing of harsh travails. Often we are not up to directly facing the ugly side of our natures, hence the protective symbolism that makes it possible for dreams to be unpleasant without startling us into blood-curdling nightmares. The following dream, self-revealing in nature, was significantly obscure. The dreamer wrote it down carefully, not missing a single detail in the transfer from pillow to pad. A policeman was leading a man who had his two hands tied up across his chest. The policeman led him up to the gallows, about which a great crowd of people were gathered. Just as they were about to slip the noose over his head, he slipped down a long slide, the policeman clinging to him. The man crawled desperately and speedily on his stomach, through the milling crowd, thus escaping the policeman. The dreamer elaborated on the prisoner. I could see his black nude form as he crawled very quickly along the ground. Finally, he came into a yard of a brick house, still crawling on his stomach very fast. He continued in this manner until he bumped his head on the brick wall of the house. This threw him backwards and stunned him. As he lay there on his back, an old woman came out of the house and regarded him. She started toward him, and as she did so, the man stood up and the back of him suddenly appeared to me as a nude Negro, with an animal tail attached. He resembled both a Negro and an animal. The dreamer was a 48-year-old woman, whose son was about to marry a Southern girl. She felt she had no strong prejudices against Negroes, but had dwelt consciously, in view of the impending marriage, on the lynching problem in the South, some 30 years ago. The Cayce dream reading made the dark figure, the Negro who at the same time seemed an animal, a symbol which was turned inward for an examination of the self, actually, the center of nearly every remembered dream. What the Negro represented to the woman was symbolic only in reflecting her own hidden attitudes, dramatically revealing the prejudices she was concealing from herself as well as others. In taking on the animal form, Cayce explained, the entity sees in itself a still more dreaded condition. In the opening part of the dream, the entity sees the dark figure as someone bringing trouble to itself by its own doing. This truth escapes as it were from the mass criticism, and then is halted by the wall. As it stands up, the entity recognized the self, or the lower nature of self. The woman is admonished, in the dream, to study all the elements of truth, even those about self which become troublesome and obnoxious. As it developed, the woman admitted she was strongly disturbed within herself by the thought of sexual relations between blacks and whites, and yet this feeling made her darkly ashamed of herself, so that she herself, dream-wise, became the Negro she secretly deplored. Once acknowledging the truth, she seemed more at ease about the problem, to the point, anyway, where she no longer dreamed about it. The Cayce readings revealed a certain consistency in the inherent symbolism of dreams since, in the dominant white Anglo-Saxon culture, the average person in the mainstream of society, at work, school, or play, is exposed to pretty much the same attitudes and outlooks, whether or not he accepts them. The symbolism of the dark animal figure, conveying an impression of sinister, unbridled power, cropped up with striking frequency in dreams analyzed by Cayce, and as Cayce saw them, correctly, the psychoanalysts now tell us, the figures revealed an unfavorable side of the individual, which the conscious blocked, and the unconscious obscured. This might be an apparent prejudice, as with the woman who dreamed of the Negro, or suppressed animalistic sex urges, or greed, bad temper, envy, anything obviously negative impairing the individual's own regard for himself. A middle-aged woman brought a typically nightmarish dream to Cayce. She was considerably agitated, for the dream had been violent, and perhaps prophetic. My husband, his mother, and I were living together in a house in New Jersey. I heard much shooting and excitement. All of the windows of our house were open and it was raining and storming outside. We rushed to close and lock them. Some terrible wild man seemed to be running through the town shooting and causing great trouble, and the police were chasing him. Cayce was able to reassure the woman. She had no storm to worry about, no fireworks, no explosive shooting. All the excitement, all the pent-up storm was in her. She had a rotten disposition, and unless she learned to curb it, was headed for trouble. Or as Cayce put it, the large man, the bugaboo, that comes to the entity in these emblematical, symbolic conditions here presented, and as seen in others, is in self and self's temper. See. She saw. Because the symbols must be seen in the dreamer's own perspective, he may interpret them better than anybody else if he understands the symbology. Some symbology, of course, is general. As the house was the body in a Cayce dream reading, a burning house could be anger, or it could be the end of a marriage, if the house burned down, as it would then be all-consuming. One dream can express many different things. A Norfolk housewife, interested in the work of the ARE, dreamed that her home was burning. All she saw left was the number, 912. She had had other precognitive dreams before that had materialized, a girlfriend's divorce, a relative's getting in trouble with the police. The day after her dream, she walked into a shop to pick up a dress and puzzled by the significance of the numerals, she related what she had dreamed. The number caught the proprietor's ear. What did you say those numerals were? 912, she repeated. He checked through some papers, and then his eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? He said in an angry voice. The girl shrugged. What difference would it make? What difference? I would have won $2,000, it's the winning number. She explained that she didn't know about such things. You were supposed to come in for that dress yesterday, he said accusingly. He threw the suit across the counter at her. Next time you dream of 3 numerals, tell somebody about it. Weeks later, studying up on dreams, the girl wondered whether the rest of it was prophetic, too. Her own marriage had just gone up with the flaming house. As interpreted by Cayce, many symbols were of an obvious nature, easy to adapt to dreams, generally. Missing a train or bus, hurry up to get life in order, barbed wire entanglement or rough highway, difficulties along the way, one shoe, a poor foundation, right turn, the correct course, left turn, the wrong, beaver, an industrious person or job, mud, scandal or dirty linen, rabbit, timidity or sex, a wall, a barrier to new ideas, lack of open-mindedness. In the same vein, repairing an old house indicated changing concepts, crossing a stream or river, the beginning of a new venture. A baby or child, generally, meant a new start, or if associated in the dreamer's conscious mind with problems, it could signify small problems. In Norfolk, in a tavern known as Gigi's, the proprietress, Mrs. Sally Cody, had been dreaming precognitively ever since she could remember. But when she saw children in her dreams, it didn't mean anything creative, it meant problems, small problems, because her children had always represented small problems to her. I dream of a child, and the next day, I know I'm going to have trouble, a little trouble, like the health authorities or the liquor authorities coming in to complain about something. She tried to close off her dreams, but it wouldn't work. She, too, had had a dream about a number once, but it was in New York City, when she had a store on Mulberry Street, and she knew what to do about it. She was in a state of emotional strain when the dream came. She was going into a hospital for major surgery, and had been told that her hospitalization insurance did not apply. She needed more than $1,000, and had nowhere to turn for the money. On this particular night she had dreamed of a number, April 11, 66, and was musing about it, when she looked out through the window of her store onto the street. There, standing idly, where she had never seen him before, was a man named Charlie, a runner for the Italian lottery, which was big in the neighborhood. She went to the door. "What are you doing out there, Charlie?" "I have the day off," he said. She took out 3 $1 bills. "Here," she said, "are 3 numbers, will you play them in the lottery for me?" She considered his appearance a sign. The lottery was decided at the end of the week, and this was a Monday. "I'll be back Thursday," Charlie said. She didn't care to explain she was going into the hospital. "Take it now," she insisted. He finally agreed. "That weekend," the dreamer recalled, "my brother phoned me at the hospital, and said, 'Charlie's looking for you, he's got $1,500 for you.'" The numbers had come through. While Cayce is gone, dreams live on at the ARE. After attending a dream seminar at Virginia Beach, a young man kept a record of his dreams, interpreting them according to his own frame of reference and standard symbols mentioned by Cayce. What he did with one dream, apparently anyone can do with his own dreams, perhaps opening up a new realm of insight into one's life. The following dream was analyzed months after the study project. The young man, in his early 20s, saw himself standing at the ocean, fishing. The water was clear but turbulent. Standing next to him on the sand was a small figure, a replica of himself, weeping. His larger self caught a fish, an orange-hued flounder, and gave it to the smaller self, who promptly stopped crying. But the flounder flopped out of the smaller figure's hands, landing in a clump of bushes, and the small self began to cry again. The dream's larger self poked through the bushes for the fish, but as he parted the foliage, discovered the fish being eaten by 2 animals, a white rabbit and a beaver. The beaver ran off, vanishing. The rabbit leaped into the ocean, swam about for a while, then returned tired and bedraggled. After writing down the dream, the young man studied each symbol separately, passing over some whose meaning was not readily clear, then coming back to them in a day or 2. After 2 days of intermittent study, he had compiled a list of symbols, relating each symbol to his own feeling about it, hoping in this way to find out what was stirring in his unconscious mind. He began with ocean. "I have read that water means spirit or source of life, or the unconscious." Then, fishing, act of seeking in the spiritual realm. A fish, something out of the spiritual realm. The self, larger, myself as I am now in the physical. Smaller self, could this be my childhood? Was I starved or hungry in childhood? Sobbing over not getting the fish. Crying, wanting something, stopped crying with fish. Fish got away, lost something which started smaller self crying again. Beaver, work like a beaver. Rabbit, timid. This was the first listing. Reworking his dream, the young man began to form a discernible pattern. Ocean, whatever the ocean stood for, spiritual source of life or the unconscious, it was beautifully clear, but turbulent. A fish was the symbol used by early Christians. Could this mean Christ, or spiritual food? The self, larger, I seem to be seeking, or fishing, as I am now doing in real life, for direction for my life and solutions to my problems. The self, smaller, this isn't a child. It is an exact duplicate of me. Can this be the part of me which needs spiritual food, small, undeveloped, a part of me that is crying out and is satisfied when given the fish? Maybe this is not my childhood, as first thought, but rather part of me as I am now, which needs help. Fish got away, somehow my spiritual food is getting away. Beaver, when I think of a beaver, I think of work. Maybe this is my job. The dream could not be properly analyzed without knowing more of the young man's situation. He was working in a factory at the time, making parts for missiles, was troubled about making munitions that might be destructive one day, and had taken to hanging out with bad company, using profanity carelessly and drinking at bars after work. Consequently, a bickering relationship had developed at home with a young wife. In a very real sense, it then became apparent to the non-psychic dream interpreters, that the beaver, his work, was actually eating up his spiritual food. Like many essentially idealistic, puritanically schooled young Americans, he blocked out sex symbolism, and the symbolism was rather obvious in the white rabbit. He had written subsequently that he had raised them as a boy. Sometimes I liked them. A lot of times it was hard work taking care of them. What he apparently meant, it developed from questioning, was that he was intrigued by the rabbit's sex habits, and he had apparently learned something from watching them. His sex attitude, the rabbit, could be consuming his spiritual food, the fish. Reviewing the dream, and the thought process connected with its interpretation, it would seem, offhand, a great deal of bother for one dream. However, the dream, with its interpretation, did have something to do with reshaping the young man's life. It got him thinking about himself, about the warning he had apparently received, and he acted on it. He quit his job, the beaver ran away, and got another he considered more constructive. He took stock of his marriage, the sex habits that endangered that marriage. The rabbit swam around for a while, and attempted to reform. Dreaming had awakened him, and perhaps saved his marriage. Only recently, 1965, the ARE held its first seminar on dreams. It was supervised by Drive W. Lindsay Jacob, a Pittsburgh psychiatrist, who has helped patients by analyzing their dreams, and Dr. Herbert B. Puryear, a clinical psychologist at Trinity University in San Antonio. Both had studied the Cayce dream readings. Both found dreams an invaluable channel for resolving the inner conflicts of the emotionally torn. Just as Cayce had pointed out the relevance of all dreams, Dr. Puryear, too, observed, no dream comes from nowhere. The emotionally disturbed dreamed recurringly of being engulfed by water, or of violent accidents, or even atomic attack, the last often characteristic of a brooding depression bordering on the suicidal. What Cayce had said about dreams 40 or 50 years before, science, and advanced science, at that, was now postulating. The physical, psychical, and spiritual are reflected in different kinds of dreams. Dr. Jacob pointed out. Flying saucers, for instance, could mean something beyond our comprehension, a wheel an expression of spirituality, a camel the subconscious, an automobile the dreamer's own body, his higher self, a clergyman, judge, law officer, or an old man with a white beard. They all had significance for the students of dreams. About 30 persons of various ages joined in the dream seminar. The young and eager seemed particularly with it. Some college students, who had hitchhiked across the country to participate, lyrically reported a series of dreams within dreams. This was a device, expert Everett Irion passed on, to apprise the subconscious of a psychic message, usually precognitive. Other dreams revealed the students involved in ego-releasing conflicts to better understand themselves. This was the new generation that accepted the psychic as readily as travel to the moon, and their enthusiastic openness apparently induced significant dreaming. Much was learned in the seminar about dreaming. When the dream was unpleasant, the subconscious would often block off all dreaming. A youthful-appearing grandmother, who ordinarily dreamed regularly, suddenly could not remember her dreams, no matter how many conscious suggestions she gave herself, or how diligently she put pad and pencil at her side. While others in the dream class cheerfully sat around and recalled their dreams, she had nothing to report. Nevertheless, during the night, when each sleeping member of the seminar was under personal observation, Her eyeballs were seen moving under closed lids, a telltale sign of dreaming. Just as the eyelids stopped quivering, she was awakened, so that her dreams would be fresh in her memory, but she could only shake her head. She could remember nothing. The class good-naturedly accused her of blocking. Everett Irion, conducting the class, tried to get her to recall the last dreams she had, thinking they might provide a clue. Searching her mind, she finally recalled a fragmentary dream she had shortly before the seminar began, a week previously. And then she remembered still another dream. Obviously, she had begun blocking, as soon as the seminar opened, not wanting to discuss her dreams with anybody, nor touch on a situation that might have been stirring her subconscious. Only recently, she disclosed under group questioning, she had been going through a bit of an emotional crisis. Her granddaughter, who had been living with her for some time, had just been taken back by the mother, and the grandmother was heartsick and lonely. She was yearning for the child, so much so that she broke into sobs just talking about it. The dreamer was a Mrs. Belva Hardy, a youngish middle-aged type, and a well-known teacher of music. She was interested in dreams, generally, and quite willing to explore her own with me. She remembered both dreams well now. The most significant vision came the night she checked into ARE headquarters for the dream seminar. She called it the porpoise dream. Two porpoises were playing in the water, in a setting similar to the marine land of the Pacific. They were leaping and gambling about and talking together. They were extremely happy. Meanwhile, Belva was standing on the bank, watching. Suddenly somebody came by with a straw hat turned upside down, passed the hat in front of her and asked her to give some food to the porpoise. She dropped 3 kernels of corn into the hat and said, "Be sure to bring it back because I don't have much." Even to a neophyte, the meaning seemed apparent. Evidently, Belva's dream subconscious had been triggered by the approaching dream conference, and her subconscious had dredged up the problem. It was obvious who the porpoises were, and she, Belva, was on the sidelines. Next, Belva dredged up her fragmentary dream. A young couple is silhouetted some distance from me. The young lady is dressed in blue. The dream said, "Don't bother to write this one down, there is more coming." She was already blocking. After this fragment, Belva went dreamless 4 straight nights. Everett Irion pointed out that if dream material is ignored or suppressed, the individual does not dream for a while. In some detail, Irion had clarified the symbology of the porpoise dream. The Pacific signified peace, corn was the highest spiritual food, the 3 kernels representing Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and when Belva said, "Be sure to bring it back," this very clearly meant that she wanted the child back. The obvious interpretation had also struck her. The 2 porpoises were her daughter and granddaughter. Their reunion was an extremely happy one, and they were enjoying each other. She should cut her own ties, and bless the situation. This would free her mind, including the distracted subconscious, and prepare her for whatever was best for her. Belva got the message. She sat down and prayed, and her prayers were for what was best for the child. Permeating goodwill, she subsequently visited her daughter and the child in California. The daughter reacted with similar warmth and understanding. When the conversation got around to the child's schooling, the daughter suggested, surprisingly, that the girl might do better in an Eastern school. "I had broken my hold on the child," Belva observed, "and now I found her coming back to me, this time for her own good and not to fill my own little needs." At last report, the child was with the grandmother again, and Belva was dreaming good solid dreams every night. She had nothing to keep from herself. 13. At last, Atlantis. Just as man has gazed fascinated into the sea, atavistically peering into his past, so has he engaged in a restless quest for Atlantis. In the ocean, said naturalist Rachel Carson, he found from whence he had sprung, and in Atlantis, a dream of a superior culture, prefacing the brief few thousand years of recorded history with which he measures his meager progress. Since Plato first described the lost continent of the Atlantic 2,500 years ago, more than 2,000 books have been written about a legendary land that nobody has seen. There have been books to prove Atlantis, books to disprove it. Some have been by erudite scientists, others by dreamers in search of a Shangri-La. While oceanographers, geologists, and ordinary sea divers have been fanning out over the Atlantic for centuries in the underwater quest, Edgar Cayce merely went to sleep, and saw visions of a magic continent which went through 3 periods of breakup, the last some 11 or 12,000 years ago. Waking, Cayce didn't know anything about lost continents JKG, and when his first mention of Atlantis was called to his attention, he rubbed his eyes and said in that gentle way of his, "Now I wonder where that came from, and if there's anything to it." At various times, Cayce's Atlantis, just like Plato's Atlantis, boasted a technical culture, which eventually deteriorated to a point where the last denizens were victims of their own destructiveness. Cayce's readings on Atlantis, continuing for a span of 20 years, were given before the first atom bomb was touched off, before it was known that man finally did have the power to blast himself back to the Dark Ages, or turn the clock back to the Stone Age and life in a cave by bleak campfire. Could it be that it had all happened before? If we believe in evolution, the geologist pointed out, then we must believe in some sort of superior society existing before our skimpy recorded history, since obviously we haven't come very far since the time of Moses, Plato, Aristotle, or Christ. There was an anthropological gap, from about 7,000 to 30,000 years ago, when anything could have been possible for all we know. Whole cities and successions of cities had been buried before, as many different layers of Troy revealed, so why not a whole country or continent? From magnetic grains, from fossil remains, from layers of earth crust, we know the earth goes back millions of years, and yet we have no certain knowledge of what happened only yesterday, geologically. Had some cataclysm, destroying most or nearly all of humanity, also destroyed the records of that humanity? And could it not happen again, at presumably any time, now that man had the weapons of his own destruction at hand? Or perhaps the tilt of the global axis, sending billions of tons of melting glacial ice down on us from the pole, would suffice? Cayce's and Plato's Atlantis corresponded in many details, though Cayce had never read the 2 dialogues, in which the greatest mind of antiquity passed on the story of the island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Cayce had seen 3 periods of destruction, the first 2 about 15,600 BC, when the mainland was divided into islands, and the last about 10,000 BC, when a group of 3 large islands, along with some lesser, were swallowed up overnight, as Plato had suggested. Though the precise outlines of Atlantis, before its breakup into the islands mentioned by Plato, were never given in a Cayce reading, he indicated that it extended from what is now the Sargasso Sea area in the west to the Azores in the east, and compared its size to that of Europe, including Asia in Europe, not Asia, but Asia in Europe. Before the last Holocaust, waves of Atlanteans had, according to Cayce, dispersed in all directions, accounting for the superior, and often strangely familiar cultures, in such diverse areas as Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Central America, and in our New Mexico and Colorado, where they presumably became a colony of mountain dwellers. Before the final breakup, which centered near the Bahamas, the culture of this superior people, eroded by greed and lust, had disintegrated to a point, Cayce said, where their destruction, like that of Sodom and Gomorrah after them, was inevitable. Cayce even gives us a picture of the destruction, which Plato doesn't. With the continued disregard of those that were keeping all those laws as applicable to the sons of God, man brought in the destructive forces that combined with those natural resources of the gases, of the electrical forces, that made the first of the eruptions that awoke from the depth of the slow-cooling earth, and that portion now near what would be termed the Sargasso Sea first went into the depths. Cayce says cryptically that archives dealing with the existence of Atlantis, concealed in 3 areas of the world, will eventually be revealed. One of these areas is Egypt, where the ancient Egyptian priests assured the Greek lawmaker Solon, the source of the Plato tale, that they had the account fully preserved. Of course, since Plato's story has been discounted through the centuries, even his reference to a continent, clearly North America, beyond the Atlantean islands being disregarded as part of an allegorical myth. It is hardly likely that the same breed of historians and scientists would heed an unlettered clairvoyant dipping into his subconscious to elaborate on one of the most engrossing tales ever told. Even the geologist, gradually committed to Cayce and his wonders, found it hard to swallow Atlantis at first. But after delving into the scientific research of others, he began his own research, taking him at one point to the waters around Bimini, where Cayce forecast that the first of the sunken remnants of Atlantis would dramatically reappear. As the geologist investigated, the scientific evidence began piling up. If Cayce was right in his clairvoyant medical cures, why shouldn't he be right about other things? The information was certainly coming out of the same bottle, so to speak. Cayce had observed that the lowlands of the continent of Atlantis, before this presumed breakup into islands, paralleled the present Atlantic seaboard, and the geologist pointed out that ocean troughs parallel to New England, 70 to 100 miles at sea, showed from their ancient sedimentation that they had once been above surface. And what of the mid-Atlantic? Submarine ridge, spectacularly rising in spots, as it may once have dropped? Sedimentary material from a depth of 2 miles on the ridge revealed the exclusive presence of freshwater plants, the geologist noted, evidence that this section of the ridge was once above sea level. Curiously, as recently as 1966, there was some confirmation of a gently sloping plain extending into the North Atlantic, and scientists at the Oceanographic Institute at Woods Hole, Massachusetts, theorized it was a likely abode of the earliest humans in this continental area some 20,000 years ago. However, oriented as they were, they visualized this slope as easternmost North America, not westernmost Atlantis. To some, the Azores, 800 miles due west of Portugal, represent the eastern marches of the last of the Atlantean islands. And they have been acting up lately, just as their counterparts may have once before. Recent activity in the 9 islands of the Azores is a striking reflection of the instability that may have dropped Atlantis in the Atlantic thousands of years ago. Quiet for centuries, the Azores began erupting in 1957, curiously close to the year 1958, which Cayce saw as the 40-year beginning of large-scale breakups around the globe. As perhaps with Atlantis, the 1957 quakes and volcanic eruptions created migratory waves, as they broke up islands and destroyed thousands of homes. In February of 1964, there was another 4 days of nightmare quakes, and thousands of refugees fled the Isle of São Jorge, hard hit by 1,000 tremors. The 57 quake recalled early scenes described by Cayce. The geologist picked up a report by one of the refugees, Bernadette Vieira, who with her family fled São Jorge and settled in Santa Clara, California. Bernadette's experience was most graphic. She ran screaming down the village street as a volcanic island arose from the sea between São Jorge and nearby Fayal Island. On that day the earth shook, and stone-walled houses toppled. Hundreds of persons were killed. Hot ashes fell like rain. Crops were ruined, and livestock was killed. The volcanic island sank back into the sea as quickly as it had risen. In the '64 quake, panicky residents feared the tremors might activate 2 dormant volcanoes on either tip of São Jorge. The ground is trembling almost continuously, a Portuguese news agency reported. The people of São Jorge feel like shipwrecks on a raft. In one community of thousands, only 3 houses were left standing. Telephone and telegraph communications were cut. The air smoldered with sulfur fumes. A hastily assembled flotilla carried doctors, ambulances, and blood plasma to the stricken island in response to the SOS. Important damages. Many ruins. Request all navigation available in proximity proceed southern coast this island render assistance. There was more. If the volcanoes erupt, the geologist read aloud, they could split the island and cause it to crumple into the sea. The geologist brought out a map, showing how the Azores archipelago, strangely scattered in Miocene, stretched for 400 miles, with its chain of craggy coastlines, volcanic mountains, crystal-clear crater lakes and lush subtropical vegetation. Whatever a mainland had in fresh water, fauna, and flora, these islands surrounded by seawater, also had, plus a legacy of volcanic instability. Could it really be, I asked, dubiously pointing to the loop of rocky isles, that this was once Atlantis? The geologist shrugged. Why not? What's left is due west of the Pillars of Hercules, where Plato fixed the original islands. Geologically, where any phenomenon occurs in the present, it also occurred in the past, as part of normal evolutionary change. All that had to vary was the degree of change. Instability is an obvious feature of that area. The Azores have caught the fancy of even the Russians. In 1963, the geologist pointed out, a leading Russian geologist, Dr. Maria Klyanova, reported to the Academy of Science of the USSR that rocks had been dredged up from depths of 6,600 feet, 60 miles north of the Azores, which gave evidence of having been exposed to the atmosphere at approximately 15,000 BC, just about the time Cayce fixed for the breakup of the Atlantean mainland. Similar evidence had turned up long before. In 1898, the geologist said solemnly, the crew of a ship laying underwater cable near the Azores was grappling for a line in water 2 miles deep. As the grappling hooks scraped the ocean bottom, they turned up unfamiliar particles of lava, which from its peculiar glassy structure could only have solidified in the open air. Reflecting the instability of the ocean bed in this area, a British freighter reported sighting a steaming volcanic island just south of the Azores before the turn of the century, but the island had disappeared before geologists could get back to it. On a smaller scale than Atlantis, land has dramatically vanished in various parts of the world. In 1883, the geologist noted, the island of Krakatoa, near Sumatra, blew up with a loss of thousands of lives. In 1916, Falkland Island, east of Australia, disappeared without a trace, reappeared in 1923, then disappeared in 1949. The floor of the ocean often rears up violently. After a 1960 earthquake had leveled the Moroccan town of Agadir, the geologist noted, soundings revealed that 9 miles offshore the sea bottom had buckled up 3,300 feet in one great convulsive thrust. In August 1923 the Western Union Company, searching for a displaced cable, discovered that the Atlantic floor had risen 2 miles at one point since the last soundings 25 years before. Cayce's Atlantis broke up into 5 islands, the 3 largest being Posidia, Arion, and Og. His most striking prediction concerned Posidia. For in June 1940, as noted by the geologist, he made a forecast that should soon materialize, if he was clairvoyantly on the beam. And Posidia, he said, will be among the first portions of Atlantis to rise again. Expected in 68 and 69, 68 and 69. Not so far away. And where to expect it? The geologist had the clue in still another Cayce reading. There are some protruding portions that must have at one time or another been a portion of this great Atlantean continent. The British West Indies or the Bahamas, and a portion of the same that may be seen in the present, if a geological survey would be made, notably in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity, these portions may yet be determined. Eagerly the geologist combed through scientific literature on the geology beneath the Gulf Stream. Rather wide-eyed, he read of a submerged stream valley 2,400 feet below the waves between Florida and the Bahamas, of giant sinkholes submerged 600 to 900 feet off the tip of Florida, of mysterious bumps picked up by depth sounders in the Straits of Florida. The bumps appeared about the size of homes, only these houses, if they may be called that, are 2,000 feet below on the ocean floor. Geology appeared to be getting ready for Atlantis. Before Cayce's death in 1945, the geologist said, the scientific assumption was that the ocean basins were huge bathtubs into which detritus, debris from disintegrating rock, was sluiced for many eons. However, through a new instrument, a sub-bottom depth profiler, it has been discovered that in great areas, the accumulation of sediment is remarkably small, especially on portions of the ridges, as would happen if there had been continents very recently where the ocean floor is now. Current research confirms relatively recent sinkings of large land areas near Florida and the Bahamas. The National Fisherman featured an article, "Huge sunken piece of Florida identified south of the Keys," referring to a 1,300 square mile plateau submerged south of the Florida Keys. Geologist L.S. Cornicker described a submerged chain of islands in Lago Oriole Basin 10 miles south of Bimini in the Bahamas, at depths of 40 to 50 feet. Whatever happened occurred at the approximate time of the Atlantis debacle. Cornicker suggests, the geologist said in a bemused voice, that the features of the submerged area were formed 8,000 or more years ago when sea level was about 48 feet below its present level. With some excitement, the geologist stumbled upon an obscure Cayce reading discussing how the Atlanteans constructed giant laser-like crystals for power plants. The records of the manners of the construction of same, he read, are in the sunken portions of Atlantis, where a portion of the temples may yet be discovered, under the slime of ages of seawater, near what is known as Bimini, off the coast of Florida. Columbus, reading about the continent beyond the Pillars of Hercules, could not have been more excited than the geologist reading about Bimini, presumably a residual of the western perimeter of Atlantis. There was no rest now, until the geologist could organize an underwater party to make soundings off Bimini. After extensive preparation, he found himself flying 60 miles due east from Miami to Bimini. The pilot of his seaplane, learning of the mission, excitedly told him of large clumps of rock visible on his daily run at a certain angle. From the pilot, the expedition got the general location of two of the more conspicuous clumps. Scuba diving in the crystal, azure blue waters north of Bimini, they came upon a scattered pile of lime-encrusted granite boulders, each about 5 to 15 tons. Their spirits soared, but they fell again. The rocks were rough-hewn and looked as though they had come from a quarry. And they had. A ship carrying granite ballast had been driven on the shoals and wrecked 30 years before. But our scientists weren't that easily discouraged. They changed course, tacking in 35-foot depths southeast of Bimini, and after 2 fruitless days, they saw on its side in the Coral Sea a beautiful round white pillar about 16 feet long. Could this be one of the pillars of the sunken temples of Atlantis, suddenly exposed in relatively shallow water by an upward thrust of the sea floor? Examination of a pillar fragment revealed that it was of purest marble. But it still could have been washed off the hulk of a battered freighter. The geologist realized, reluctantly, that it would take another expedition, armed with heavy salvage equipment, to raise the column and determine its origin. Still, the party made a number of depth borings, which the geologist tantalizingly refuses to discuss until their message can be clarified, perhaps in the very near future, when Posidia, or some part of it, would rise again, Cayceites hoped. Meanwhile, what evidence was there that a highly civilized man lived from 7,500 to 30,000 years ago, dispersing over wide areas from a central base? In the Pueblo Valley, southeast of Mexico City, the Mexican anthropologist Juan Armenia Camacho turned up pieces of bone decorated with carved figures, estimated at 30,000 years. These bits of bone, the geologist stressed, indicate that civilized man was in the New World much before anybody believed, except for Cayce, who put the flesh where Camacho put the bones. Mexico is alive with a tradition of age-old visitations by a gifted people from the East. This led the pyramid-building Aztecs to be on the lookout for a returning white god, and made them vulnerable to the blandishments of Spanish conquistador Hernando Cortés and his rapacious horde. Almost every native group in Central and North America have inherited stories of ancient floods, with formidable landing parties arriving from the east. In Mexican lore, the geologist pointed out, there is a record of an early landing from a land called Aztlan, apparently an ancient variation of Atlantis. The Mayan Book of Alan-Balam, a record of this advanced culture, gives a detailed account of a great catastrophe to the east. The Delaware, Sioux, and Iroquois tribes have a legacy of a great flood, and the almost extinct Mandan Indian of Missouri held special memorial services about a great war canoe, symbolizing the ark which traditionally brought their forebears from the east during a great flood. The press was always from the east. Curiously, the geologist said, none of these visitors or invaders were from the west, Always the East, always the Atlantic. He looked over at me innocently. Have you heard of the Welsh legend in which a small bird rides on the back of a larger one as it attains great height, and then flies higher when the larger bird becomes tired? I shook my head. Well, the Iroquois have exactly the same folk tale. The geologist had assembled many indications of a central source of civilization on both sides of the Atlantic, and Atlantis. We all know about the Great Pyramids of Egypt, he said, but how many know that the archaeologists have been digging up even more extensive pyramids of similar design in Mexico? He plucked from his bulging files a commentary of ancient civilizations in the Americas, from the New York Times in December 1961, author William Luce noting, 32 miles from Mexico City is an archaeological site so old that even the Aztecs knew virtually nothing about it. This is Teotihuacan, the site of the Pyramid of the Sunday. A ruin 500 years before the arrival of Cortez, the pyramid has been reconstructed into a structure as tall as a 20-story skyscraper. The 216-foot climb to its top is a fine way to end a tour of ancient Mexico. Never excelled in Mexico as architects and engineers, the Teotihuacans also were master sculptors and painters. The author posed the great enigma. The ruins raise as many questions as they answer. Who the people were who built them, where they came from, why they built them and what happened to them are questions that will be luring scholars and tourists for some time. The geologist had marshaled his evidence. On both sides of the Atlantic were almost identical calendars more accurate than those developed in Europe for hundreds of years. The accuracy of the mathematical calculations, as reflected in both the architecture and astronomy, the geologist pointed out, was equally remarkable in both Egypt and the early Mayan civilizations. In the Yucatan, in southern Mexico, in Peru, were landmarks of a culture that was old when the conquering Spaniards arrived. Pizarro and his men found 2,000 miles of well-paved road in Peru, along which were dotted remains of many fine hotels. Where did they come from? There was an amazing similarity of place names, for example, names of 5 cities in Asia Minor about the time of Christ, and 5 cities in Central America. The geologist frowned as I compared the brief lists. The important thing to remember is that the New World communities were already named when the first European explorers arrived. In studying the Cayce readings, the geologist saw nothing about Atlantis inconsistent with what had been adduced from the ocean floor, common artifacts on both sides of the Atlantic, and the Plato account. According to Cayce, Atlantis was one of the oldest land areas, also one of the places where man first made his appearance. The early continent occupied the greater part of what is now the North Atlantic, and our present eastern seaboard was then the coastal region, as were parts of Europe. At the time when the poles shifted, and Lemuria in the Pacific was submerged, the Atlanteans were achieving great technological advances. Several thousand years later, misuse of the laws of natural power caused a stupendous upheaval that split the continent into 5 islands. The major Atlantean mass plunged into the Sargasso Sea in this first cataclysm. The remaining populace continued to deteriorate until, finally, 11,000 years ago or so, nature seemed to rebel at the iniquity, and the remaining islands were swallowed up in the last of the giant cataclysms. Cayce mentioned Atlantis originally in November 1923, in an early life reading originally dealing with a previous incarnation. Before this, he said, the entity was in that fair country of Alta, or Posidia proper, then this entity, the subject, was in that force that brought the highest civilization and knowledge that has been known to the Earth's plane. This, we find, was nearly 10,000 years before the Prince of Peace came. Cayce's description of the last breakup differed from Plato's in the implication of what the large-scale mass movements were all about. Plato's source saw the Atlantean migration as part of a great invasion, repulsed by an Athenian military that could hardly have coped with a major power. More plausibly, the Cayce version implies that the Greeks drove off a group of stragglers, just one of the many homeless contingents island-hopping their way to new homes. The first wave of migration, in the second breakup, may explain the Basques, a hardy race of unknown origin, and unrelated language, living in the mountain fastnesses of northern Spain. With this, said Cayce, came the first egress of peoples to that of the Pyrenees. It was so long ago that all connections with the motherland were gradually eradicated. Later, we find the peoples who enter into the black, or the mixed peoples, in what later became the Egyptian dynasty, also those peoples that later became the beginning of the Inca, that built the wall across the mountains, and with the same those of the mountain dwellers. Into agrarian Egypt, the newcomers may have carried the arts of medicine, embalming and architecture, and fanning out in the opposite direction, carried the fruits of their culture to Central America and Peru, where the early natives, like the first known Egyptians, mummified their dead. The first Atlantean disturbances or upheavals came 28,000 years ago, but not till 17,600 BP, before present, was the continent actually broken up. What would be considered one large continent, Cayce said, until the first eruptions brought those changes, producing more of the nature of large islands, with the intervening canals or ravines, gulfs, bays, or streams. Structurally speaking, it wouldn't have taken much to change the face of the Atlantic. Only a slight warping of the Earth's crust, barely 1/8,000th of its diameter, could have caused large portions of the ocean floor to rock to the surface, while larger portions sank. The upheaval affecting the continental landmass was visualized as the unhappy result of a merger of destructive man-made forces with those of nature, as might happen if a powerful nuclear bomb were to upset the equilibrium of the Earth in the area of a major fault. By current standards, it must have been indeed an advanced civilization that could blow itself up. If one is to believe Cayce, the misuse of solar energy brought about the debacle. And there is evidence, the geologist reported, to support the idea that man was sufficiently advanced technically to utilize the etheric or cosmic rays of the sun as a primary source of power. Very ancient maps of Greenland and Antarctica have been found, showing these areas in an unglaciated state, the geologist pointed out, and the experts think that ancient cartographers, from the subtle rise and fall of its mountain topography, might have mapped the area from the air. As a factor in harnessing the power of the sun, Cayce mentioned a firestone whose magical power apparently resembles the laser beam, which was not produced for some 30 years after the Cayce reference. The sleeping Cayce's description of the stone reminded the geologist of the power generated by filtering the rays of the sun through the ruby. The concept would have been dismissed as fanciful until recently. The activity of the stone was received from the sun's rays, Cayce said. The concentration through the prisms or glass acted upon the instruments that were connected with the various modes of travel, trains, ships, etc., as the remote control through radio vibrations or directions would in the present day. The firestone, or ruby of its time, was housed in a dome-covered building with a sliding top. Its powerful rays could penetrate anywhere, just as the laser beam, it could be either a death ray or a constructive energy source. It was hard to conceive that which Cayce put into words. The influences of the radiation that arose in the form of the rays were invisible to the eye but acted upon the stones themselves as set in the motivating forces, whether aircraft lifted by gases or guiding pleasure vehicles that might pass along close to Earth, or the crafts on or under the water. All over Atlantis, stations were set up to produce this power, then something inadvertently went wrong and the breakup followed. These, not intentionally, were tuned too high and brought the second period of destructive forces, and broke up the land into the isles where later there were further destructive forces. Cayce gave a detailed description of the stone source of all this energy, a large cylindrical glass, cut with facets in such a manner that the capstone made for the centralizing of the power that concentrated between the end of the cylinder and the capstone itself. As Plato suggested, the collapse came with a disintegration of moral values. Cayce describes the last days, as cities were built, more and more rare became those abilities to call upon the forces in nature to supply the needs of bodily adornment, or to supply the replenishing of physical beings as hunger arose. There was a wasting away in the mountains, the valleys, then the sea itself, and the fast disintegration of the lands, as well as of the peoples, save those that had escaped into those distant lands. It seemed incredible that so advanced a people could go hungry and lack for clothes. The geologist smiled wryly. Think of the millions starving today all over the world, India, China, Russia. He mused a moment. And if our population keeps up at the present rate, we may have our own food problems in another 50 years. As it is, our big deal, domestically, is the anti-poverty program, and we're the richest country in the world. In one of Cayce's trance recalls, the geologist saw not only indications of Atlantis, but of Cayce's gift of prophecy. Cayce had picturesquely described a meeting in 50,000 BC of many nations on Atlantis to deal with hordes of huge beasts then overrunning the earth. These beasts, said Cayce, were ultimately coped with by sending out supercosmic rays from various central plants. It sounded like the sheerest fantasy. But Cayce had made one tangible statement subject to scrutiny. In 1932, these rays will be discovered within the next 25 years. Marking time, in 1958 the geologist turned to the Encyclopaedia Britannica and found 2 references to recent discoveries of potential death rays. Only the year before, experimental physicists at the University of California had reported a successful effort to produce antineutrons. With the discovery of the antineutron, the encyclopedia reported, also came the theoretical possibility of a source of energy hundreds of times more compact than any previously existing. Antineutrons could in principle be combined with antiprotons to build up antimatter. When antimatter came into contact with ordinary matter, all of its mass would be converted into energy rather than only a fraction of it, as is the case with nuclear fission and fusion reactions. It seemed extremely complicated. Not at all, said the geologist with a smile. The antineutron beam passes over you, and you become a mass of invisible energy. The process was not reversible. But there was another ray, more in keeping with the firestone described by Cayce. The radiating force was achieved by storing up energy in a small insulating crystal of special magnetic properties, so that the crystal passes on more energy than it receives. In other words, the laser. And already, as suggested by Cayce, the ruby has been used as the crystal to convert matter into boundless energy, by amplifying light waves from the sun. Despite the evidence, the Atlantis material appeared too fanciful to be true. Since Cayce tuned in on the collective unconscious, perhaps he had somehow tuned in on some delightful fable concocted by some inventive or capricious mind. It was real in somebody's mind, and so it became equally real in Cayce's subconscious, I suggested. The geologist shook his head. That won't wash. Otherwise, Cayce would have been guilty of producing every false medical diagnosis ever made by some confused practitioner. Diagnosis, whatever it was certainly real to that mind projecting it. Even climatically, Cayce apparently knew what he was talking about when he looked back those 10,600 years before the Prince of Peace came into the land of promise. Yucatan, a haven for the fleeing Atlanteans, had a different climate then. For rather than being a tropical area, it was more of the temperate, and quite varied in the conditions and positions of the face of the areas themselves. It was this sort of thing that reassured the geologist about Cayce's unconscious insight. The major climatic change that led from the cold glacial climate to the present Earth climate occurred close to 11,000 years ago, he observed complacently. A study of pollen from cores taken from the Mexico City region more southerly than the Yucatan establishes that the area was once cooler and drier than now. He turned to Cayce's description of the physical changes in the area. In the final upheaval of Atlantis, much of the contour of the land in Central America and Mexico was changed to that similar in outline to that which may be seen in the present. The geologist had an explanation for this, too. This means that since migration took place before the final upheaval altered the Gulf of Mexico to its present outline, these migrations must have been to points at present subsided in the Gulf. He turned back to Cayce again. The first temples erected by Alter and his followers were destroyed at the period of change in the contours of the land. Those of the first civilization following have been discovered in Yucatan but have not been opened. This hardly seemed likely. But the geologist wasn't so sure. Almost casually, he said, we might have this evidence of Atlantis if we could only understand the significance of unique stones discovered in Yucatan back in 1933. Cayce had apparently foreseen the archaeological activity that would turn up some relic of the gigantic firestones that the Atlanteans had used for a seemingly unlimited power source. In Yucatan there is the emblem of same, the sleeping Cayce had said. And as if to guide archaeologists to the stones, he cautioned, let's clarify this, for the pattern may be the more easily found. For these pattern stones will be brought to the United States. A portion is to be carried to the Pennsylvania State Museum. A portion to be carried to the Washington Museum or to Chicago. It may only be coincidence, but in November 1962, Fate magazine reported, 3 elaborate, sealed Mayan tombs over 2,000 years old have been discovered by University of Pennsylvania Museum archaeologists on the Yucatan Peninsula of Guatemala. Atlantis was obviously not legendary to the man who put it on the map, Plato. The brilliant, sophisticated mind that conceived the dialogues and the Republic, the geologist observed, was the same that referred plainly in the Timaeus to the mighty power which was aggressing against the whole of Europe and Asia. Writing 4 centuries before Christ, Plato was dealing with a reality that was anything but obscure, the nameless fear of the Atlantic beyond the protective Strait of Gibraltar. He referred to an impenetrable Atlantic which not even the hardiest mariners dared brave, for fear of being mired, until a series of intrepid navigators set out for India 2,000 years later. Not only Solon told the story of Atlantis. Socrates, too, had given a similar account, Plato recalls, by some coincidence not to be explained. Obviously, Plato thought it more than coincidence. In the Timaeus, Plato mentioned the repulse of the invading Atlanteans. In the Critias, named for his grandfather, to whom Solon reported, he describes the legendary Atlas, as the first king of Atlantis. The Atlantean story, the Egyptian priests said, had been set down in our sacred registers as 8,000 years old. As Solon lived about 600 BC, that would put the final destruction between 10 and 11,000 years ago. Like other peoples, the ancient Greeks had a legend of a cataclysmic Noah-like flood. From their archives, safely sealed in some pyramid perhaps, the Egyptians remembered many such disasters. The Atlantic itself indicates Greek influence, Atlanticus being the Latin for the Greek, Atlas. Plato again casually picked out something which confirmed his reliability, the reference to the continent beyond the Atlantean islands. Obviously, the geologist pointed out, he was referring to a continent we all know well, North America. Perhaps, reading his Plato, Columbus got the idea that beyond the Pillars of Hercules, beyond the Atlantis of Plato, he would find the true continent, which could only be India, for what other continent was there? It might be pertinent to briefly review the Plato story, beginning with the Egyptian priest advising Solon, as for those genealogies which you have recounted to us, Solon, they are the tales of children. You remember one deluge only, whereas there were many of them. You do not know that there dwelt in your land the noblest race of men which ever lived, of whom you and your whole city are but a remnant. This was unknown to you, because for many generations the survivors of that destruction died and made no sign. For there was a time, Solon, before the greatest deluge of all, when the city which now is Athens, was first in war and was preeminent for her laws, and is said to have performed the noblest deeds and had the fairest constitution of any. Many wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories. But one exceeds all the rest. For these histories tell of a mighty power which was aggressing against the whole of Europe and Asia. This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island in front of the straits which you call the Pillars of Heracles. The island was larger than Libya and Asia, Asia Minor, put together, and was the way to other islands, and from the islands you might pass to the whole of the opposite continent, America, which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea, Mediterranean, which is within the Straits of Heracles, is only a harbor, having a narrow entrance, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land, America, may be most truly called a continent. Now in Atlantis there was a great empire which ruled over the whole island and several others, as well as over parts of the continent, America, and, Besides these, they subjected parts of Libya as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Durrania. The vast power gathered into one endeavored to subdue our country and yours and the whole of the land which was within the straits, and then, Solon, your country shone forth magnificently, for she was first in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell away from her, forced to stand alone, after having undergone the extremity of danger, she triumphed over the invaders, and preserved from slavery those not yet subjected, and liberated all the others dwelling within the limits of Heracles. But afterwards there occurred violent earthquakes and floods. And in a single day and night of rain all your warlike men sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared beneath the sea. And that is why the sea in those parts is impenetrable, because there is a quantity of shallow mud in the way, caused by the subsidence of the island. In still another dialogue, Plato gives a colorful description of Atlantis, and there were temples built and dedicated to many gods, also gardens and places of exercise, some for men, and some for horses. There was a race course, a stadium in width, and in length extending all round the island for horses to race in. Also there were guard houses at intervals for the bodyguard, while the most trusted had houses within the citadel, and about the persons of the kings. The docks were full of triremes and naval stores, and all things were quite ready for use. For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, the people were obedient to the laws, practicing gentleness and wisdom in their intercourse with one another. They despised everything but virtue, thinking lightly of gold and other property, which appeared only a burden to them. Neither were they intoxicated by luxury, nor did riches deprive them of self-control. They saw clearly that worldly goods are increased through friendship with one another, and that by excessive zeal for them, the good is lost and friendship perishes. By such reflections of a divine nature, all that we have described increased in them. But then this divine portion began to fade away, and they, unable to bear their good fortune, became unseemly, and began to appear base. Yet to those who had no eye for true happiness, they still seemed blessed at the very time they were bursting with unrighteous avarice and power. With the statement that this wickedness had apparently angered the gods, the Plato fragment broke off, presumably lost in the shuffle of the years. Undoubtedly, the greatest philosopher of his time had little idea of what he was stirring up with his tale of a lost continent, but Cayce was another matter. After portions of Atlantis rise, said Cayce, then comes a period of upheavals that must in the next generation come to other lands. That reading was in December 1943, and Webster defines a generation as the period when father is succeeded by child, usually taken to be about 33 years. And so in another 10 years, in 1976, Atlantis may no longer be a mystery. And the geologist? He wants to be around Bimini when fresh land surfaces, or will it be the Azores? Time, and Cayce, may yet resolve one of the more intriguing riddles of man's past. 14. Reincarnation. The expression down to earth was coined for Eula Allen. She came from the state of Washington, where she once bred and raised horses. She had married and raised a family, and was a grandmother several times over. She lived in a big comfortable house with her husband, retired Naval Commander Harold Allen, farmed the fields around her house, counseled friends far and wide, and wrote about the things that Edgar Cayce had once planted in her consciousness. I had an immediate sense of ease with her, the feeling of relaxation that comes with knowing, intuitively perhaps, that one is meeting an honest human being. Her blue eyes twinkled brightly through clear panes of glass, a friendly smile formed on her lips, she gave me her hand, and the clasp was as dry and firm as a man's. I stole a look around the room as she guided me to a comfortably upholstered chair. It was oversized, yet warm, with the warmth that came together from many sources, the jars and bottles of every color and description, glinting in the sun that slanted through the windows, the burnished woodwork whose merging grains seemed vitally alive, the books and magazines sprawled colorfully across tables and chairs. It was the living room of people who obviously enjoyed living. Eula, I presumed, was in her 60s, but she was the ageless type, who would be as sprightly in mind and spirit 10 years from now as she had been 10 years before. She was tall, with a straight back, and a direct demeanor. It seemed hard to believe that anybody so down to earth could believe in the esoteric. Was it Edgar Cayce who convinced you of reincarnation? I asked. She laughed out loud. Edgar Cayce saved my life, she said with emphasis. Is that why you accepted reincarnation? Not at all, she said easily. Mr. Cayce never forced his beliefs on anybody. I wondered how she had met Cayce. She smiled. Like so many other people, I imagine. I was tired, run down, a bag of bones, I could hardly get around. I was 42 at the time, had recently had a baby, my husband was at sea, and I came down with an acute kidney infection. The doctors at the Norfolk Naval Hospital told me the kidney would have to be removed, and when I refused surgery they said they wouldn't take responsibility for what happened. She was living in a furnished room at the time, and a friendly landlady had introduced her to a woman who had regained her health through a Cayce reading. That woman, Mignon Helms of Virginia Beach, had never been ill a day since. Eula had an adventurous mind, and the thought of healing force operating through the unconscious mind of a stranger intrigued her. I knew enough of life to know that there was no limit to the power of the mind, and for that reason perhaps I had refused surgery, feeling that it wouldn't get at the real difficulty, and yet would leave me maimed. She had had an experience of her own with her son Bruce, that made her ready for any form of mental healing. 15 years before, Bruce, then 12, had been critically ill with rheumatic fever. The pulsing of the heart could be heard across the room. Eula had never considered herself religious. Her family was among the first white settlers between Walla Walla, Washington, and Lewiston, Idaho, and there had been no church background. But as the boy lay on the table, she prayed. She visualized God, and she visualized a perfect heart, keeping the picture of that perfect heart in her mind all through the ordeal. The crisis came, as the doctor watched grimly, and then the boy's breathing suddenly grew less labored, his temperature dropped, and he relaxed into normal slumber. The doctor stood up with a tired sigh. I don't know how / he said, but he'll make it. Eula hesitated. I prayed, Doctor, do you think it helped? He looked at her curiously. I can't think of anything else that helped, he said. You saved that boy's life. And so what Cayce did made sense to Eula Allen. After Mrs. Helms got through her description of how Cayce had helped where the doctors had failed, Eula asked, when can I see this man? You must ask for an appointment, Mrs. Helms replied, but you don't have to see him. Just say where you will be at the appointed time. Eula Allen blinked. But I would like to be there, she said, finally. The reading was fixed for the 18th of February, 1941, with Mrs. Helms present, along with Gertrude Cayce and the inevitable Gladys Davis. The sleeping Cayce never once mentioned the infected kidney. He said that Eula was anemic, running on nervous energy, and described a strain and heaviness in the lumbar and sacral areas, the region of the kidney, an aching that extended up to the mid-back. In these areas of the nervous system, there are engorged or enlarged ganglia, nerve centers from which impulses are transmitted, and these, rather sore to the touch, spread into the muscular areas of the body. The organs themselves were sound, except as they were lacking stimulation from a blood deficiency due to impeded central nervous impulses. Hence, the organs are not diseased but at times diseased. He recommended small quantities internally of olive oil, 3 pellets of iron daily, 1 with each meal, and the use of an electric vibrator before bedtime for a half-hour, along the spine, especially over the areas of the neck and head, between the shoulders, and across the 9th dorsal vertebra, through the lower lumbar and sacral areas. Even though the treatment seemed sketchy, Eula Allen found a strange confidence in the man who let her out the door with a kindly smile and warm handshake. I've known you before, he said, squeezing her hand gently. Back in her room, Eula reviewed her last medical report. The kidney was swollen to the size of a small cantaloupe, and her general health depleted. The condition had been chronic for 15 years, periodically recurring, but acute now for 6 weeks. Pain in the back intense, temperature high. Surgery recommended. But she put her faith in Cayce, and the electric vibrator. In 3 days, the kidney swelling was reduced to normal, and she was out of pain. She continued the treatments, and in 6 months gained 40 pounds. She hadn't felt this well since she was 25. And she kept remembering, oddly, what Cayce had said, "I've known you before." In time, her curiosity got the better of her, and she wanted to know what he meant. It was strange, but she had had the same feeling about him. And so for the first time, really, sitting down, chatting with Cayce, she heard about reincarnation. "Does that mean," she asked with a worried frown, "that I may come back as an animal?" Cayce laughed. "Certainly not, that's transmigration, and you may not even have to come back at all, if you become perfectly developed in this life." Even with the confidence she had in the amazing healer, it was hard for her to get used to the idea of reincarnation. Cayce didn't press her. She attended his Bible classes and listened. "The soul is eternal," he said, "and God's arm isn't short. You go out and you come in again." Reincarnation involved only highly developed human souls, not animals. For more than a year she thought it over, then decided to have one of Cayce's life readings. These were designed to delineate past lives, which had most influenced this one, revealing attitudes, inclinations, and personalities presumably carried over from earlier existences in different bodies. Although the Cayce health reading had convinced her of his subconscious link to the universal mind, reincarnation was still a difficult thought, even for one believing in survival, and Eula wasn't sure of that either. Eula discovered, as Cayce spoke, that she had had previous sojourns in Ireland, Rome, Syria, Peru, Atlantis, where so many sojourned, and in our own Wild West before the Civil War. But what interested her most at this time, she being of a practical turn, was the insight into her own temperament as seen through these so-called incarnations. "The material appearances have been quite varied," Cayce said, "yet very sincere, very stern in most activities. Thus, the entity is qualified to interpret almost any phase of the individual experience, and others will listen." With a secret smile, I recognized that I had chosen Eula as an interpreter of the Cayce record, and had listened avidly, if somewhat confused, for hours. I had been much impressed at the same time by her openness and candor, amused by her two-fisted characterizations of some of the trustees of the Cayce legacy. They would not have been so amused. Cayce, even more amusingly, had warned Eula. The entity should be guarded not as to what it would say or as to whether it would say, but as to what and how and when it says. "Just remember that others listen and recall, ye shall give an account of every word that is spoken. For in speaking thy words are given power." I could vouch for Eula's eloquence, but obviously this was no reflection of reincarnation. But she had still other distinctions. The entity may be expected to be associated with many who have had, or will have much to do with the changing of policies, local, state, national and international. That seemed quite an order for a grandmother, even one as articulate as Eula. I looked up from the life reading which Eula had put before me. "I see where you are running your own State Department." She regarded me rather sharply, but said nothing. "Are you actually advising the great powers on the problems of the day?" I smiled. "People from all over the world come to my home, India, China, Washington, but who they are and what is a private matter." A thought struck me. Why, if people have lived other lives, don't they remember anything from them? "But they do," she said. "It's just sometimes that they don't remember that they are remembering. Jesus said, 'I'll bring all things to thine remembrance,' but he didn't say how." Despite the subject matter, she still gave the impression of being down to earth. "What do you remember?" I asked. "Well, Mr. Cayce mentioned that in an Irish incarnation I was a Rosa Odescia, who came to the New World at an early period." She looked at me calmly. "Though I have no Irish strain in me genetically, I have always felt terribly sentimental about Irish music, poetry, and folk tales. Also, the privations I went through in coming to this country stood me as good experience in the rough ranch life in Washington state in this life. I like Irish music, too, particularly when Irish eyes are smiling, without any tangible link to the old sod. You'll have to do better, I said. Eula's eyes flashed, and she said with some asperity, I don't have to convince you of anything. I peered into the reading. It says here that the entity should be guarded, not as to what it would say or as to whether it would say, but as to what and how and when it says. That's right, Eula said. But what good is it all, the life reading or a belief in reincarnation, except for the pleasant euphemism that death is not the end? Again an expression of exasperation crossed Eula's normally benign countenance. Remembering, even subconsciously, teaches us, it provides opportunities for us to go on and learn. Speaking of a sojourn which carried the entity, so both Cayce and I thought of Eula, from Palestine, where she studied at the feet of the apostles to bondage in Persia, the mystic had related, from that sojourn there are great latent talents as a teacher, a leader, an instructor, a director. All of these abilities are a part of the entity's present experience. Yet, there was so little of the home life in that sojourn. It was for that the entity returned in the present experience. Certainly, Eula had been a good homemaker, married twice comfortably, 4 children, the last born to her when she was 40 years old. The children were grown, the 2 girls marrying well, one son a lawyer, the other an engineer. As a housewife, her cup runneth over. Had she done any teaching? She hadn't stopped teaching, in class and out, even with all her household functions. It still seemed a most trivial basis for proving out reincarnation. Weren't you ready to accept reincarnation when Edgar Cayce's health reading led to your cure? It certainly made me more amenable. If his subconscious was right, where the professional medico's conscious was so wrong, why shouldn't this self-same subconscious be equally accurate and the professional theologians equally wrong? But this had only predisposed her, she insisted, to giving the whole subject an honest, open appraisal. What sense does anything make, she said, unless we are here to learn? I shrugged. Many would argue that it makes no sense. Everything else does, she shot back. All life has a rhythm and plan, the seasons, vegetation, the movement of the tides and the planets. There is an order about everything, so why not man? And certainly the integral part of man is not his body, but his spirit. I again invoked the anatomist, who had opened up a cadaver, and asked his students to pick out the soul. Eula sniffed. That man was a fool. I could point at the same body, and ask, is this the man we knew? Without spirit and mind, he is only a slab of meat, and even the doctor would admit man is more than that. Yes, Eula was sure she remembered, and remembering, made progress. In her life reading, she had asked, what is the meaning of the pulling sensation in my fingers and hands? These, Cayce replied, should come more from the tendencies that are a part of the experience, the writing, see. Ah, Eula was to be a writer. I always felt an inclination that way, and Cayce told me that I should get myself published. Even for an established writer, this was often more easily said than done. But Cayce was determined. How can I best apply my understanding for the benefit of others, she had asked. Put it on paper, and publish it. And what had been published? 2 books had already come out of Eula, based on the knowledge of the universe she had gained from the Cayce readings. One was Before the Beginning, a summation of the spiritual creation, the other, The River of Time, of physical creation as visualized by Cayce. The books had been received only perfunctorily by the Cayce press. But, surprisingly, they were now so popular they could hardly be kept in stock. It made some things clear about herself that she had never understood before. As a child, upset by the gambling of ranch hands on her grandfather's spread, she had boldly broken up the games, barging in on the players and destroying every pack of cards she could get her hands on. Now, she understood why. She was reacting from having once been a dance hall shill. Subconsciously, at least, she was remembering, and trying to do something about it. Still, I wondered how deep this belief in reincarnation cut. Are you afraid to die? I asked. She shook her head. Death is like stepping out of an old car, into a new one. Then why were you so concerned about your son's possible death of rheumatic fever? I didn't believe in reincarnation then, and besides, even now, I would be deeply affected by the suffering of anybody I loved, not necessarily by their death, if I thought they had learned something in this life before they went. How about all the innocents, children, that Stalin and Hitler exterminated? Why should they have suffered? It makes no sense unless you do accept reincarnation, for then one accepts the law of compensation, karma, carrying over from one life to another. Edgar Cayce frequently spoke of people paying in one life for that done in another, profiting equally from the good they had done. In one of my previous lives, as a Roman, Cayce said that I commanded a fleet manned by galley slaves. Even before my reading, every time I saw a picture of slaves, my stomach would turn over. It stirred up all kinds of unconscious memories. Now it makes sense. I still don't understand all this suffering as being part of God's will. She looked at me sharply. God sets up certain laws defining the order of the universe, and these can't be changed. But certainly God is more merciful than a mere sinner, who would not want anyone to suffer. God's law cannot be changed, she said. Then why pray for your son? We have access to God's law, and the way things shape out depends on our own attitudes in accordance with this law. Ironically, for a reincarnationist like Eula, God's law represented virtually the same thing to detached scientists, an endless cycle of matter and energy, capable of entering into an endless variety of physical combinations in perpetuity. We are all part of God, she said, and God is part of us. There is no conflict, no punishment, merely opportunities to develop. She looked up at me with a disarming smile. Why should everything we have had so much trouble experiencing be taken from us, when nature is so economical in other respects? There was no questioning Eula's sincerity, and if her belief in reincarnation helped her be a better, more productive person, that was a plus sign indeed for reincarnation. Why do you now find it so important to believe in reincarnation? Wouldn't being just a good Christian, believing in the message of God through Christ be sufficient to get you into heaven? She gave me an almost pitying glance. Don't you know that Christianity embraced reincarnation for 300 years, until the Roman influence expunged it after the Emperor Constantine recognized the Church? What do you think the early Christians were thinking of when they asked Christ whether he was Elijah, who had come before? They were thinking of reincarnation, that's what. Her mood changed suddenly, and she regarded me with a concerned air. If you thought of reincarnation as rebirth, I think you could understand it better. Just as the earth has a constant rebirth, so does the spirit. Don't you remember Christ saying that unless man is reborn again, he cannot enter the kingdom of heaven? Wasn't that a reference to baptism? Eula threw up her hands. Christ was not interested in show but substance, that is at the heart of everything he said or did. It seemed time to get back to earth. In one life, I said, you lived in the good old USA, and rather recently, which is quite a shift from all these glamorous lives in Persia, India, Palestine, Rome, Greece, Egypt, and Atlantis, lives with no possible way of being checked out. First of all, Eula said, let's get things straight. As a soul develops, the chances are that development will be faster in advanced cultures, and since Cayce only dealt with meaningful past lives, he drew on lives in growth-making civilizations. So what did you learn in the Wild West? I asked. She snorted. See for yourself. She pointed to a well-worn copy of the life reading spread out before us. Back in the gold rush days, on the Barbary Coast, I was a dance hall girl, even a prostitute, I guess. Cayce had put it quite picturesquely. The entity was in the earth when there were those journeyings from the east to the west, gold. In 49 the entity, with its companions, journeyed to the western lands. Hardships were experienced on the way, yet the entity was among those associated in those acts with those in their relationships to such conditions, rowdiness, drink, spending. Yet the entity was one to whom many came for counsel. As in her Irish life experience, Eula had a specific identity. The name then was Etta Tetlow. Records of these may be found in some of the questioned places in portions of California, even in the present. Then came the provocative conclusion, in activities, with all types of that early land did the entity have connection. I had seen no specific reference to a dance hall experience, prostitution, or the Barbary Coast for that matter. Eula smiled. Well, that last remark would appear to speak for itself. What kind of woman deals with every kind of man? How about Etta Tetlow, dance hall girl? Eula gave me a sly smile. 3 years ago, in 1963, I was in California doing some lecturing on Cayce, Pacific Grove, I believe, when a woman sauntered up and said, "Hello, Etta." Eula winced. She had never been able to stand that name, Etta. Somehow, in a book on reincarnation, Eula's incarnation as Etta Tetlow had been brought to the woman's attention. Browsing one day through colorful old posters, she found some dating back to the boisterous days of the Barbary Coast in San Francisco. The posters listed the entertainment at one of the local dance halls. One name stood out, Tetlow. Eula did not take this incarnation lightly. Even before this report of an Etta Tetlow in California, she was concerned by the shoddiness of her past life past. Troubled, she sought out the waking Cayce. "If I was a prostitute," she said, "how could I ever hope to touch the hem of the master's robe?" It occurred to me that the master, so generous to sinners, could hardly have minded. But Eula apparently thought he might. Cayce received her gently. "Why so concerned? You know better now, don't you?" He pressed her hand. "Make it a stepping stone, instead of a stumbling block. We come back to learn." Eula's main purpose in this life, Cayce had said, was to build a family, and she looked proudly on her 13 grandchildren scattered around the country. One was top man in his Air Force group, another had won rare distinction scholastically as a naval architect, still another was a champion swimmer. The son with the pulsing heart had taken his heart through World War II. He, too, had been skeptical about reincarnation, and still might be, for all Eula knew. When he was 22, before going off to war, his skepticism had driven him to a life reading. Cayce correctly forecast he would be a lawyer, but said his job in this life, because of his karmic past, was to prevent people from getting into trouble, not sitting in judgment on them. He had gone against this precept, becoming a county prosecutor in Northern California, and then things had started to go wrong in his life. Eula was a bit vague on what had gone wrong. "It's his life," she said, "and I don't like to get too personal with it." "Didn't the public like him as prosecutor?" I asked. "Oh, yes, they even wanted to put him up as judge." "Then what went wrong and how did it relate to his becoming a prosecutor?" I looked at her rather curiously. After all, somebody has to be a prosecutor, so it can't be all that wrong. She laughed. "Yes, but somebody else may have reached a different point of advancement from past experiences." At any rate, she had recalled the Cayce reading to her son while he was debating the judgeship. "You know," she said darkly, "you were told never to sit in judgment." He looked thoughtful for a moment. "I know," he said. "Then you know what to do." He turned down the post. And what had happened to his life since? Both personally and professionally it started to get back where it had been. He was now heeding the law, the divine law, which Cayce had interpreted for him. Just as she and Cayce shared the feeling they had known each other in the hazy past, Eula felt she had been acquainted with me. I was in some sort of supervisory capacity with you then. "You still are, at this point," I said. She smiled. "Haven't you felt at ease, as though we've been through some experience together?" "As a matter of fact, I had been drawn to her instantly, but put it down to the curious empathy we do seem to have for some people at sight. But what is that, she said, but a vaguely remembered past. Again I saw no evidence. Don't you think the life we live now is the one that counts, even if there is reincarnation? I had chanced across a sentence in Life is for Living by Eric Butterworth. The life you once lived can only be found in the life you now express. Naturally, Eula agreed, but if there is a Cayce around to show you the twist in the road, that is all the better. At first glimpse, reincarnation had seemed wishful thinking on the part of those shrinking from the apparent oblivion of death. Before the glory of the resurrection, the concept of reincarnation was not a difficult turn in the spiritual road to everlasting life. My own faith in the moral lesson of Christ was implicit, yet, like others, I found myself shying from the implicit message of rebirth. Yet, had not St. John quoted him, in a statement parenthetically absolving all on earth of guilt in the crucifixion? Therefore doth my Father love me, because I lay down my life, that I might take it again. No man taketh it from me, but I lay it down of myself. I have power to lay it down, and I have power to take it again. This commandment have I received of my Father. He had power to take it up again. And what he did, others could do with the Father's help. Was that not the message of Christ, that, and a cry for universal love, mocked through the ages? Had Edgar Cayce, as his readings suggested, trod the bitter road with the Master, absorbing a message that made his own gift possible, as all gifts were made possible, with God's acquiescence? Was Cayce's unique gift, scorned as another's had been scorned, a stepping stone in the ultimate revelation of what life was all about? Were the truths in his miraculous healing manifested to bring credence to the broader spiritual truth of purposeful life? Did Cayce's subconscious, merging with the universal consciousness that was the Father, Creator, and creation, come along at a time when a troubled world, stifling in the limited horizons of materiality, was ready, even eager, for some sign of its place in a universal plan? There was nothing accidental, nothing left to chance in the Creator's grand design, so Cayce believed as he pictured reincarnation as an instrument, not an end in itself. Each and every individual, he said once, follows out that line of development in the present earth plane as it has received from the preceding conditions, and each grain of thought or condition is a consequence of other conditions created by self. It was difficult for me, as for others, to conceive of a spirit with a volition of its own. How did the spirit find its way to another body? Where did it rest and restore itself? Why did it keep coming back? Must each soul continue to be reincarnated in the earth until it reaches perfection, or are some souls lost? That was the puzzler put to Cayce. Cayce had a ready answer. The soul is not lost, the individuality of the soul that separates itself is lost. The reincarnation or the opportunities are continuous until the soul has of itself become an entity in its whole or has submerged itself. If a soul fails to improve itself, what becomes of it? That's why the reincarnation, why it reincarnates, that it may have the opportunity. Can the will of man continue to defy its maker? Constantly, Cayce minimized the ego, aware that many cultists mistakenly became enveloped in grandiose past lives at the expense of this one. Like Butterworth, he felt the past could only be expressed in the life lived now, otherwise no life became important. The real purpose, as should be for each soul, is the message of love of the Savior for the children of men. That phase of Christian experience, reincarnation, is questioned by many, yet there is this period when the fact needs stressing to answer many questions. But that this is to be the primary fact, reincarnation, no. That is merely the plan as he demonstrated. Believing in Cayce, and reincarnation, Cayce's followers were constantly inquiring whether he would come back, in what guise and how soon. One corporate lawyer, who had made a fortune astutely following the Cayce readings dealing with real estate and finance, had tried to establish some arrangement whereby Cayce, on his slated return in another body, could profit through the clairvoyant gains he had achieved for the lawyer in this life. The slumbering Cayce seemed cool to collusion of this sort. Others queried Cayce about his next sojourn, after reading a newspaper article describing how a reincarnationist had attempted to leave his money to himself after death. The article revealed the utter frustration of the reincarnationist's plan, oddly reminiscent of a scene from the Broadway musical, On a Clear Day You Can See Forever. Arthur M. Hanks, who made a fortune peddling flowers in the Los Angeles financial district, left no will because he believed he would return through reincarnation, and claim his life's savings. He has been dead 7 months now, and today Judge Joseph P. Sproul opened the way for relatives to divide the flower peddler's $100,000 estate. With this springboard, intimates of Cayce put the question to his universal consciousness: you will give at this time information which will help us to understand the laws governing the selection by an entity of time, place, race, color, sex, and the parents at any rebirth into the earth plane, especially the possibility of Edgar Cayce, present in this room, bringing through in his next incarnation memory of this life. Then came the stickler. If possible, we would like to be advised as to how proof of such memory can be established by leaving a record or money now that may be called for during the next appearance. Cayce examined each phase of the question. The times of reincarnation, or rebirth, varied, according to the development of the entity, and as to the manner or the character of the removal from the material experience. As to race, color, or sex, this depends upon that experience necessary for the completion, for the building up of the purposes for which each and every soul manifests in the material experience. One incarnation naturally merges into another. As the tree falls, so does it lie, saith the maker and giver of life. So does the light, so does the nature of an individual. For the beginning and the next experiences are ever tempered by how sincere the purpose was of the entity in the experience before. For indeed, as has been given, whatsoever ye sow, so shall ye reap. Just as a leaf fell prematurely, so could human life be cut off. They who have done error suddenly, they who are advanced, they who have not met a whole expression, may go suddenly, as you count time. I was rather disappointed, as Cayce's following may have been, in his failure to program a future of his own. If he could see for others, why not for himself? As for the entity Edgar Cayce, I read finally, this depends then as to when that experience has been reached in which the union of purposes of entities and materiality has created that expression, that phase, to which the entity's development may reach to find expression through same. As for the time of his return, Cayce was vague. It may be perhaps 100, 200, 300, 1,000 years, as you may count time in the present. For how gave he the day? No man know it, only the Father in heaven know it, and it is provided you so live, as he gave, that I may sit upon the right hand and my brother upon the left. Ostensibly, the session had produced little of practicality. I could almost sense the disappointment of Cayce's audience in the next question. Would you suggest any way that a record may be left by an entity? Cayce got to the heart of the matter, playing on a word to discard one point and make another. By living the record, he stressed. For as one lived deeply, developing spiritually, so he developed the faculty of remembering. For when the purposes of an entity are the more in accord with that for which the entity has entered, then the soul entity may take hold upon that which may bring to its remembrance what it was, where, when, and how. Thinkest thou that the grain of corn has forgotten what manner of expression it has given? Think thou that any of the influences in nature that you see about you, the acorn, the oak, the elm, or the vine, or anything, had forgotten what manner of expression? Only man forgets. And why just man? Only in his mercy such was brought about. As in Adam they forgot what manner of men they were. For God's book of remembrance may be read only by those in the shadows of his love. As he did in the conscious, Cayce showed no interest subconsciously in the prospect of money in this life or another, and coolly disregarded this as incentive to remembrance. It was almost, a witness said, as though he were refusing to participate in any little game of clairvoyance, as he had once refused to submit to the tests of psychic researchers intent on reducing his gift to their own meager measurements. Cayce's own remembrance was remarkable. His references to Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost civilizations could be dismissed as speculative, but other phenomena could not be so easily scouted. He frequently lapsed into languages that were clearly recognizable: French, Italian, Spanish, German, and others that were unrecognizable. These ventures into tongues he had no knowledge of in the waking state were triggered by the subject matter or subjects. Once he read for a man in Italy, who had deputized a friend here to sit in on the reading. The friend, of Italian extraction, asked a question, and the answer came back in fluent Italian. Another time, reading for a German, Cayce branched off into idiomatic German, bespeaking intimate knowledge of the Teutonic. Cayce clearly had not responded to the satisfaction of his friends as to the nature of his next return. However, in a dream a short time before, he had visualized himself as being born again, and gave time and place. As happened so often in his life, a significant dream came during a great emotional crisis. He had been arrested in Detroit for practicing medicine without a license, and had been subjected to the ignominy of public trial as a charlatan. On the train back to Virginia Beach, he had one of his most singular dreams. He had been born again in AD 2100 in Nebraska. The sea, he recalled, apparently covered all of the western part of the country, as the city where I lived was on the coast. The family name was a strange one. At an early age, as a child, I declared myself to be Edgar Cayce, who had lived 200 years before. Scientists, men with long beards, little hair, and thick glasses, were called in to observe me. They decided to visit the places where I said I had been born, lived and worked, in Kentucky, Alabama, New York, Michigan, and Virginia. Taking me with them, the group of scientists visited these places in a long, cigar-shaped metal flying ship which moved at high speed. Water-covered part of Alabama, Norfolk had become an immense seaport. New York had been destroyed either by war or an earthquake and was being rebuilt. Industries were scattered over the countryside. Most of the houses were of glass. Many records of my work as Edgar Cayce were discovered and collected. The group returned to Nebraska, taking the records with them to study. There were other dream details. In one city, virtually completely destroyed, Cayce stopped to ask the workmen where he was. They looked at him in surprise, and to his surprise, replied, "New York." From this dream many have fashioned a dreary prophecy of ultimate doom, pointing out that Cayce's prediction of gathering destruction from 1958 to 1998 implied that this was only the beginning of holocausts that were to continue indeterminately. However, Cayce was not quite so pessimistic. Interpreting his own dream, he likened his period of personal trial to the tests that others would face, rocked with doubts of the ultimate purpose of the Creator. And the vision was that there might be strength, there might be an understanding, though the moment may appear as dark, though there may be periods of misinterpreting of purposes. And there could well be, he indicated, challenging times for mankind. But in the end, was a promise given in the Bible. Though the very heavens fall, Cayce paraphrased, though the earth shall be changed, the promises in him are sure and will stand, as in that coming day, as the proof of thy activity in the lives and hearts of thy fellow man. Cayce himself, in the conscious state, found support for reincarnation in the Bible, though modern theology spurned it. Reincarnation has so long been considered a part of the Eastern religion, he said once, that we have cause to consider it foreign to Christianity. However, I doubt if anyone who has really studied the Bible could say that it was not contained in that book. Throughout the ages, the question has been asked, if a man die, will he live again? The unschooled psychic, who loved to intersperse his Bible reading with homely poetry, observed, one of the poets gave, "Dust thou art, to dust returneth" was not spoken of the soul. It has been generally considered that if a man live again, it is his soul that lives. Cayce pointed out that the Bible was replete with references to rebirth. There are many instances when the Master said, "Ye must be born again." Again, he said to Nicodemus, "The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit." His own readings helped Cayce to understand much that he could not understand before. We may read much in, or we may read much out, but did he mean what he said when he said to Nicodemus that ye must be born again? Did he mean it when he said to the scribes and Pharisees, before Abraham was, I am? Did he mean it when he said that John the Baptist was the incarnation spiritually of Elias? He said so. Cayce turned to where the disciples asked Jesus, who did sin, this man, or his parents, that he was born blind? And Jesus answered, neither hath this man sinned, nor his parents, but that the works of God should be made manifest in him. To Cayce, this clearly reflected a prevailing belief in reincarnation. Now it wouldn't have been possible for the man to have sinned in this world, as we know the world, just in being born blind. They must have believed that the man lived before, else they wouldn't have asked such a question. Another time, as Cayce recalled, as they came down from the mount, Peter and John asked the Master, why then say the scribes that Elias must come first? And Jesus answered, Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Again, as Cayce quoted, for all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. Cayce turned to Paul. The first Adam brought sin into the world, but the last Adam brought life. He did not push his own interpretation. Whether that's figuratively speaking or not, is for us to determine within our own experience. Even after his first life readings, Cayce did not immediately accept reincarnation. He considered it alien to Christianity. I was taught the Christian way of thinking, that a man only has one life, and as a man dieth so is he. But as he began to look at the Bible with new eyes, so did he look around him, and into himself. Always there was within me a feeling that did not find answer in what was ordinarily given as the answer for such feelings. How is it that some people we meet we immediately feel as if we had known all our lives, and others we have known for years in this life and still do not feel close to them or understand them? I don't believe anyone can answer that unless there is more than just this life. Nothing lives again unless it dies, even the grain of wheat, in bringing forth that which will propagate its own self. His own readings often proved out reincarnation for Cayce. In one reading, he told a woman that she had lived 10,000 years ago in what is now New Mexico, and had made certain hieroglyphics still to be found in that location. Later, Cayce said, the woman wrote me that she had gone there with friends, and had found the marks just as indicated. Cayce had never been to New Mexico, and neither had she, in this life. When she saw those indications, something answered within her so that she knew she had lived there and had made those marks. Just as some felt they had known one another before, so did the pattern of relationships in this life often reflect a previous association. If the information, in the reading, tells us that we were associated with certain individuals during certain periods in the Earth's plane, and we see in the present an exact replica of the description of former associations, we are bound to see the consistency of it. At a church forum, Cayce once submitted to questioning on reincarnation. Do you think, someone asked, that when a soul enters the earth plane it knows what sort of environment it is coming into, and the conditions it will have to face? Cayce drew on his subconscious knowledge. It must know that it is entering the environment which is necessary for its own development. It knows that this is its opportunity to pass through that experience necessary for this development. Weren't these past life readings keyed more to the ego than anything else? It was something Cayce had thought often about. We hear the question, what good will it do me to know that I lived as John Smith during the Revolution, or was a first settler, or that I was among those in the French Revolution, or a wine cellar in such and such a period? Well, our soul, our entity, is what it is today from how it has reacted to various experiences in the Earth's sphere. How does the spirit find the body? Another asked. I do not believe that a soul enters until the breath of life is drawn. The soul doesn't enter at conception. For reincarnationists, the following colloquy was enlightening. Is the soul sent here, or does it come of its own desire? Comes of its own desire, Cayce said, for desire remains throughout all development of man, or of the soul, whether we speak of material, mental, or the soul portion. Desire goes right through, and is possibly the motive force behind the soul, for without a desire to do a thing we can't get very far. If the soul knows so much, why does it have to do all these things over again? It's very much like we have in a school. We go over and over a lesson in mathematics until we know not only that it is rote, but that we can get an answer by doing that. We have to know the principle of the thing, or the basis of it. Man goes over and over his lessons, and necessarily under such different environment that it builds that which is lacking, that has kept it from understanding its relationship to its maker. Do you believe that every human being has a soul? Cayce then advanced a unique concept of man's relationship with God. I believe that every human being has a soul, that which makes it akin to the Creator, that which is given an individual that he may become a companion to the Creator. As we see in the forces all about us, nature herself desires companionship. So does God. He gives us the opportunity to be His companion, by giving us a soul, which we may make a companion with Him, but we have to do the making. 15. The Cayce Babies. The pretty blonde was browsing through the bookroom, occasionally picking up a volume and thumbing its pages. She was pretty and supple enough to be in the chorus line of a Broadway show, and she had a demure, yet sensuous way of moving, showing her trim tailored slacks to advantage. The ARE receptionist caught my look of inquiry. "She is a Cayce baby," she said, "Ray Denny Horton." The girl looked over and smiled. "Cayce baby?" "Yes, she had a reading from Edgar Cayce when she was a child." The girl's smile broadened. "2 readings, she said, the first when I was 2 years old." "Did you toddle in for it?" I asked. Her good-natured smile seemed part of her personality. "I wasn't even there. My mother sent in for it. She believed in Edgar Cayce because he had helped her health-wise, when the doctors had failed, and so she got life readings for both myself and my sister." "You believe then in reincarnation?" I asked. The girl looked surprised. "Of course," she said, "it explains practically everything that has happened to me, as Edgar Cayce made so clear. When she was 2, he had said she would have a talent for dancing, music, the theater. She had turned to ballet when she was 3 years old, before she could possibly know about the readings, and, discounting maternal influence, had gone on to win a dance scholarship in her hometown of Norfolk, enabling her to study in New York. Her mother's suggestive force hardly gave the daughter her flair. At 12, her dancing won unusual recognition. After classes at a New York ballet school, she was recommended for a professional start in New York. Her family explained that she was only 12. "We thought she was older," was the disappointed rejoinder. "There would be too much red tape with child authorities unless she was 14. How had Cayce picked out her special dancing ability? Mrs. Horton plucked her readings out of a library file. Her eye ran down a mimeographed page. "The inclination to ever be the actress at all times will necessitate judgments as to the training of the activities, especially in the vocal direction as well as in the ability to dance." She had not studied any musical instrument, and only after marriage had she sought voice training. She was divorced now, with 3 children, and thought she might sing professionally. She was still young enough, in her late 20s, to pursue a career, vocally, since she did have professional experience, having studied at the Pasadena, California, Playhouse and worked at a big club in Brooklyn. Scanning the readings, a sentence caught my eye. "After the 12th to the 14th year, she will take care of all the rest of the family, if needs be." Had Ray taken the job at 14? She shook her head. "Odd, that sentence never struck me before." Her family had been well off, and there had been no need to work, though a job, rejected at 12, was available at 14. How much had she been influenced by the readings? I never thought of them until recently, yet looking back, I see how the whole pattern of my life, including my marriage, was anticipated. Personality has a lot to do with shaping our lives, I said, recalling the Greek axiom that character is fate. She smiled. Edgar Cayce certainly caught my personality. My eye turned back to the reading. A very demure, meek entity, and then one almost wild at times in its determination for its own way. The stress on wild had been underlined in Cayce's voice even in trance. I appraised the slim, cool-looking figure, with the sunny face. True. She nodded. I'm afraid so, at times. Her finger picked out a paragraph in the life record. As to the appearances in the earth, as indicated even from the temperamental abilities of the entity, many have been the appearances. These that are given here, though, are those indicating the greater urge in the early development of this entity in the present sojourn. She looked over at me. Do you know what that means? I shrugged noncommittally. As her life developed, Ray felt somewhat confused as a teenager. She was a pretty girl, and quite comfortable about being a girl, she thought, but the feeling came over her at times that she would be much happier as a boy. Was this the greater urge mentioned by Cayce? It seemed hardly likely. I regarded her lithe, sinuous figure with detached appreciation. You make a strange-looking boy, I said. I seem to have a lot of masculine traits. I was less emotional than my husband, for instance, and I realize now that I resented his trying to run things. That's the new breed woman, aggressive, dominant, omniscient. I also have a practical masculine turn of mind. In school, I just didn't learn anything, even a geometrical problem, by rote. I had to know why. And what had all this to do with reincarnation? There, she said, picking out a well-thumbed passage in her reading. There, I was a Frenchman in that incarnation, and entertained the king and his court. In that life, I read, her name was Chevaux, and she was a man, of course. That was one of the things that intrigued me, the way the entities kept changing sex. Conceivably, it could lead to homosexuality, if there was a karmic overload from the opposite sex. However, that was obviously not Ray Horton's problem. But Cayce did say something about masculine influence. And in the present life those experiences and expressions will be seen as a part of the entity's development, in that masculine thought will be a manifestation in the early portion of its experiences, the desire to know the whys of life. I looked over at Ray. You saw this reading by the time you were 8, and you've read it 100 times. You will notice, she said determinedly, that I had a Greek life, and was a singer and dancer in that experience. Because of this experience, Cayce had noted, and through the present life, in the early portion, the entity will find the desire for the activities which keep the body in perfect form and activity. From the looks of her, Ray hadn't passed out of the early portion yet. I've always loved to drape myself in flowing Grecian costumes, just as I love French perfume. That's a common failing, I said. Perhaps because these are common backgrounds. But Atlantis was her major preoccupation. I feel a strong affinity for Atlantis at all times. I've read about everything I can on it, both in the Cayce readings and in articles and books. I suppose, I said rather drily, that you had an Atlantis experience, too. No, but her ancestors came from there. The entity was in the Egyptian land, of the Atlanteans and the extremists, Cayce said. Yet in those periods of perfecting the body for special service, the entity, among associates and companions even in the present, aided many in bringing greater interpretations of body and mind as related to the spiritual aspects of life. The name then was Is-Soel. Well, Is-Soel, I said, what do you think that meant, associates and companions even in the present? Is-Soel laughed. Haven't you felt an immediate rapport with some people, as though you had special reason for feeling close, or just the opposite, for that matter, raising the hackles on your neck? I always blamed an overactive thyroid. The fact remains, she smiled, that Cayce was right about practically everything else about me. She had a health reading at the age of 5. She was pale and sickly, and her hair was falling out. Cayce prescribed calciose, a substance taken with bread or crackers, and in a couple of weeks the girl's hair had started coming back. She certainly had no problem now, the blonde tresses falling thickly over her shoulders. She regarded me pleasantly. Cayce was so right about my health. So why would he be right about one thing, and not the other, since it was all from the same unknown source? I could only shrug. Perhaps Cayce was infallible only when the motivation was right, when people needed help desperately, and couldn't get it elsewhere. But the life readings were as helpful as the physical, in underlining people's personality weaknesses, and setting up guides for future behavior. These life readings are downright suggestive. They could have made a dancer out of almost anybody, or a girl who always had to know why. As she flipped the pages of the readings, her eye fell on a follow-up in the back. She had never seen it before. It had just been taken out of the ARE research file. When she was 10, a dancing teacher had reported she was the only one in the dancing school to do acrobatic work on her toes. At the same time she had won a prize for her dancing on a television show, and at 11, just after her scholarship award, a teacher observed, "It is very seldom that a good ballet dancer can also be a good acrobat." Ray finished the report with a smile. "I wonder if dancing in ancient Greece was more fun than Brooklyn," she said. It couldn't have been any worse. Ray Denny Horton's reading had not appeared to chart her life with any great detail. Still, other readings told subjects they would become architects, tailors, and doctors, because of influences carried over from past lives, and they had become architects, tailors, and doctors. The architect had been a builder, a carpenter, an architect in previous incarnations, according to Cayce, and the aptitudes had been brought over into this one as a sidelight, the main purpose of course always being development. Cayce had said that the best way of getting to heaven was on the arm of somebody you were helping. It was intriguing to consider the possibility that people were mechanically inclined, writers, musicians, healers, as they subconsciously remembered what they knew of these fields. In doing something perhaps subconsciously familiar, they often touched off a chord stirring around uneasily in the back of their consciousness. The World War II soldier, stopping off in Bavaria, suddenly saw himself a crusader in the very spot he was now enjoying a beer, remembering with a start that Cayce had once put him in the Crusades. It was certainly a complex pattern, however you looked at it, for it visualized a broad master plan that embraced each and every body and mind in the universe, each with its own little niche. Only God in his omnipotence could handle such a program. Yet, as even the atheistic Einstein recognized, there was a definite order in the world, call it what you will, and man, like the rest of nature, the planets, comets, the seasons, had a place in this order. Life was orderly, even if man's life wasn't. As the Hindus had noted, life sometimes seemed like a tree. Buds died, prematurely whisked away by the wind or rain, before they could leave. Others became leaves, and fell off at varying stages. Still others lived through their season, then inevitably dropped off, as the experience ended, only to begin again in the spring, the same tree having different leaves, with perhaps different impulses, and all again inevitably dying. Still, what did trees have to do with people, except to form a provocative analogy? How was it that Mozart at 5 produced the music of mature genius, or Joseph Hoffman played the piano at 2½? Commenting on child prodigies, the talented Alan J. Lerner, author of Brigadoon, My Fair Lady, Camelot, expressed the view these prodigies must have surely lived before to have been so gifted. They remembered through the subconscious, he felt, the source of all inspiration. My attention was drawn to a newspaper article describing a 6-year-old Turkish boy whose paintings had been the rage of European art galleries for 4 years. Badri, Bikam, started painting when he was only 2 years old, the Christian Science Monitor reported. He has turned out more than 1,000 watercolors and over 5,000 drawings, but he has never had a painting lesson in his life. And what did Badri paint? Turkish scenes, Saracen, pastels of the Middle East and the Holy Land? Badri, untraveled and unlettered, unable to read or write, daubed his colors into delightful representations of the American Wild West. One of Badri's favorite subjects, the article went on, is cowboys. In a sequence of a few sketches, which have tremendous movement, he is able to tell a whole story. It would have been interesting to have known what an Edgar Cayce would have said about Badri. For another, Cayce had said once, there is the natural interest toward things of the artistic nature and temperament. There are the abilities to use the voice, as well as playing almost any musical instrument. The subject, growing up, had displayed ability, but had not done very much with it, though in a previous life, said Cayce, he had been a better than middling composer named Franz Liszt. Success didn't necessarily follow. Musical progress was subordinated to the broader need of learning humility and service. It was a most comforting concept, reincarnation. Very few who received a Cayce life reading ever argued with the aptitudes he saw as part of the personality pattern, but not all accepted the underlying concept. One housewife told Cayce after a life reading for her husband, most of the things you said about my husband I know to be true, character, abilities, and practically everything about his physical condition as we know it, but I have wondered what the catch is, and I find it, reincarnation. There were many Cayce babies, and it was interesting to follow up some, in view of Cayce's prognosis. I sat across the luncheon table one day from a young man who had a life reading when he was but 4 hours old. Just after birth, the suggestion was planted with the sleeping mystic, you will give the relation of this entity and the universe, and the universal forces, giving the conditions which are as personalities, latent and exhibited in the present life, also the former appearances in the earth plane, giving time, place, and the name, and that in each life which built or retarded the development for the entity, giving the abilities of the present entity, that to which it may attain, and how. That was 23 years ago, and the parents had carefully kept the reading from the boy, so that it would not influence him. It was not until his sophomore year in college that he had taken a look at it. He was now taking graduate work in a Western university, and planning to be a physician. He was a young man of even disposition, but obvious determination. He came from a family of moderate circumstances, but had already showed a remarkable facility for making money in the stock market, through using information gained by chance or from friends. He was in more than a dozen stocks, was constantly buying and selling through 2 brokerage houses, and had established credit with a couple of banks. Some of his stocks had multiplied a dozenfold. As a sidelight, too, he kept a patch of land near his college, which he worked as a garden. In all, he appeared to be an unusually productive, versatile young man. I would have said offhand that he was bound to succeed. Still, what could Cayce have said of an infant but 4 hours old? Together, the young man and I went through his reading. A very determined individual, Cayce had said, yet not high-tempered, but having his way. That had been my impression. In the experience before this, the reading continued, a farmer, a wide-awake, high-minded individual. The young man smiled. I found that odd, because originally I wanted to be a farmer before I wanted to be a doctor, and used to love working on my uncle's farm, not to mention the little farming I do now. It was just as well that he switched, for Cayce had put it firmly, in this experience the entity should be a doctor, and should, and will be, a very betraveled individual. He envisioned an unusual career as a doctor. The youth had made up his mind to be a doctor, before he knew about the reading. He had already been to Europe. Cayce was checking out. He will be an observer of little things, Cayce had said. He will be wealthy, which will come from listening, taking advantage of the opportunities. As a boy of 13, with a newspaper route, he had overheard one of his customers on the telephone telling a friend to buy into the stock of a fertilizer firm. It sounded good to him and he received permission from his father to put $250 of his savings into the company. In a few years, this investment was worth more than $3,000, and the boy's aggregate stock holdings added up to more than $10,000, after paying his own way through 4 years of college. I was sure he would be wealthy, if that was what he wanted. Teaching also is indicated in the experience. Thus the unusual opportunity of education, by travel as well as by that of association and of pedagogy. He was already teaching, while working for his doctorate in psychology, and had received a full scholarship, financing study for both his master's degree, which he had already obtained, and the doctorate. Here was a prediction not yet subject to validation, since only time would tell. Entering at this particular period, born October 1942, there will be in the affairs of the earth those activities similar to those as the King of Sweden, in keeping peace in the earth. I asked the young man if he knew what this meant. He shrugged pleasantly, maintaining the even temper of the reading. It's very flattering, he said modestly, but I will have to wait and see, I guess. I couldn't remember what the King of Sweden had been like, but as a perennial neutral he had quietly interested himself in discussions aimed at ending the conflict raging in 1942. There was more. The entity will be one of strong body, and should be allowed to engage in all characters of sports, not as an activity for pay but as developing of body, of mind. The young man smiled. He had been too busy to participate much in sports, but had been on the college wrestling squad. I've never been in a hospital, he said quietly, never had a real illness in my life. I looked down the page. Beware of activities that have to do with the digestion, and the throat. These are weaknesses in the karmic forces influencing this body. He seemed to be enjoying his lunch, and his throat was clear. It may yet happen, I said. He gave his even-tempered smile. I'll just have to watch for that. There was a word for the parents who had requested the reading. Educate, put then in the way of the entity those things that may have to do with every form of those activities, spiritual, mental, and material, that may be helpful in bringing to those in the material plane the consciousness of health-giving force in the experience of those that suffer. Had the parents thrown subtle suggestions of a career his way in the green formative years? They never did advise me, one way or the other, he said, and I understand it now. They wanted to see how it would turn out. There was little of counsel in the reading except, born under Libra, October, he was told when choosing a companion, presumably a wife, to pick one born in January or October. He had not yet been confronted by a decision, and being a rather level-headed young man didn't go around asking girls their birthdays. There was one last word of advice. Beware of politics for this entity, though there will be opportunities for same. The young man shrugged and looked away. I'm not sure I know what that means. He had a number of previous lives, one in his own family, another as a physician at the time of Christ, again as a farmer. Lives in Sweden, China, Egypt, had given meaningful experiences. And that was it. The young man smiled evenly. The reading seems to have worked out well, as far as analyzing my life goes, but I haven't made up my mind on reincarnation. It's almost too pat a way of explaining everything we don't understand. The need is there, and the concept supports it. You haven't been influenced then by previous incarnations as a doctor and farmer. I just don't know. Someday, the message may come as it did to my father. But I'll have to find out for myself. Then how did Cayce pinpoint your strong and weak points? He frowned. That I don't know, either, except that clairvoyantly, he may have been able to look into the future. We shook hands, and I knew, without a Cayce, that here was a young man destined for success. He had an inner calm and resolve beyond his years. The next day, the father called. How did it go? He asked. You know, I said, he doesn't believe in reincarnation. We've never imposed our beliefs on him. He's a most determined young man. He laughed. When he was a boy, 11 or 12, another boy his age borrowed his bicycle without permission, bringing it back without the chain. I happened to look out the window, and saw him standing over the boy, with the chain in his hand, forcing him through sheer will to put it back. He never got flustered or upset, but the other boy obeyed without a word. I recalled the boy hesitating over the warning on political activity. The father chuckled. I don't blame him, he said. You know, he was always politicking in school. In high school, he was elected president of the student body, campaigning all over town, and it stirred a certain amount of criticism. In college, he was president of his class, but his campaigning again stirred opposition, and even friends ganged up on him. He was a disillusioned young man before it was over, brooding over the frailty of human friendship. He's never run for any student office since. But what had it to do with reincarnation? There is some aptitude remembrance, in his flair for farming, in his ambition to be a doctor, and in other qualities from the past. The ability to listen and evaluate, have certainly stood him in good stead. He's been self-supporting since he was a teenager. It still seemed nebulous grounds for reincarnation. In one of the previous lives mentioned by Cayce, the father said, as a 4-year-old boy he saw his grandfather killed by a horse. The horse caught his foot and fell, and the rider, tossing the boy to safety, was crushed under the animal. It was an unforgettable experience. He had been born again to the same family, apparently permissible in reincarnation. And there was remembrance that he consciously knew nothing about. When my boy was 4, we had been out for a walk, when we saw a horse rear up with a girl on it. There was nothing to get alarmed about, but my son, normally stolid, stood trembling, his whole body in a sweat, as though having a nightmare. The horse soon quieted, but the boy kept staring, rigid with fear. Then taking hold of himself, he advanced determinedly and put his hand on the horse's forehead, stroking the animal as though he was trying to overcome his obsession. The father had never seen fear in the youngster before or since. There is no doubt in my mind that the old memory came surging in, and then he determinedly tried to rid himself of his fear. Granted reincarnation, signs were apparently all an independent researcher could hope to find, unless he had a pipeline to universal knowledge. Remembrance was one of these signs, of course, but again a Cayce was needed. A young woman, morbidly fascinated by circuses, left in a panic every time they trundled out the lions and tigers in their steel-barred cages. Without knowing of this idiosyncrasy, the sleeping Cayce told her that she had been a Christian in an earlier life in Rome, and had been fed to the lions. No wonder she was scared. For another girl born lame, just as the biblical child was born blind, Cayce explained that during the reign of Nero she often sat and laughed in the Colosseum, as the Christian martyrs were killed or maimed by the wild beasts. I read elsewhere in Cayce of people who had used the sword cruelly in one life being plagued in this by unexplained fear of all cutting instruments, including an inoffensive bread knife. And I recalled Eula Allen saying that the millions who had perished in war must have killed others in earlier wars. From Revelation, I suddenly remembered, he that letteth into captivity shall go into captivity, he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. I had always considered this in the framework of one life, but it certainly didn't work out that way. Wickedness so often went unnoticed, even rewarded. It was that kind of a world. But karma, the reincarnationist's debit and credit ledger, changed all this. It was the load we carried from one life into another. Karma, said Cayce, is the lack of living to that which ye know ye should do. As ye would be forgiven, so forgiven others. That is the manner to meet karma. A positive attitude could also help. For a woman lamed by rheumatic fever in childhood, the attitudes that have been held by the body have been and are helpful, yet these conditions being karmic, must be met by the body, in adding to the being and the soul of the body, patience, kindness, brotherly love, long-suffering, and the like. Again, even with the opportunity to work off karma, it seemed a paradox that a merciful God should subject his creatures to an apparently endless cycle of punishment. We are taught to turn the other cheek and forgive, I told one reincarnationist, and this in God's name. Am I to assume that we have learned this lesson better than our Maker? The reincarnationist smiled. If you don't accept reincarnation, does injustice and bloodshed then disappear? At least, with reincarnation, there is a purpose, an aim, a hope for development. The life snuffed out today has a chance in the endless tomorrow. He eyed me rather sardonically. It seems to me that the Maker who gives his creatures another chance is more merciful than one who lets the world spin around like a top. With it all, I neither accepted nor rejected reincarnation. Thinking of all the inexplicable phenomena I had witnessed over the years, of people somehow predicting the future, of clairvoyance, of telepathy, it would have been absurd to have closed myself off through either the inadequacy of my understanding or of the evidence. I didn't understand how electricity worked, nor did anybody, and yet it worked. The Cayce readings could hardly be taken as proof of reincarnation, since they were valueless as evidence, unless they could be proved out with something tangible. For instance, Cayce had advised a young man of 23, obsessed with wanderlust, that this expression was a carryover from a previous life in Peru, before the Incas. In that land now known as Peru, the entity was then among those that ruled in the land and was subjugated by the Incas that took possession of the land from those that ruled. There was a little more, tracing the wandering spirit. The entity lost through this experience, for in that of bringing the wreck of the peoples from the desire to rule brought destructive forces to others and to self. In the urge seen from this experience, the entity finds that self becomes wandering in body, mind, and in desire. In other words, he was a sort of Ulysses. That was all very nice, but when Cayce predated the Incan civilization he was again off in a subconscious dream world of his own. How, I asked Gladys Davis, who was busily inventorying the Cayce readings, how can anything so esoteric as reincarnation be indicated out of anything so apocryphal as a civilization we have not even an indication of? Edgar Cayce's secretary, rummaging on her desk, came up with a copy of Science News for April 9, 1966, billed as the weekly summary of current science. On the front cover were two shadowy figures, captioned Undersea Pillars. I turned curiously to the article, as Gladys said casually, "There's something there about the Incas that might be pertinent." The article dealt with information that seemed right out of a Cayce reading. Strange carved rock columns, shown on this week's front cover, some with writing on them, have been sighted by cameras 6,000 feet under the sea off the coast of Peru. This unknown Atlantis of the Pacific lies too deep for exploration from a surface ship, said Dr. Robert J. Menzies, Director of Ocean Research at the Duke University Marine Laboratory, Beaufort, North Carolina. A mobile deep diving vehicle is needed for precise observation. Two upright columns, about 2 feet or more in diameter, were sighted extending 5 feet out of the mud. Two more had fallen down and were partially buried, and another angular squarish block was seen, said Dr. Menzies. The pieces were sighted from a surface ship carrying apparatus for lowering cameras to within a few feet of the ocean floor. The oceanographic cruise of the research vessel Anton Brunn lasted for 6 weeks off the coasts of Peru and Ecuador in the waters of the Milne Edward Deep, a deep trench that drops off to almost 19,000 feet in places. The cruise was sponsored by the National Science Foundation. There was more, indicating that just as Cayce had said, there may have been a counterpart of Atlantis named Lemuria in the Pacific. The sunken columns, the article continued, are located about 55 miles off the city of Callao, the port of Lima, capital of Peru. This is near the Ring of Fire, the zone of earthquakes and active volcanoes that encircles the Pacific Ocean. The area had once been covered by at least 600 feet less of seawater, about 11,000 years ago at the time of the Great Glaciers of the Ice Age, said Dr. Menzies. The area is now slowly sinking. So Lemuria, or whatever, was still subsiding. The oceanographer had come across the mysterious sea pillars accidentally, while foraging around for specimens of a small mollusk. His expedition had found 60,000 specimens of sea animals and taken 1,000 underwater photographs before it stumbled across the sunken ruins. "We did not find structures like these anywhere else," he reported. "I have never seen anything like this before." But what of our friend who had lived before the Incas in Peru? Near the pillars there had been other discoveries. Old Inca ruins have been found around that area, and civilizations predating the Incas by many years are now believed to have existed nearby. That was not Cayce, but the science news. And still, this reference to a pre-Incan civilization was but a sign. Yet perhaps, this was all that was needed. For was it not written in the book, in Job, clearly the story of mankind and its tribulations, was it not said, for we are but of yesterday, and know nothing, because our days upon earth are a shadow. 16. The Reckoning. Edgar Cayce gave his last reading on September 17, 1944, and it was for himself. He was tired, frazzled, worn out, as Gladys Davis said, there was no place to put another patch. His own readings had repeatedly warned that if he read more than twice a day, he would disintegrate. But with the war on, and thousands appealing for help, he could not resist doing as much as time, and his waning strength, would allow. In the months before his death, thousands of requests for readings had piled up, arriving at the rate of 1,500 a day. People were concerned not only for their own health but for the welfare of loved ones in the far corners of the earth. Cayce's own two sons, Hugh Lynn and Edgar Evans, were on the battlefronts, and the compassionate Cayce could not turn from anybody. As his fame spread through books and articles, he undertook 7 or 8 readings a day, but, even so, the most desperate appeals had to take their place, and this generally meant a 5 or 6 month delay. Often the sick worsened and died before Cayce could get to them, and this knowledge, as well as the work, wore on him. He felt weak and inadequate. Working around the clock, he couldn't catch up with his backlog in 3 or 4 years. As he helplessly looked at the huge mailbag, crammed every day with fresh appeals, he would lie down with a sigh, and pray that something would come through. In time, the man who seemed to know everything when asleep, could no longer go to sleep. His weary body and mind would no longer respond to his suggestion, and so he had to put the readings away for a while, and hope for a renewal of strength. Just before his last reading, he visited biographer Tom Sugrue at Clearwater Beach in Florida, which the readings had picked out as ideal for convalescence. Sugrue had asked for help on an article on the human aura, and Cayce, though his own aura was dimming rapidly, could not refuse. He also hoped that he would rest up enough to get on with the work. He had no more power to refuse me anything, Sugrue commented later, than he had to refuse anyone else. As it turned out, he was too restless to relax, even with Sugrue, whom he loved. He had taken his correspondence with him, responding with counsels of patience and good cheer, compensating in this way for not giving the readings. It struck Sugrue that Cayce was hastening his own end. I suggested that he spend his time fishing and gardening, except for when the readings were given, but in the letters he received were stories of misfortune and suffering. Each was a cry for help, and had it gone unanswered, he would have heard it among his flowers or on the pier, fishing. His heart was heavy and his mind numb with the burden of his helplessness. Though at first, he stayed asleep longer than ever, pushing himself, he could not even dent the pile of requests. It was this more than anything that broke him. The night before he said goodbye to Sugrue, he had a dream that was manifestly prophetic. I was on a train going to Florida, he told the writer. I had retired, and I was going to live there. Only the evening before, looking out at the sea, he had remarked what a beautiful place it would be to rest. But as both Cayce and Sugrue knew, only death could retire the man who had said in sleep, "Mind is the builder. Knowledge not lived becomes sin." Even without the last reading, he knew what the answer was. The end was near, but he felt only regret that this life experience was to be interrupted when he was needed so badly. He called on his friend, Dr. Woodhouse, in Virginia Beach, and the doctor said, "You know as well as I what is wrong with you." He was clearly disintegrating, as that reading had warned. Mrs. Cayce had framed the questions for that final reading. How can the body best free himself of worry and anxiety concerning the office routine? Get out of the office, came Cayce's reply. In the hills near Roanoke, Virginia, there was a nursing home where the readings sometimes sent patients. This would be preferable to any place where there would be anxieties from others outside. Commence soon. How long should I stay? the next question was put. The answer was to the point. Until you are well or dead. Like more orthodox therapists, he had never followed his own advice, and it was rather late in the day to begin. But restless, at home, with each day's bag of mail staring at him accusingly, he went to Roanoke anyway. He now neither could sleep to read by, nor to rest. The vital energies were slipping away. In April of 1926, nearly 20 years before, he had had a dream which symbolized the way he would die. In this dream, he visualized himself immersed in a tub of hot water, and scalding to death. He interpreted this dream in a subsequent reading. In resisting physical pain one day, his body would become protectively immersed in water, and death would follow. When he died, the cause was diagnosed as pulmonary edema. 2 weeks before the end, a physician had warned, the danger lies in his strangling to death. In late November, as thin as a wraith, but still wearing a smile, he returned home to spend his last days, looking across the lake where he had fished so often. On New Year's Day, 1945, he told visitors cheerfully, "It is all arranged. I am to be healed on Friday, the 5th of January." His friends understood what he meant, when they arrived on Friday for his funeral. He would be elsewhere, wherever this healing would occur. The night before his death, as his wife reached across to kiss him good night, the man, whose gift had always been his obsession, looked at her reflectively, and said with tenderness, "You know I love you, don't you?" A lump came to the throat of the woman who had made him her whole world through 40 years of marriage. She nodded silently, unable to trust her voice. He smiled gently. "How do you know?" "Oh, I just know," she managed. "I don't see how you can tell, but I do." His mind traveled down the years when his work had been the consuming passion of his life. "You know," he said, "when you love someone you sacrifice for them, and what have I ever sacrificed because I love you?" She hushed him as though he were a child, closed his eyes, and, kissing him lightly, stole from the room. He died the next night, January 3rd. He was 67. Gertrude began to fade rapidly. She told her friend, Lydia J. Schrader Gray, that she felt as though one of her vital organs had been bodily removed. She had 2 sons at war to live for, but she felt that Cayce was gently pulling her to his side. 3 months after Cayce's death, on April 1, 1945, on a beautiful Easter Sunday morning, Gertrude Evans Cayce followed her husband hopefully beyond the divide. The Cayce family lived, as it believed. On March 30th, the day before his mother's death, Hugh Lin had written from his army post in Germany, "It makes me deeply happy to know how ready you are to pass through that other door. There is so much beauty in your living, that I cannot be sad at the possibility of your joining Dad." Hugh held up his right hand, sometimes both hands, "Here, so it does not surprise me that he may need you now." And the son designated to spread the work showed his readiness for the task. "We have come, Mother," he saluted, "to an understanding of karma in a way that we have for a long time been explaining to others, and I find that your life represents so much that is fine and beautiful that I cannot allow my selfish desires to mar this period of waiting and wondering. My prayers are that you will not suffer. I know that you must realize how much love has been, is, and always will be yours. In death, there has been no deification of Edgar Cayce at Virginia Beach. Long before Stalin's successors, Cayce had de-emphasized the cult of the personality. The supreme law was, thou must love the Lord thy God with all thy strength, and love thy neighbor as thyself. But the ARE, Cayce's Association for Research and Enlightenment, is still run by a voice from the dead, Cayce's. More than 40 years ago, when there was no widespread acknowledgement of extrasensory perception in any form, the sleeping Cayce plotted the growth of the work. For such work must of necessity first appeal to the individual and through individuals, groups, classes, and then the masses, as it gains credence necessary for recognition by the general public. Just as Cayce foresaw, the ARES work after his death began with an inventorying of his readings, branched out to a library offering help to researchers. The institution, Cayce Blueprint, should be built around a place where the records of that accomplished through these sources, Cayce's clairvoyance, are kept. The chief aim, he stressed, was not the revelation of psychic phenomena, but of better understanding of the purpose of life. He was most specific. First, put the information in an orderly manner, so that any phase of human experience may be had from that already given. In suggesting how the information should be siphoned to the outside world, he mentioned a number of persons who should one day be received. On 3 occasions, I noted with interest, my own surname cropped up. Choose from among those, Cayce directed, that are gifted in the putting together of data so obtained into scientific matters, in those of story, verse, or fiction, and let the same then be given to the hundreds of channels or outlets. As he had once advised Tom Sugrue how to plot his bestseller, Starling of the White House, he now counseled others, let it be known that being dispensed comes from such sources, as is verified by those who found in their lives the answer to their problem, and such then becomes then more worthwhile to readers, whether of snappy stories or of Sunday school lessons. In 1956, through an unexpected gift, of the sort that the sleeping Cayce would have understood, the ARE was able to buy back Cayce's old hospital in Virginia Beach, known as the White Elephant, reopen the vaults and begin the analysis of some 15,000 readings which apply more than ever today in their broad understanding of the nature of the universe. Today, at ARE, the files have been laboriously classified by categories: cancer, arthritis, homosexuality, reincarnation, Atlantis, etc., as recommended by the sleeping psychic. Doctors, archaeologists, scientists, oceanographers, and cultists have all found their tasks easier, for Cayce stressed simplicity. Be able at a glance, from whatever phase of human experience, to have the information in the setting it was presented to that individual. Whether it pertained to marital relations, separating the silt from the gold, or adding to a body that vibration necessary to alter the very fires of nature within the individual itself. It was difficult, perhaps impossible, however, to help those whose intellectuality would not permit them to grasp that which was intellectually inconceivable. Do not attempt to cast pearls before swine, said the scripture-minded mystic, nor give to those who read such as of the fiction of the day. Many of course did consider reincarnation a pleasant fiction. It was an interesting Cayce concept, though I wasn't at all sure it made life easier to consider still another life on this plane. Reincarnation presupposed some sort of order in a world apparently predisposed to disorder. Still, it was difficult to accept God and believe with the hedonists that there was nothing but the everlasting present and sensual gratification in that present. Theirs was a world without plan, organization, a schemata of any kind. And yet the lowliest bureaucrat, in the pettiest assignment, governed his minuscule activity with some table of organization. Were we to suppose God less capable? Despite myself, I was intrigued by the small boy who climbed on the Cayce lap, and mentioned their being together on the Ohio during an Indian massacre. That boy, grown to manhood, was serenely unaware of what he had said that day. If regressed, under hypnosis, would his subconscious dredge up a previous life, coinciding with Cayce's own life reading for himself? And would this be evidence for reincarnation? I didn't know, but I supposed some would think so. Inherently, the value of Cayce seemed to rest in the recognition that his glimpse into the divine purpose of the universe could be shared by all ready to count themselves an infinite part of that infinite universe. Cayce dealt with the mundane and the bizarre, the trivial and universal. In his prophecies, he stressed a lesson of courage and resolution in adversity, so that to man at one with nature even disaster was a manifestation of God's superior, if often unrevealed, purpose. Predicting widespread destruction in New York and California, he still did not take a dark view of the forecast destruction, nor did he think it would help to move around to avoid it. As anybody might, in the circumstances, a concerned religious had asked. Should California or Virginia Beach be considered at all, or where is the right place that God has already provided for me to live? Cayce suggested that his questioner look inside himself for the well-being he was rightly concerned about. As indicated, These choices should be made rather in Self. Virginia Beach or the area is much safer as a definite place. But the work of the entity should embrace most all of the areas from the east to the west coast, in its persuading not as a preacher, nor as one bringing a message of doom, but as a loving warning to all groups, clubs, art groups, those of every form of club, that there needs be, in their activities, definite work toward the knowledge of the power of the Son of God's activity in the affairs of men. Essentially, as was especially evident in his healing, the Cayce message was one of faith in self and God. God was not some vague, remote indescribable entity. He was a friend, a companion. He worked through God, and God worked through him. His will was implicit in every wonder that Cayce performed. The sleeping Cayce saw body, mind, and spirit not only as a flowing, electrically vibrant current of blood, lymph, and nerve impulses, but as an entity of faith, hope and charity. The mind, become negative, reacted in dis-ease, which, neglected, became disease. He did not push anything at anybody. Reincarnation, Atlantis, Lemuria, these were no stranger than his traveling through space to pick out a jar on a drugstore shelf hundreds of miles away, or his description of how a rabbit serum should be prepared against cancer years before medical researchers turned up a similar concept. Not dissimilar from one who had trod the earth 2,000 years before, he applied the wisdom of a connected universe to virtually every facet of human thought and behavior. During the war, as so many had, a worried mother consulted him, psychically, because of her concern that her only son, in the army, might be killed or injured in battle. The mother, already helped by a Cayce health reading, expressed her anxiety over the safety of her son, then stationed in the U.S. Please give advice, guidance, and help to this confused mind, and answer the questions, as I ask them. Cayce put the problem on a spiritual plateau, indicating that the overall cause had to be considered in weighing the mother's private concern. To be sure, there is built within the consciousness of the entity, the mother, an aversion to strife, to war, and to all phases of military activity. But in an hour of trial, when there are influences abroad that would change or take away that freedom which is the gift of the creative forces to man, that man might by his own innate desire be at one with God, there should be the willingness to pattern the life, the emergencies, the exigency as may arise, much in the way and manner as the Master indicated to each and every soul. According to the pattern of the life as he gave, one should ever be able and willing, even to lay down the life, that the principles may live as he indicated, that of freedom not only from the fear of servitude, but that the whole earth may indeed be a better place for an individual, for those that are to come to reside in. In the Christ story, Cayce saw clearly the tribulations of every son of man on the terrestrial plane, climaxed on earth with the crucifixon. When he withheld not his own son, how can yet ask him to withhold thine? There was practical advice. He suggested the mother revise her attitude so that her courage and resolution, her faith, would be transmitted to her son. Encouraging rather than depressing him. So live then, so think, so act in thy conversation, in thy convocation with thy fellow man, that others may know, too, that the Lord walks with thee. Instill that hope, that encouragement in the mind and in the heart of thy son, that he, too, may look to the Lord for strength, for purpose, for sureness, and that in the peace which is to come there will be the needs for his activity among the children of men, that the way of the Lord may be sure in the earth. The earth was the house of the Lord, and Christ, too, had showed anger when it became a den of those who took advantage of their fellow man. He stressed how Christ's travail could reinforce the woman's own strength. He, too, brought that knowledge to those that seek his face, that he knows the heartache of disappointment, the heartache of fear, even as he prayed, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me, not my will, O God, but thine be done. After listening to the message she had requested, the mother, apparently missing the prophetic reference to her son's post-war activity, very humanly asked, "Is there any other branch of the service where my son could serve, that would be less dangerous?" The sleeping Cayce recognized that she had not got the message. No portion of the service is dangerous, he stressed, if he is put in the hands of God. Look upon that condition which disturbs, not from a material angle, but from the standpoint of a mental and spiritual blessing to others in the opportunity offered. There is probably nobody more concerned than a mother about her only son. Could he be transferred to some post closer to his home? This may be, but is it best? Rather than making the environ by doubts and fears, isn't it better to put it all into the hands and upon the heart of thy elder brother, in the hands of thy God? Is it best for him where he is? She persisted. Consider well the master's answer, no man is in this or that position save by the grace of God. Could he better serve in some defense work outside the military service? For a brief moment, the sleeping Cayce appeared to lose patience. If it had been, would not this have been the place? If what has been given is studied, these questions will be answered. And then came the sharp enjoinder. Fill the place better where ye are, and the Lord will open the way. The stressed words were Cayce's. Only as we are able to realize consciously that we live and move and have our being in Him, can we put it all into His hands, and leave it there, doing our duty as we see it from day to day. The son eventually went overseas, and saw battle service without harm. However, there was a family loss. The father, for whom similar concern had not been shown, died suddenly a year later, at the height of the war. Perhaps Cayce had foreseen this event when he counseled, "Fill the place better where ye are." The greatest of the American psychics conveniently left a guide on psychic development for those with some of this ability, or for researchers interested in its development. In Trance once, he pointed out that the psychic force, traveling through the subconscious, functioned through certain glands. In the body we find that which connects the pineal, the pituitary, the lytic. These may be truly called the silver cord. The force was more active in women, whose conscious powers were not as highly developed perhaps, permitting greater development of the subconscious. The higher levels subconsciously would be attained only through a spiritual outlook, an avoidance of the material, a lesson that psychics who have striven for notoriety might well heed. One fed upon the purely material will become a Frankenstein that is without any influence other than material or mental, he warned. He saw nothing unusual in the psychic force, pointing out that it was as much a part of the natural talent, as the powers that man drew on to create the ability to fly. It was similar to the inspiration for great works of art, poetry, and mathematics, as in the Einstein theory of relativity, that came to the great mathematician mystically. Not everybody should develop as a psychic channel, only those capable of providing more understanding of the individual's relationship with the creative forces. The potentiality of a gift like Cayce's was endless. Cayce pointed out many times that Christ, performing his wonders, had said that with the aid of God others could do the same. Cayce, in humility, felt that he himself was merely a reflection of the unlimited scope of human potential, in the continuous struggle to get in tune with the universe he lived in, boundless man trying to find himself in a boundless universe. In his own apparent boundlessness, there seemed no limit to Cayce's ultimate service, in practical and spiritual areas. As more and more doctors poked into the information, as researchers worked out of his legacy of readings, it appeared probable that the Cayce fight against infection and disease would mount through the years. In a small way, I had a dramatic experience myself with the wonders of Cayce's therapy. I had developed an irritating hardening of the rim of the outer ear, an excrescence the size of a small pea. It interfered with sleep at night, and became increasingly annoying to the point where I consulted a doctor. He scanned the offending area under the magnifying lens, and said, "Actinic keratosis, a prelude to skin cancer. Nothing very serious, as it's usually localized and can be removed. However, you might check with a dermatologist." The condition had resulted from too much sun. Instead, I checked with Gladys Davis. "What would Cayce have prescribed?" I asked. There was no hesitation. "Castor oil. Rub on a little morning and night, alternating with camphorated oil, if you want." In a spirit of experiment, I did as suggested, while keeping the name of a skin man in the back of my mind. I put it down to imagination at first, but after 24 hours there was a comforting sense of relief. At the end of 3 days, applying the oil, my probing fingers told me that the thickening of the skin was greatly reduced. At the end of a week, the crustiness was disintegrating and there was no pain. The actinic keratosis, soothed by the camphorated oil mornings, and the castor oil at night, had vanished in 6 weeks. What Cayce had done as a mystic might be repeated by another one day, though there was only one Shakespeare, Nostradamus, Da Vinci, and Plato, as though to show what man was capable of. Nonetheless, Cayce pointed up the potential of the psychic in more than one way. Once, for instance, he gave a demonstration before the psychology class of a Kentucky school. One of the students, taking advantage of this priceless opportunity, asked the universal mind about funds being mysteriously drained away from her father's business in Mississippi. Cayce described the thief, and how the thefts were being managed. Soon, he heard from the student's father. On the basis of Cayce's information, they had grabbed the thief and saved the business. It was trivial, but then life was made up of trivia, and it appeared easier to accept the psychic on this level. Whenever there was an unusual earthquake, particularly in California, I thought of Cayce. On June 27, 1966, a moderate tremor, 5.6 on the Richter scale, hit the Paso Robles area, 175 miles south of San Francisco, and left visible fractures in the earth along a 20-mile section of the San Andreas Fault. The western side of the fault had moved north several inches. And the unusual feature, for California quakes, was that even after the quake the surface cracks seemed to be growing. I must emphasize, said Louis Pacasser of the National Center for Earthquake Research, that this is a very rapid movement. For many, including the geologist who had a specialized interest, Cayce's upcoming earth changes were perhaps his greatest revelation. However, only the future will tell how accurate the prophet was in his X-ray-like probing of the center of the earth, and its forecast axis tilt. Even now, little is known of the axis on which the earth turns. But, provocatively, bolstering Cayce, some geologists profess that the polar points have wandered through millions of years of time, continually altering the topography and climate of the small speck of the universe known as Earth. From earth borings, from cores and sedimentations, the scientists have established the ages of mountains, lakes, deserts, and other areas of the globe. Striking discoveries by recent deep-sea and paleomagnetic research have made possible recreation of periods millions of years ago, in which it has been surmised life was somewhat similar to our own. More strikingly, most of Cayce's readings on prehistorical life were given in the 1920s and 30s. And all these, available before his death, preceded the scientific finds that have confirmed major aspects of the prehistorical portrait of the changing Earth as he gave it. The geologist was principally impressed that where recent research often modified, or repudiated, long standardized concepts of geology, it tended rather to strengthen Cayce's psychic readings, a trend that seems to be intensifying with time. The Cayce key year 1958 has passed, prefacing some earthly fireworks as he suggested, and now 1968, or 69, will soon arrive to test Atlantis rising, though Cayce explained elsewhere that the rise would be gradual, and might not break the surface immediately. After that, who knows? Perhaps the breakups could be prayed away, as Cayce so often suggested, without such ever materializing. And yet even as a source of destruction was possibly gathering momentum in the crust of the earth, under his very feet, man could still look overhead hopefully for eternal salvation. For as Cayce reads so often from Matthew, immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. All one needed was faith, a faith that Cayce had come along to bolster in a time of need.